Order. We will start the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table a number of emails from constituents across the province asking this government to reverse the cuts to the arts and culture and heritage.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table copies of hundreds of emails I've received at my office expressing objections and concern to the cuts contained in this budget.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a document from which I referred to from constituent Noni MacDonald, who will also be the subject of my member statement later. And I also have other documents from constituents about their concerns about cuts to programs like Prescott House Museum and Club Inclusion. I'll table those as well.
The documents are tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to draw members' attention to your gallery, where I'd like to introduce representatives of 4 innovative companies working to grow our aerospace and defense industry right here in Nova Scotia, and I ask them to rise as I introduce them. We have Steve Farley, head of Sonar Division at Nautel, Ben Gary, founder and president of Ingenuity, Drew Moores, general manager of Hobbolt Industries, and Mel Shorey, director of strategic planning and communications at Irving Shipbuilding. I'd like to also introduce representatives of our province's defense leadership table. Joining us today are Fluvio Fracassi, president and CEO of Halifax Port Authority, as well as Christine Henson of North America, who is North America's regional director of NATO Diana. And I ask the House to give them a warm welcome.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I was a little thrown off by the clean-shaven minister there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the defence and aerospace sector is currently a $2.6 billion industry in our province, representing 6% of Nova Scotia's gross domestic product, providing good-paying jobs at double the provincial average salary from one end of the province to the other. And whereas Nova Scotia is home to 6 of the top 10 defence companies in Canada, 138 defence-related companies, and Canada's largest Navy base with the highest military employment per capita and the highest per capita amount of military assets in the country. And whereas Nova Scotia is Canada's capital of defence, we are poised to become a global leader in defence and aerospace industry by capitalizing on our incredible resources, hard-working and talented people, innovative research and development organizations, and resourceful and forward-thinking companies. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House recognize the importance of the defence and aerospace industry in this province, the thousands of Nova Scotians that make this industry great, and the positive impact that this growing industry will have across our province. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas under the leadership of the Department of Growth and Development, a Nova Scotia Defence Leadership Table has been convened to facilitate work across multiple provincial departments, post-secondary institutions, research and development hubs, and defence organizations to support the growth of our defence and aerospace sector. And whereas each member of the Defence Leadership Table provides unique expertise on the defence and aerospace sector and is helping to position our province and Nova Scotia companies to take advantage of emerging opportunities through Canada's defence industrial strategy and defence procurement opportunities. And whereas Nova Scotia's Defence Leadership Table is developing tactics to support workforce development, identifying areas of strength and partnerships, helping companies better take advantage of Canada's industrial and technical benefits, and amplify what many already know, that Nova Scotia is Canada's defence capital. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this House, all members of this House, recognize the outstanding work of the members of our Defence Leadership Table are doing to ensure that our province is ready to support the growth of our defence and aerospace sector and Nova Scotia's economy. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Military Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas 2025 was the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and the province of Nova Scotia recognized this milestone by presenting peacekeepers with a certificate and recognition. And whereas over the past year, the province of Nova Scotia has received applications to recognize nearly 350 Nova Scotians who served as peacekeepers. And whereas this initiative was made possible thanks to the help and support of Wilfrid LeBlanc, a former peacekeeper from New Brunswick, whose passion and dedication helped to establish Nova Scotia's Certificate of Recognition for UN Peacekeepers. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature recognize all Nova Scotian peacekeepers and Wilfrid LeBlanc for his services to Canada and this special project. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas residents have the onus of personal emergency preparedness and should know the risks in their community, as well as have their own supplies like a household's emergency kit, emergency plan, and a go bag ready at all times. And whereas Nova Scotia has experienced record-breaking natural disasters like floods and wildfires in the past several years, and this trend will continue as the climate crisis intensifies, only adding to the need for personal preparedness. And whereas residents should be prepared to be self-sufficient for up to 72 hours in case first responders cannot reach them in the event of an emergency. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize the importance of personal preparedness and personal dependency all year round to ensure the immediate safety of you and your family when an emergency happens. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make a brief introduction relative to this bill.
Please do.
Thank you very much. In the West Gallery today, we have Heather Rankin and Christian Rankin, owners of Obladi Wine Bar, and they are the driving force behind this bill that I am proud to introduce today.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide Support for Small Businesses.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide Support for Small Businesses.
Bill 244, an act to provide support for small businesses.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Technology Sector Growth and Talent Development Strategy for Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Technology Sector Growth and Talent Development Strategy in Nova Scotia.
Bill 245, an act to establish a technology sector growth and talent development strategy for Nova Scotia.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a notice of motion, and I want to advise that I have provided notice in advance to the NDP and Liberal caucuses, and as well to the independent MLA. I attempted to provide notice to the government through the Premier as Minister of Energy, but he refused to accept it. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas electricity in Nova Scotia is an essential service upon which households, businesses, municipalities and public institutions rely for health, safety and participation in the economy, and electricity rates are paid directly by consumers and further supported by public funds and government policy decisions, with ratepayers ultimately bearing the financial consequences of decisions affecting the electricity system. And whereas ratepayers have a right to understand how rates are set, what services and benefits they receive in exchange for the amounts they pay, what legal protections are available to them, and how they may participate in or challenge decisions that affect them. And whereas responsibility for the operation and regulation of electricity in Nova Scotia is shared among multiple authorities and entities, including the Minister of Energy, the Nova Scotia Energy Board, Nova Scotia Power Incorporated, and the Independent Energy System Operator, each exercising distinct legal responsibilities that affect rates, reliability, and long-term planning. And where responsibility is shared, accountability must remain clear, and government has an obligation to publicly and formally affirm and communicate ratepayer rights in plain language in order to maintain transparency, accountability, and public confidence. Therefore, be it resolved as follows. That a select committee on a Nova Scotia Ratepayers Bill of Rights be established. That the mandate of the select committee be to consider and make recommendations to this House on the adoption of a single, public, plain language Ratepayers Bill of Rights. That in carrying out its mandate, the select committee shall consider and make recommendations respecting, at a minimum, the following matters. 1. Accurate billing and meter integrity, including the right to accurate bills, timely correction of errors, automatic adjustments where overbilling occurs, and confidence in the accuracy and maintenance of metering systems. 2. Rate and payment fairness, including the establishment of a reduced lifeline or essential use rate for basic residential electricity needs, such as heat, hot water, and cooking, reasonable arrears repayment arrangements, limits on late payment charges, and fair treatment for customers experiencing financial hardship. 3. Clear complaint process, including the publication of a plain language how to challenge your bill guide and clear pathways for dispute resolution. 4. Outage compensation, including automatic bill credits for service interruptions exceeding 12 hours. 5. Disconnection protections, including advance written notice, limitations on disconnection during cold weather conditions, the right to rapid reconnection upon payment arrangement, and the right to designate a third party to receive arrears or disconnection notices. 6. Accountability and transparency, including annual public reporting in plain language explaining how electricity revenues are spent, commonly described as where your money went reporting. That the Select Committee shall also make recommendations respecting any additional provisions or legislative, regulatory, or administrative measures it determines necessary to support and protect ratepayers in the province. That in making its recommendations, the Select Committee shall examine the existing statutory and regulatory framework governing electricity in the province and shall identify for each recommended right or protection which entity, the government, the regulator, the utility, or system operator, is responsible for its implementation, oversight, and enforcement, so accountability is clear to ratepayers. That the Select Committee shall conduct public consultations throughout the province and shall invite written and oral submissions from rate holders and stakeholders, including the Nova Scotia Energy Board, Nova Scotia Power Incorporated, the Independent Energy System Operator, the Department responsible for energy, consumer advocacy organizations, and representative low-income and vulnerable populations, as well as representatives of businesses and municipal interests. That the Select Committee shall be composed of such members as the Striking Committee shall determine, consisting of an equal number of members from the government party, the official opposition, and the third party in the House, and, where one or more independent members sit in the House, at least one independent member, and the government House Leader shall designate one member to serve as chair. That if this House is not sitting when the final report is completed by the Select Committee, the Select Committee shall file the report with the Clerk of the House by June 30, 2026. That pursuant to Section 36 of the House of Assembly Act, the committee shall not be dissolved by the prorogation of the House, and the Select Committee is authorized to continue its inquiry after the House is prorogued. That all powers and privileges applicable to committees under the House of Assembly Act apply and are in full force and effect during the meetings of the Select Committee. That the House of Assembly Management Commission, on behalf of the Select Committee, is requested to employ such members and staff as may be necessary to enable the Select Committee to carry out its duties, and that the House of Assembly Management Commission is requested to provide the Select Committee, its members and its staff, with such facilities and funds as are required to carry out its functions as provided for by Section 80 of the Public Service Act. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Good morning, Speaker. Speaker, prior to my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Speaker. In the gallery today, I am pleased to introduce Fatima Salini and Hisham Meifared from the from La Marche Parisienne in Bedford. I would ask them both to please rise and receive a warm welcome from the members of the legislature.
Welcome, welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Fatima and Hisham on the opening of Le Marché Parisien, a French bakery, cozy cafe, and fine brewed retailer, bringing Taste of Paris to Bedford. Fatima and Hisham, who are French, have lived in many countries. They left France 18 years ago to work in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kenya, and Dubai before settling in Bedford 2 years ago with their children. Today, they bring a new French experience to the Bedford community and have already created employment for 13 people. Their shop, just off Larry Utech Drive, features a large curated selection of fine French products, and the bakery goods are fresh daily. The honourable member for Bedford South actually has his office in the building where their establishment is, and he's been seen there many times enjoying their fine products. I ask members of the House to join me in congratulating Fatima and Hisham on the opening of Le Marché Parisien and wishing them continued success with their new adventure. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
Speaker, with us today are Michelle and Brian Hare, folks from Sackville that I will recognize momentarily. Ask them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I rise today in recognition of the Hare family, Sackville residents who suffered a tremendous loss, who have dedicated themselves to make sure others need not feel their pain. In August of 2023, Michelle and Peter lost their son, Cam, to suicide. Cam was a skilled pharmacy technician working for Nova Scotia Health and someone who felt deeply for struggling people in his community. This year, the Hare family partnered with S&M Counseling on a fundraiser in Cam's honor. Together We Rise was an evening featuring food, music, and a silent auction. I was honored to sit in on the brave conversation about how together we can end the stigma around discussing mental health, especially for men. Over $6,000 was raised for Freedom Kitchen and Beacon House to help Sackville stay fed, clothed, and housed. I ask all in attendance to please join me in recognizing the Hare family for their selfless efforts on behalf of their community and for honoring Cam's legacy of generosity so faithfully.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise my place to recognize my constituency manager, Janice, because it was her birthday this week. So she's watching right now, and she doesn't like when I wish her a happy birthday anywhere publicly, so she's probably a little mad. But anyway, I want to recognize Janice. It was her birthday this week. And put in perspective, Janice started as a constituency assistant. Well, she started in the city of Sydney with Mayor Manny MacDonald, and then went and was his constituency assistant for 21 years, and she's been mine for almost 11. So she's been helping people across this province for a long time, and she's only 40. So I rise in my place. I rise in my place. Janice, I love you for everything that you do, your family, and from the Mumbercats, we just want to wish you a happy birthday. Thanks.
She's going to love this then. Happy birthday, Janice. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, before I begin my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I'm honored to introduce John Barrett, Peter Thomas, and Eric Parrish from the Colebrook and District Lions Club, who are joining us today in the gallery. I would ask that you all please stand and receive a warm welcome from the members of the House.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm honored to recognize the Colebrook and District Lions Club on their 45th anniversary. For over 4 decades, they have served with dedication, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to making Colebrook and the surrounding community a better place for all. They would never boast about their wonderful work, so I'll do it for them. On top of making a rink every year so residents can skate for free, they also run bingos, dances, a summer market, and one heck of a monthly breakfast. Their countless volunteer hours, generosity, and spirit of fellowship embody the true meaning of service. May this anniversary be a celebration of their past accomplishments and a source of inspiration for the years to come. Please join me in thanking the Colebrook and District Lions Club as they celebrate their incredible milestone. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Facebook is telling the world that it's my birthday today. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. It's not. It's weird. But it does say that I was born in 1990, so I'll take that. But it is my constituency coordinator's Kaylin's birthday. Kaylin Pygott, he is the interim constituency coordinator in my office. He's been working while Rebecca's on maternity leave, and he's been serving the people of Dartmouth North with compassion and patience and incredible energy for the last year. When he's not at the office, he's a musician, he's a lead singer and guitarist of the punk band No It's Fine, and he's a recovering labor organizer. He was a key player in the union drive that brought the SEIU Local 2 to Java Blend and to protect the workers there. Kaylin is kind, funny, intelligent, talented, and I will miss him when he moves on to his next gig, but I will say in his words, hell yeah, brother, it's your birthday. I'm gonna miss you.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In your gallery today, we have Manny Chakrabarty, a resident of Yarmouth, and a friend of mine. I ask her to please rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Manny Chakrabarty, an extraordinary resident from Yarmouth. After working with the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation and with Deloitte, and living in cities like London, Montreal, and Toronto, Manny sought something very different: nature, community, and the opportunity to build a life in rural Nova Scotia. She found that in Yarmouth. Drawn by the beauty of our province and the chance to walk in the woods and live close to nature, Manny quickly became involved in the community, volunteering, serving on local boards, and building a business that gives back. Manny is the founder and principal partner of ASBB Consulting, an economic advisory and research firm based in Atlantic Canada. Originally from Yellowknife, she developed a passion for understanding world challenges through a community-focused approach and using her economic expertise to help communities and businesses grow. Manny truly represents our local pride and spirit. I ask all members of the House to join me in celebrating Manny's dedication and commitment to rural Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Speaker. We have been watching with great interest the playoff process for the Junior High Girls Basketball Regional Championship in HRM. First, Bicentennial, with representation from the member from Dartmouth South family, knocked out Oxford Junior High, with representation from the member for Halifax Needham's family. I have two graduates in my family. I have two different generations from Gorsebrook, but no skin in the game, as they say. However, I have the great honor as their constituent MLA to wish congratulations to the Gorsebrook Junior High girls basketball team, who defeated Bicentennial Junior High in a nail-biting finisher to win the banner and become the regional champions for the 2025-2026 year. The players are a wonderful example of student athletes. They have grit, determination, and skills. But their superpower is their commitment to living out true teamwork and being incredibly supportive of one another. A huge thank you to the volunteer parent coaches extraordinaire, Matt Rigby, Cody Anderson, and Mark Chisholm. Speakers, I ask all members to congratulate Gorsebrook Junior High girls basketball team on a great season.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 25 years may not seem like a lot, or may seem like a long time, but you know, it doesn't feel like that to me today. 25 years ago today, on March 12th, 2001, I exchanged vows and I-dos with the most amazing, beautiful woman in the world, my wife, Marlene. Well, Madam Speaker, truthfully, she's just damn hot. So, on our silver anniversary, I reflect on the wonderful life we have built together and realize that the best years are still ahead of us. Madam Speaker, although I'm not spending this important milestone at home with the love of my life, she can be reassured that love is in the air on the floor of this legislature. Somebody give me a hug. And as per the rules of this legislature, through you, Madam Speaker, Marlene, I love you. I can't wait to spend the rest of our next I can't wait to spend the next 25 years together.
Your wife is adorable, and I will take a kiss for the team. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was a very happy International Women's Day in Cape Breton in Reserve Mines when the Tompkins Team Red won the second annual Sweethearts Tournament. So I want to congratulate the girls who brought home gold in the second annual Sweetheart Tournament to close out their undefeated season for the Tompkins Reds at Tompkins Elementary Memorial, as well as a huge shout out, let me see here, let me bring it up, to Team White, who also brought home a banner to celebrate the beauty of their win in their division, and we are all so proud of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rise to my feet. A few weeks ago during the long weekend, it's an annual event now. It's been happening for a number of years. It's the annual Lebanese and Syrian Hockey Heritage Game in Sydney. This is an opportunity where families in our community of Lebanese and Syrian descent come together for the weekend of celebration, but also it's one of the best hockey games that you can watch because you're seeing former ex-NHLers playing. You're seeing many players that have played professional hockey overseas, have played in the queue, and have played at various levels. So it was great to be there this year. And I want to rise my place to thank all of the wonderful organizers that put this on each year. These are the families that come together for the game, and then they have a celebration at the Cedars Club in Sydney. And our office is always happy to support the event. So I rise my place, thank all the organizers, and recognize the real hockey talent that has come from the Lebanese and Syrian families in Cape Breton. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was my great joy to attend the 2025 Tyans Conference and present the Alistair and Frances Campbell Award for outstanding contributions and long-term commitment to tourism to a Nova Scotia treasure and personal friend, Captain Phil Watson. It's been nearly 40 years since Phil Watson first joined the schooner Bluenose 2 as a summer deckhand. Finding his passion, he worked his way up through the ranks and last year marked 25 years as skipper. Phil Watson has navigated our sailing ambassador through thousands of nautical miles of travel. He has touched countless lives, whether young people he has trained in shipboard duties and life lessons, or the hundreds of thousands of visitors he has welcomed aboard for sailings and deck tours. And his media postings, particularly his captain's logs, offer some of the most authentic and compelling content out there. He's the pride of Mahone Bay, the salt of the earth and the Atlantic. Colleagues, please join me in congratulating Captain Phil Watson on this milestone occasion and extremely well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to read a letter that was written to me that I had submitted previous. It's a constituent that was writing to share their concerns about the recent budget cuts to put forth that significantly impact the funding towards arts, culture, and heritage. I think that you would agree that these cuts will have a negative impact on maritime identity that is deeply rooted in the arts, culture, and heritage. It also contributes $2.6 billion in GDP and supports 22,000 plus jobs. And as a prior university student who chose to stay in Halifax after graduating in hopes of pursuing a career and building a life in this province, they were deeply disappointed that the government has failed to see the value that art and culture and heritage provides. Additionally, as an individual with an elderly family members in Nova Scotia, they're concerned with the cuts made to the elderly care. Nova Scotia has a largely retired population, and it is our government's duty to ensure their care and ability to afford to live. So, Madam Speaker, my constituent is asking all MLAs to reconsider this course of action and hopes that we move back the continual cuts of budgets.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Nova Scotia author Michelle Hebert, who has recently been honoured by CBC Books for her powerful memoir, A Good Girl's Guide to Lying, Losing My Memory, Searching for Truth, and Healing from Complex Trauma. This important work, to be published by Nimbus Publishing and Vagrant Press on September 15th, stands as a testament to the courage and resilience of Nova Scotian voices. Michelle's memoir is more than just a personal story. It bravely confronts difficult truths about misogyny, mental health, and the silencing of women's voices. Her writing sparks urgently needed conversations, offering hope and healing to countless readers who see their struggles reflected in her words. Yet today, this achievement is clouded by grave concern. Proposed government cuts to Nova Scotia's arts and cultural sector threaten not only the publication of works like Michelle's, but the very fabric of our creative community. Such cuts risk silencing diverse stories and undermining the livelihood of artists, publishers, and all who contribute to our province's cultural richness. Books and the arts foster critical thought, preserve our history, and inspire new generations. I urge this government and all Nova Scotians to defend our cultural sector. The future of our democracy and our shared identity depends on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Colonel Tara Willis and Chief Warrant Officer J.R. McCarron, who have settled into their new roles at 12 Wing Shearwater. On August 8, 2025, 12 Wing Shearwater celebrated a change of command and change of appointment parade. Former Commander Colonel David Holmes and Chief Warrant Officer Kevin Wiesenbeek will be missed following their new postings. Colonel Tara Willis has filled numerous positions within Shearwater, including Cyclone Aircraft Engineering Office and Deputy Weapons System Manager and Director of Aerospace Equipment, just to name a few. In 2016, she was able to fulfill a lifelong dream of being a Canadian UN peacekeeper, deployed to South Sudan as a military liaison officer, UNMISS. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing Colonel Tara Willis and Chief Warrant Officer J.R. McCarron. We wish you many successes in your new roles. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Nadine and Jacob Brobar, the new owners of Bowlmore Lanes in Bridgewater, who took over the business last August. This 12-lane Candlepin bowling alley has been part of the Bridgewater community since 1961, and Nadine and Jacob saw an opportunity to carry that legacy forward. Jacob, a retired Navy veteran, and Nadine were drawn back to the South Shore after many years in Halifax, wanting to be closer to family and friends. When the chance to acquire the bowling alley arose, they stepped in with energy and a clear sense of purpose. As former league bowlers, they understood both the history and potential of the space. They've worked to update the facility while respecting its character and charm, with the simple goal to make Bowlmore Lanes a community hub where people gather to connect and feel welcome. Today, Bowlmore Lanes offers league and drop-in bowling, glow and bingo bowling, birthday parties, staff events, theme nights, home-cooked canteen meals, and a small gift shop. Most importantly, it provides an accessible, inclusive space for people of all ages and abilities to spend time together. Madam Speaker, I ask members to join me in recognizing Nadine and Jacob Brobar for their commitment to community life in Bridgewater. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to be reading a letter that I tabled yesterday from a constituent, Edward Edmond, who is a pianist and composer. I'm writing to you deeply concerned about the recently announced austerity budget that the government is tabling, one which calls for significant cuts to funding for arts, culture, and heritage. As a performer, creator, and educator/instructor in the arts, I see the value of creative arts with every person I come into contact with. After living in Quebec for more than a decade, my family and I moved back to Nova Scotia to create an artistically rich life together in our beautiful province. It is incredibly disheartening for myself and in thinking of my children growing up in a province where the arts is seen as non-essential. It is the cultural fabric which connects us as people and cannot be fully represented in data through numbers. As my MLA, I ask you to oppose the widespread cuts through the arts and culture sectors. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a nurse, Melissa Ellsworth. She was injured on the job several years ago. Since that injury, Melissa has suffered ongoing pain greatly. She's also suffered trauma from our government system that has failed her over and over again, over decades. Melissa has chosen MAID to end her suffering. But I'm hopeful, Madam Speaker, that we can help her to get the quality of life that she needs and deserves. No nurse should have to end her life this way. She gave so much, and she deserves better. Madam Speaker, I do want to thank Minister Young for providing one of his staff to meet with her and I today. And I believe when she left today that she left with a sense of hope that things will move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So just as a reminder to all members, we're not allowed stating people's names. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 29th at CFB Greenwood, I had the honor to host a wonderful recognition ceremony for 22 amazing veterans of UN peacekeeping missions with official certificates of thanks from the province of Nova Scotia. We gathered to honor the courage, the sacrifice, and the unwavering commitment of those who have served in peacekeeping missions around the world. Under the banner of the United Nations, Canadian peacekeepers have stood in fragile regions, helping to protect civilians, support stability, and foster hope where conflict once prevailed. They have carried not only their uniforms, but the values of compassion, professionalism, and integrity that define our nation. As I've said many times, Madam Speaker, I am truly honored to represent a vibrant military community with so many veterans. To all of our UN peacekeepers in Nova Scotia and your families, your sacrifices do not go unnoticed. We thank you, we honor you, and we reaffirm our commitment to the ideals of peace that you have so bravely defended. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to share a letter I tabled yesterday in the House for this member statement. It's from a constituent named Christine Wu, who resides in the community I serve. It reads, I just wanted to add my voice to the din of voices opposed to the proposed budget cuts on arts, heritage, and culture in Nova Scotia. I'm a writer living in Lower Sackville. My debut poetry collection, Familial Hungers, was published last spring by Brick Books. I've since received positive feedback from local and international readers, been featured on CBC Atlantic Voice, the Afterwards Literary Festival, and juried for Arts Nova Scotia. The book took over a decade to write because I wasn't able to sustain a writing practice without a day job, and even now still don't earn enough from writing to fully sustain myself. Funding from Arts Nova Scotia helped make a writing career a little bit more attainable. I lived in HRM for the past 14 years and watched life become more and more unaffordable. I used to live in the north end of Halifax before I was priced out of that area. During these times, we need art and artists all the more to provide light, hope, and resilience, which isn't possible if we take away the little that is offered to them. Please continue to fight for arts, heritage, and culture in Nova Scotia. All the best, Christine Wu.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester-Musquodoboit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay recognition and respect to the Royal Canadian Legions. This year marks 100 years of Legions across this province and Canada, representing veterans and their families. They serve veterans, including the military, RCMP, and peacekeepers, and their families, promoting Remembrance Day and to serve their communities and our country. Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley is fortunate to have two branches within our constituency in Stewiacke and Upper Musquodoboit. Both of these locations serve and contribute as focal points for their communities. Not only are they advancing and providing frontline support to veterans of their respective areas, they organize events, ceremonies, and programs that promote remembrance and bring people together. They are all volunteer-operated and have various functions to bring community members together, such as card parties, darts, musical jam sessions, community dinners, and so much more. This being the 100th anniversary of the national body, they are offering free membership to anyone new to join their local branch and assist in continuing the important work and service to their community. I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating the Royal Canadian Legion, its members, and thank them for their dedication to their community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of days ago, I quoted from a letter from Dr. Noni MacDonald and her concern about cutting the arts. And I realized I probably hadn't told you enough about Dr. MacDonald. She is incredibly talented, passionate, caring, and has changed the world of children's health here in Canada and around the world. She has made history numerous times. Here's like a bit of the list. She founded the Division of Infectious Diseases at the University of Ottawa. She was the first pediatrician in Canada certified in pediatric infectious diseases. She worked with children with cystic fibrosis, and her meticulous approach to this treatment paved the way for better care, and she doubled the number of years her patients could expect to live. First female dean of a faculty of medicine in Canada at Dalhousie University, co-founded the Canadian Centre for Vaccinology, worked with the World Health Organization over a long period, including the COVID-19 pandemic, 500 peer-reviewed publications, 12,000 citations. She also founded Micro Research that empowers local health teams in sub-Saharan Africa and Canada to find community-driven solutions to health challenges. She's been celebrated by being an Officer of the Order of Canada, a recipient of the Order of Nova Scotia, and she's been inducted into the Canadian Medical Hall of Fame.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the appointment of Ava George as a new police constable with Cape Breton Regional Police Department. Becoming a police officer is no small accomplishment. It requires dedication, resilience, integrity, and a deep commitment to serving others, and has demonstrated, Ava has demonstrated all these qualities, and today we celebrate not only her success, but the bright future she represents for policing in our region. Choosing a career in law enforcement is a decision rooted in service. in standing up for the community's safety, supporting those in need, and working every day to build trust and connection. Ava's achievement is a testament to her hard work and determination. I am proud to see local individuals step up to serve Cape Breton Regional, but especially when someone I watch grow up. On behalf of the community, her mom Nancy, her dad David, and her sister Anna, I congratulate Constable Ava George and I wish her a long, safe, and successful career in the Cape Breton Regional Police Department. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Jerry Power and Sarah Youssef, franchisees of the Bridgewater Shell Station, who mark 10 years as owners this March. Recently, our office heard from a constituent whose parent, an older adult, relies on the full-service assistance offered at the station. It was described as a real relief and a meaningful support in their daily life. For many people, especially seniors and those with mobility challenges, services like this are not a convenience, they are essential. Jerry and Sarah have made full service a consistent priority. Their team assists with pumping gas, replenishing window wash, cleaning windows, and filling jugs for home use. They're also known for small, thoughtful gestures like offering a treat to customers' dogs that reflect care and attention to the people they serve. Madam Speaker, personal, reliable service of this kind often goes unnoticed, but it plays an important role in helping people remain independent and connected to their routines. I ask members to join me in congratulating Jerry Power and Sarah Youssef and their staff on their upcoming 10-year milestone and in recognizing the value of the service that they provide each day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the hard work of the Whitney Pier Historical Society. The Whitney Pier Historical Society is a museum in Whitney Pier. It is actually once housed the Jewish synagogue in the pier. And it is a very unique museum, Madam Speaker. It's dedicated to a community that developed unlike any other here in Canada, built around the steel plant and became home to people from all parts of the world. It's one of the most multicultural places that you'll find in our province, Madam Speaker. And that museum is now could now potentially be under threat due to the cuts to the community's culture, tourism, and heritage sector, Madam Speaker, especially with the doors closing to our visitor information centers. And Madam Speaker, I am here to provide those concerns, ask this government to reverse those cuts because our communities deserve these organizations. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Sam and Rita Elias as they celebrate their 20th year anniversary as owner-operators of Sam's Grocery. Located on Main Street in Canning, the store is a focal point of the village. It was founded with the mission to provide high-quality food at affordable prices for the local community. From modest beginnings, the store has grown, building a reputation for excellent customer service and offering both regular grocery staples and specialty products. I am personally a big fan of Sam's offering of amazing cheeses. Sam's Grocery was also a winner of the Annapolis Valley Chamber of Commerce 2025 Top 3 Business Awards in the category of Best Grocer. Please join me today and congratulate Sam and Rita Elias as they celebrate the 20th anniversary of Sam's Grocery, as well as their recognition as the Valley's top grocer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to read another love letter from a constituent. Her name is M. Black. I'm writing to you deeply concerned about the recent announcement austerity budget the provincial government is tabling. As I'm sure you know, the proposed cuts to arts, culture, and heritage would be devastating, not only to those working in these sectors, but to our wider networks and communities who engage with and benefit from their creative economic output. Everyone benefits when we support arts and culture workers. Is this really something the government wants to abandon? I also want to speak to you plainly as a working artist who has had the pleasure of calling Halifax home for close to 10 years now. These cuts would gut most of the programs that I rely on to support my work and destroy many of the organizations that have fueled the arts in this province for decades. I didn't think I would end up staying here when I moved to Halifax for school in 2017, but the city's vibrant, creative, experimental, risk-taking arts community welcomed and embraced me and made me want to settle here. I am here because of the arts and the community it's afforded me, but I may have to look elsewhere if this budget is approved.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I rise to wish my mom an 82nd birthday tomorrow. It's a special birthday, and I want to let her know that we all love her and looking forward to getting home from this wonderful place to celebrate with her. And I also want to say a shout out to my dad, who's looking after things back at home. So happy birthday, Mom. See you this weekend.
Oh, before we move on, the member of Halifax Needham, I do not know if that was a letter that she tabled before, but I know that it was really great with tabling. Okay, perfect. Yesterday to today. I just have to keep an eye on that because we lose track of the timing of, you guys get it. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Madam Speaker, I just want to quickly stand and say yesterday when I was saying names of people who've reached out to me, I mispronounced Jesse, a friend of mine actually, believe it or not, a good friend of mine's last name. He immediately corrected me online, and so did a million other people. Sorry, Jesse, I appreciate everything you do, and I appreciate you advocating, and I guess I'll hear from you the next time I see you.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Townamagosh Regional Academy Junior High Boys Basketball team on capturing their first regional junior high basketball championship, defeating an old coach's team in Colchester. It was a great game, well played by both teams. Coach Jeffrey Blakey and his team did a fantastic job, and I wish them all the best as they go to Basketball Nova Scotia Provincials. Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Erica Ham from Realms and Roses Bookstore in Hammonds Plains. A vibrant, independent bookstore has quickly become a cherished part of the community. Realms and Roses isn't just a place to buy books, it's a welcoming space for readers of all ages, with a special focus on romance and fantasy literature that celebrates imagination and connection. Since opening its doors in Hammonds Plains, this locally owned shop draws book lovers from across the province and far from the peninsula to discover new stories, support local authors, and engage in community-focused events and book clubs. Realms and Roses stands as a testament to Nova Scotia's rich tapestry of arts and small business. I invite all members to join me in applauding this inspiring business for its contribution to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I just want to give a huge shout out to the Dartmouth Whalers U15C Orcas, who last night, featuring Françoise Lebel and Chris Myatt, who is a close friend of the Minister of Environment over there, they came back 2 games ago from a 1-6 deficit to win in overtime 6-7, and then last night, I know, 6-7, and then last night. You all need to know that that is really 2025. They won last night against the Eastern Shore Mariners. I forget the score, but they whomped them, and now they're playing in the gold medal game on the 24th, I think against Cole Harbour. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of my daughter and for all of the team, the coaches. It's an incredible team. They're super gelled. They play so well together. They have a great time. Congratulations to them. Love them.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize an outstanding leader in sport and to recognize Jeff Fraser on his appointment as head coach of the 2029 Men's Canada Games program and with Softball Nova Scotia. Jeff brings a wealth of experience and exceptional record of success at both provincial and national levels. He's led the Men's Canada Games program since 2015 and previously guided the male provincial team for 8 years. Over that time, he has proudly represented Nova Scotia at numerous Canadian championships and played a pivotal role in our province's achievements on the national stage. Under his leadership, Nova Scotia has earned a silver at 2022 Canada Games and captured a bronze at the 2025 Canada Games. His dedication to building strong programs and mentoring youth athletes ensures the next generation will be well prepared as they set their sights on 2029. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Perfect timing. Order. Order. Oral questions put by members to the ministers. The time is 12 o'clock. We will finish at 12:50. I recognize the honourable leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government is doubling down on evading accountability. After firing the independent, arm's-length Nova Scotia Health Board 5 years ago and installing a partisan interim CEO, this week we learned that the PC government isn't going to bring the board back. The CEO's contract is up. The NSH's budget has ballooned to $3.3 billion in the past 5 years, and the Conservatives have scrapped its oversight structure. This government has run our finances into the ground. They've shown they don't do the work to understand the impact of their decisions. Does the Premier understand why Nova Scotians need people who aren't on his payroll to oversee health care?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to all those people working in healthcare on the front lines or in administrative capacity. I want them to know we respect you. We thank you for your efforts. Your efforts are paying off. We've made incredible progress on the healthcare file in this province. Madam Speaker, over 93% of Nova Scotians are attached to primary care. That is an astounding, that's an astounding number, Madam Speaker, and we're moving up in the metrics in a lot of different areas. And the accountability that we really seek, Madam Speaker, there's lots of it in here in the chamber, outside in the chamber, Auditor General, there's lots of accountability, Madam Speaker, but the accountability we really seek was from Nova Scotians, and they spoke loud and clear. They were given the opportunity, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
This government evades accountability. After increasing spending by 72%, the now former interim CEO said that government is spending, quote, uncontrollably, unquote, and it has to stop. The Auditor General has raised concerns about procurement spending without competitive processes. Several of the transactions, $50 million to Think Research, for example, were not even publicly disclosed on the government's public tender website. $400 million for One Patient, One Record in a process rife with problems. 85% of renewal contracts to long-term care not tendered. Alternative spending more than doubled after this government was elected. We need accountability. Will this government appoint a new permanent CEO and reinstate the board?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker. There's more data on the healthcare system and more metrics that is publicly available to Nova Scotians now than there ever has been, Madam Speaker. We have made a big focus on making sure that Nova Scotians have access to care when they need it, where they need it, Madam Speaker. We're making incredible progress on that file. We will continue, I want Nova Scotians to know, we will continue to invest in healthcare. We will continue to make sure that their families have the care that they need when they need it, and I am extremely proud of the work that the people working in healthcare are doing on behalf of Nova Scotians, and I'm extremely proud that, Madam Speaker, we have the best healthcare minister in the country sitting right there.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, this government can spend money. They've proven it with an historic deficit, but Nova Scotians aren't feeling the results despite all the numbers. Eliminating the independent governance structure of the Health Authority gives the government more control and less oversight. This government isn't interested in a women's health strategy. We're learning that government doesn't want oversight, they don't want accountability, and they don't want expert advice. This government, who doesn't know what's in their own budget, thinks that they know better than independent healthcare experts and administrators. Will they stop making decisions based on their political future and start making decisions based on Nova Scotians' best interests?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker. Every single decision we make is based on Nova Scotians and what is best for Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. And when we look across what's happening in the healthcare system, we can see the improvements. Nova Scotians can feel the. Just last night, somebody stopped me somewhere and said, "My doctor's retiring. I already have a new one." Premier, that's how it's supposed to work. The person beside them, the person that was with them said, "Oh yeah, I should tell you, my parents moved here from BC 3 months ago. They now have a doctor, but for the last 3 months, they were blown away by the access to care they had through virtual and pharmacy." That's what success looks like, Madam Speaker. We will keep working. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians are watching this budget and are actually wondering who's in charge. One day the Premier is standing up defending his cuts. The next day he's announcing he's reversing them. And the numbers keep changing. In his own government's documents, millions of dollars were quietly restored to programs that we didn't even know were cut in the first place. Ministers don't seem to know what's been cut and what hasn't. Organizations across the province are left scrambling, trying to figure out whether the programs Nova Scotians rely on are still funded or not. This isn't the Premier's money, it's taxpayer money, Nova Scotia's money, and they deserve respect and transparency. My question to the Premier, are there any more surprise cuts in this budget that the Nova Scotians are still going to find out about? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we've been very honest with Nova Scotians about the financial challenges we're facing that need to be addressed. We do as much as we can to support Nova Scotians through programs administered through departments, through grants. We do as much as we can. When we can, we do it, Madam Speaker. We've had to kind of pull back in a little bit, but when we looked at the real implications on people's lives on some of those, we accepted that that couldn't happen, so we reversed those. That's the right thing. That's the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. But what the message that I have for Nova Scotians is there are needs in the communities. If we can meet those needs, we will meet those needs, but government has a limit too. We can only afford so much. We always want to do more. But, Madam Speaker, we'll be very frank with Nova Scotians about where we're at.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. $53 million isn't just a little bit in a budget, Madam Speaker, and that's part of the problem. Under this Premier, we've seen more untendered contracts than ever before. Millions of taxpayer dollars handed out without competition or oversight. Some have already been mentioned, but contracts going to companies like Sobeys, like Google, like HappyPad. And in many cases, the government later admitted that these programs don't work and quietly shut them down. The Nova Scotia Loyal Program for points, shut down. HappyPad, shut down. That's the entire reason tendering exists, so government can properly evaluate public money and if it's the right place to spend it. So will the Premier admit that these kinds of decisions, handing out untendered contracts that don't deliver results and help create these budget pressures, are now leading to cuts for some of the most vulnerable Nova Scotians?
Order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Before I recognize the Premier, I ask that everyone in the House please turn your phone off. It is a little distracting when they go on. I heard it earlier, but I know that we have some new guests, and I just want to make sure that everyone knows the rules. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're just trying to do the best we can for Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. And we know that there's an urgent need. When we see those urgent needs, we try to meet those urgent needs. We try things. We haven't been afraid to try things. Nova Scotians asked us, can you please move on these issues? Can you please try to make things work? And Nova Scotians are understanding people. They know not everything works, but they appreciate the effort, Madam Speaker. And I think they spoke very clearly on wanting a change in 2021. We'll remember that election, and also in 2024 when they said, please keep going. We're not perfect, Madam Speaker, but our heart is in the place that matters to Nova Scotians, and that is in the place of progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yesterday, the Premier also doubled down on his use of over-budget spending and said he had no plans to stop. But the Auditor General has repeatedly warned about this practice, and actually 80% of all additional appropriation spending in the last decade happened under his watch. Now we're seeing the consequences. Sky-high debt servicing costs, and a budget full of cuts that the Premier's office is scrambling to reverse in real time. Nova Scotians know they can't ignore their budgets at home, so why does the Premier, who once actually tabled a budget in this House that mandated balanced budgets, why does he think that the Premier thinks it's acceptable to ignore the province's budget altogether? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
We've invested significantly in Nova Scotians. There can be no question about that. The additional appropriations, investments in Nova Scotians, $4 billion of the additional in healthcare, nurse retention bonuses, recruitment initiatives, investments in technologies, innovations, Madam Speaker. $500 million of additional appropriations towards housing, so making sure people can have a roof over their head that's affordable, Madam Speaker. We could, and many of the additional appropriations actually went to arts, helping the Chester Theatre in an emergency, helping us. So, Madam Speaker, I won't apologize. If there is a need and government can meet it, we will do it. It would be cruel to do otherwise, Madam Speaker, and we're not that type of government.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll just keep reminding the Premier that you can spend money and have oversight. The two don't have to be divorced. Madam Speaker, the Association of Nova Scotia Museums is speaking out about this government's doubling down on, quote, the gutting of our sector, unquote. They write, quote, this government's messaging of open lines of communication and we are listening is disingenuous, unquote. Neither they nor their colleagues with the Cultural Federations of Nova Scotia have even had an opportunity to meet with the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage despite multiple requests. I don't want statistics. I don't want a good news story. I want to know why this government isn't listening to whole sectors who are being harmed by these thoughtless cuts.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we all know that the Leader of the Opposition doesn't want the good news. We all know, Madam Speaker, that the Leader of the Opposition doesn't want to hear about the things that are working in this province. Madam Speaker, there is incredible amounts of oversight on things in this chamber. The opposition have a chance. They have 80 hours to debate our budget. 3 of them, they said, we don't even want that. They didn't show up for work for that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's all kinds of oversight outside in that media gallery, let me assure you. Madam Speaker, there is an Auditor General as well. And I would say this, we have incredible respect for our museums. We've had to make some changes. Over the 500,000 visitors to museums, 3% went to 12 of those institutions. We had to make some tough decisions there.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
What I want is an answer to a question, Madam Speaker. I am still waiting. The Association of Nova Scotia Museums wrote to this government about the budget, which has already led to the closure of 12 provincial museum sites, significant reductions, museums in Sydney, Membertou, Hanseast, Pictou West, Queens, Kings North, Shelburne, Hants West, Colchester North, Lunenburg West, Eastern Shore, Annapolis, permanently closed. They've stripped the sector of dozens of essential programs, slashed operational funding, and cut a core training program that serves over 100 museums. This cavalier approach has eroded trust and actively destabilizes a sector that serves as essential cultural and economic infrastructure across Nova Scotia. Their words. Trust is broken. What is the government going to do to fix it?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to assure Nova Scotians that these are difficult decisions in difficult, challenging times that are being experienced by our country. If you look across at provincial budgets, if you look at the federal budget, it's definitely a difficult time. We have great respect for our tourism sector. It defines us, who we are as Nova Scotians. We understand that. We were operating 28 provincially owned and operated museums, and plus 65 other museums we were supporting. This is the most museums in the country. There's no other province or territory that has that many museums. It's difficult times, so we looked at, there are 12 of them that if you add up all their visitors were less than 3%. We've had to make some difficult decisions there, but Madam Speaker, we have to move forward and grow our tourism sector.
I I recognize the honorable leader of the official opposition.
The sector defines us. We need revenue. Let's slash the funding. Make it make sense. This government has left Nova Scotians worried and confused, Madam Speaker. They couldn't explain how they chose these cuts in the first place. They can't explain the reversals now. Nova Scotians don't trust that this government did the work to understand how these cuts impact families and communities and sectors. This government is going ahead with cuts to mental health care, to the poverty reduction credit, to cuts to ELNU affairs, including health care cuts, arts, culture programs that will decimate this economically vibrant and vital sector. When will the Premier tell Nova Scotians how this government makes these decisions and why his ministers have so little information?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we know that we're in a time of global uncertainty, of economic change across our country. Every budget, every province in the country is in the same situation. None of these decisions are easy. They weigh heavy on us. I hope that's obvious, Madam Speaker. But we, at the same time that we are, I want Nova Scotians to know that we are investing $738 million more in health care, and we are investing in school food lunch programs. We are investing in housing. So at the same time that we are making reductions in some of these other areas, modest reductions relative to the increases, we are continuing to invest in the things that Nova Scotians need, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, from the start, this budget has been chaos. Ministers unable to explain the cuts in their own departments, questioning their own government's decision, dodging people's questions, and now Nova Scotians are trying to understand which cuts are being walked back and why. As recently as yesterday, a municipal councillor reached out to us, worried about whether cuts to local seniors programming in Digby is still happening. Seniors in his community are worried and confused about which cuts have been reversed and which haven't, and they are waiting to hear from their local MLA. How can Nova Scotians trust what this government is doing when they can't get straight answers to a simple question?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the reality is that we are continuing to invest in Nova Scotia in the things that they need most, and we know this session has been dominated almost entirely by healthcare questions, but a very large percent. This is a very big sector we recognize is very important. We want Nova Scotians to know that we care, that we are working hard as a government to address this, to address housing needs, to address affordability. We will continue to work in those areas, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday I was proud to stand with staff and students who rallied at NSCC campuses across the province, speaking out against this government's cuts to the college. For communities like mine, the Sydney campus isn't just a school. It's where people train for jobs that keep our local economies going in trades, healthcare, and technology. But because of this government's $9.4 million cut to NSCC's operating grant, the college is now planning a workforce reductions of about 3% each year for the next 4 years. That means over 4 years, NSCC will be down 230 jobs, which is the equivalent to losing a whole campus. So my question to the minister, will the government reverse the cuts to NSCC, or the campuses like Sydney being left to deal with the consequences?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the important question. Nova Scotia Community College has played a tremendous role in growing the skills and the training that Nova Scotia needs to land to successful careers, not only today, but into the future. And, you know, the province is actually investing not less, but more money this year than it has been compared to last year. We're actually investing $196.4 million. In fact, on top of that, we're investing another $25 million for equipment and modernizing classrooms. NSCC is a great partner. They do tremendous work, and we're continue to grow the workforce of tomorrow.
Thank you, member, for course correcting that finger as well. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while we're talking about NSCC's future, it's important to note that there's an ongoing opening for the next president of the college. Given this government's track record, many of the academic community are raising concerns about the possibility of a political appointment to that role. Robin Whitaker, president of the Canadian Association of Universities Teachers, has warned that politicizing leadership positions like this could lead to greater interference in colleges. And I can table that document, Madam Speaker. NSCC students, staff, and communities deserve confidence that the college will be led by someone chosen for their experience and commitment to education. So my question to the minister, can the minister assure Nova Scotians that the next president of NSCC will not be a political appointment?
Yeah, Okay, so no, I asked that the member table that, and I also wanted to thank the previous speaker for tabling her document as well. I recognize the honourable Minister of. I was going to say addictions and mental health. Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to keep going on about NSCC, I mean, when you look at the growth and what we're doing and able to increase, I think we had a 25% increase in the amount of technical training that we offered last year, right? We are committed to continue the growth of NSCC, but I would assure the member, the Board of Governors is actively underway in a presidential search, and they'll continue to lead that. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, we can all agree that Nova Scotians most impacted by the mass casualty tragedy deserve the full support of this government. But this budget calls that commitment into question. The Mass Casualty Commission called for mental health care and grief support in Cumberland, Colchester, and Hants counties. But the budget cuts over $100,000 from mental health supports for those areas. Why is the Premier letting down the people who badly need this support?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. This is a really important question. We're certainly deeply committed to the recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission. The specific item that she's referring to is collective impact assessments. The next one's not due until 2028, so there's no reduction, and there's actually a $45 million increase in our budget this year.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, every person lost in this province due to gender-based violence represents a failure of this government to provide the support that is needed. We know that women and gender-diverse people in our province continue to face life-threatening violence, often at the hands of current or former partners. Last year, Transition House Association of Nova Scotia saw the number of people reaching out for support double compared to the year before. And I can table that. Will this government take preventing gender-based violence seriously and reverse the cuts to the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to reassure everyone that the government takes the recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission with the utmost seriousness and responsibility. It's why we have a $115 million investment across all of government to implement those recommendations. And one of the newest ones that we're hearing the most feedback on, positive feedback, is around our joint table with the Department of Justice. The Attorney General joins me on that table. We've got 25 members from across community, lived experience, First Voice, community organizations, and high-level senior officials within government. We're working together collaboratively. We're hearing that people feel that change, and it's making a real difference. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, the Premier has said that the budgeting process should have been more human, and we agree. And that's why it's so troubling to see that so many of these cruel cuts remain. like the 20% cut to the poverty reduction tax credit, which supports some of Nova Scotia's most vulnerable residents? Can the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development tell us, does the human touch mean reinstating the poverty reduction tax credit?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. It is not a reduction. I already clarified that, but I'm happy to do it again so that we make sure that Nova Scotians are getting accurate information. The truth, Madam Speaker, is that that line item is a reduction in the utilization. There are a few people needing that particular grant. But, Madam Speaker, the department's budget is $1.8 billion. And when I'm up at estimates, I can explain to the member how that utilization went down. That is good news, and I know Nova Scotians are looking forward to hearing it.
There you go.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, the minister has said and said again that they cut the poverty tax credit by 20% because less people are using it, but that does not hold water. This credit is automatically given to people who get income assistance, and the number of people on income assistance is going up and not down, according to this government's news releases. Will the minister table evidence showing a 20% reduction in income assistance recipients?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. The Employment Support and Income Assistance budget is $664 million, Madam Speaker. That is a $65 million increase from the previous year alone, Madam Speaker. There is more money for those on income assistance. We are building 375 new supportive housing units. We have the Master Lease program. We have the School Leaver program. We have the Surface Evolution Fund. We have regional hubs getting ready to help those with disabilities move into community. We opened up the Ozanam place straight up the street. That's 38 highly affordable units for those over 50 who have health issues. And I have more to say at estimates. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Madam Speaker, coastal communities continue to voice opposition to open-pen fish farms in local waters. Many jurisdictions are now restricting these operations because of risks to environment and fisheries. In February, the Aquaculture Review Board approved an application allowing the expansion of salmon farm in Liverpool Bay despite significant opposition. The Premier, Minister and PCMLAs have repeatedly said the review board is independent and the decision is not government's responsibility. But the province wrote the legislation, wrote the regulations and chose the decision factors the board must apply. The board can't go outside those rules. This government has a pattern of imposing their will where it doesn't belong and failing to accept responsibility for things under their control. So my question for the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, government controls regulations, legislation. Will they take any responsibility at all for the outcome?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for the question. Aquaculture is an incredibly important piece of our natural resource development. The Aquaculture Review Board is an incredible board that does great work. I respect the board fully. I believe that they are fully transparent. They have an open and engaging process that asks for consultation at multiple points during their decision process. I stand behind them, and for the member to even question the integrity of the board is not something that I care to listen to. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
My question of integrity was not around the board. The board doesn't write the regulations. The Liverpool Bay Open Fish Farm hearing took place in October 2025. And on December 16th, 2025, before the board issued their decision, government amended the regulations. At that time, the minister spoke about improving efficiency and transparency in the approval process. What he did not say is those amendments also restrict the factors the board can consider. As of December 16th, the factors listed in Section 17 have been narrowed, and now they are the only factors the board may consider in making the decision. Missing from the list are community indigenous input, social license, broader environmental and ecosystem impacts. So my question to the minister is this: if government's regulations prevent the board from considering those concerns, what reason do Nova Scotians have to believe that their voices matter?
Thank you. I do it nice the first time. Second time, I got to do it a little louder. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for the question. Again, aquaculture is an incredible piece of our natural resource economy. We have over $120 million worth of exports that come just from finfish and shellfish aquaculture. The board is an independent body that makes their decisions, and I stand behind them 100%. The member may be interested to note that in spite of her claims that the majority of Nova Scotians are anti-finfish, I can tell you that a report that was just released by the Aquaculture Association of Atlantic Canada indicated that in Nova Scotia we have 83% for aquaculture activities, and I'm happy to table that document for the benefit of the House.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, the Premier threw this budget into chaos again. The Premier told the legislature that he has no intention of following his own budget. He just plans to do whatever, whenever, through additional appropriations, without telling Nova Scotians and without clear reporting on results. Don't worry, Minister. I'm sure he'll tell you the morning of. This is how we got into this mess in the first place. How does the minister expect to rebuild trust with Nova Scotians when this government won't even follow its own budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we are committed to meeting the needs of Nova Scotians, and if that means this additional appropriation, we will do that. I want the member to know this year there was an additional appropriation for $18 million for snow clearing. Should we wait for the legislature to sit in March to debate snow clearing in January? I say no. We will continue to meet the needs of Nova Scotians when we can. We will do what we do.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Speaker, the Finance Act provides for emergency response. The Finance Act knows government needs to do this, and every other government in this country is able to do what they need to do and be accountable. It's pretty simple. And I do have questions about specific parts of the additional appropriations. On that same sheet, there's $28 million for digitizing geoscience. I think it's part of a federal agreement. It's not clear why it had to show up in February. I'm not sure it's being expended this year. It's not relevant. Well, that's not what I meant, but excuse me. It's becoming clear that this chaos is just how this government operates, but it's taking its toll. Nova Scotians need the minister and the premier to stop the chaos. Can they do this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we continue to follow the process that's been followed in this legislature for almost 20 years, and we will continue to work hard to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. When we can do more, we will do more. We're committed to that, Madam Speaker, and we will do that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Yesterday, thousands of students took action against this government's cuts. Young people across the province raised their voices to speak out against cuts to arts and culture, to education, to the environment, and to their future. In Halifax, one of the top issues is cuts to the student bus pass program, an extremely popular program used by 90% of Halifax area students at least once a week. Why won't the government reverse this cut?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
So, yeah, you're right. Make it make sense. Madam Speaker, the member just said 90% of HRM students use it once a week. The truth of the matter is, of the individuals that responded, of the 38,000 students we have, it was around 3,000 students responded. They said that they use it once a week, Madam Speaker. That's what they said. Madam Speaker, the job of the Department of Education and the minister is to ensure that kids get to school. This is what we do. If you live in a catchment area and you're eligible for the school bus, which anyone within the catchment area is, as long as they're not in walking distance, a school bus will be provided.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, the minister talks about percentages of percentages. 30,000 students use their bus pass at least once a week. And they are telling us how important this program is. We've heard from students who don't want to make their parents pay an extra $1,000 a year for their transportation. Students value the freedom of getting to go where they want, when they want, to where it's important for them to go. Students are concerned about the environment, and they are more than happy to do their part by reducing their carbon footprint while taking cars off the road. I'm sure the minister is hearing from these students too. Why does he insist on ignoring them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank all the kids that took part yesterday. Democracy is beautiful, and it's great to see our young students and young folks take part in it. Madam Speaker, we're better when they participate, that's for sure. Madam Speaker, what we are doing is we're taking $600,000 of that original funding. We're moving it over to OSD, so our most vulnerable children have access to the bus pass. Madam Speaker, we've said all along, when we can do more, we will do more.
Hear, hear.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're hearing from Nova Scotians that are interested in conservation on private lands. We talked about Crown land a lot in this House, but the Department of Natural Resources is planning to make changes to conservation on private land. And on Monday, the Minister of Finance assured the House that changes were coming to respond to those concerns that have been raised. Can the Minister assure Nova Scotians that they will ensure the permanence and durability of easements by removing proposed landowner hardship pathway to easement termination, and by ensuring that the conservation and community easement process retains a viable succession pathway for easements if an easement holder ceases to exist or is otherwise unable to uphold their easement responsibilities? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Speaker, I would be happy to say a lot more about this in the conclusion to second reading on the FMA. I will say a little bit right now, and that is that this is related to conservation and community easements. It doesn't relate to power pole easements. It doesn't relate to septic easements or anything like that, sewer easements. It is a process which we are defining whereby we decided in the courts, and that the minister has the ability, in the absence of the original easement holder, to step in, which is a good thing, and become the easement holder. So I think it's good news for community easements. It's good news for conservation easements, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate some further elaboration from the Minister's previous comments, but I would like assurances that no matter what changes are contemplated, that we don't harm the good work from the Nova Scotia Nature Trust and Conservancy Group and many small woodlot owners that are actually implementing the triad approach in forestry on their private land as prescribed by the Leahy report. Could I just get those assurances from the Minister? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
I can assure the member that we care about conservation easements, we care about community easements, and that we are this legislation that is coming actually helps protect these easements, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, domestic violence is an epidemic here in Nova Scotia. But in this year's budget, funding for domestic violence courts in Halifax and Sydney are being cut by 20%, $15,000 each. These courts exist to support survivors and hold offenders accountable. Can the Minister of Justice explain how cutting funding to domestic violence courts helps Nova Scotians facing violence at home?
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The domestic violence courts in both Sydney and Halifax are fully funded. Their operations are fully funded. What is being changed is 2 small grants, one for Sydney, one for Halifax. Each is about $15,000. It is to fund legal aid to support the accused of these things. Now, we are convinced within the department that there's plenty of money in there to do the job. If those become overprescribed, we will make adjustments internally, Madam Speaker. Those courts will be fully funded.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And everyone deserves legal counsel and legal aid. I mean, why would we want to take money away from those types of those courts and the domestic violence courts? ADSM for Women and Children supports women's and family fleeing abuse. They said, and I quote, "We find it challenging to accept that this government cares about the safety of women while it is, at the same time, whittling away at the very systems and services established to address this epidemic." They point directly to the cuts to domestic violence courts in Halifax and Sydney. So my question to the minister is, will the minister restore this funding and provide clear support for these courts?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. So, while we continue to support survivors and victims of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence, it can be easy to focus sometimes on maybe what's missing and lose context of what's there. So I just want to be really clear. We have so much support, and we're continuing to support in new and different ways around intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. Everything from protecting women's centers and transition house funding, a historic investment that went in there just last year that we talked about plenty times over, community projects like the December 6th Fund through the YWCA that supports victims and survivors, and our brand new table that we work with the Department of Justice on to work in new and different ways to support victims, survivors, learn from lived experience, and bring voices of community to the decision-making table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I move on, the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid read from a document of 90% of 30,000 children. I asked him to table that document. So this is the document the Honourable Member has tabled previously. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Speaker, thanks to Nova Scotians standing up to this government, the Premier was forced to admit his cruel cuts hurt people. We're left wondering how he chose which cuts to not roll back. On the list of rollbacks, there isn't even a subsection for LNU programs and services. The Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center confirmed yesterday to its community that it is still facing cuts to critical programs, including the Family Resource Program, the Youth Outreach Program, and a Place to Belong program, and they note that this will affect service capacity and jobs. When reversing cuts were on the table, did the minister fight to reinstate this funding? And if not, why not?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Olnu Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while it could be easy to lament in a time where we are having to make some difficult scalebacks, and we absolutely feel those, I constantly advocate for community, as does everybody in this chamber and everybody on our team. Through that process, we also advocate to support the continued investment of over $31 million in Mi'kmaq communities across our province. And I want to be really clear, there's continued funding in the Mi'kmaq language revitalization strategy that didn't even exist before, right? It's a huge fund. The Mi'kmaq Cultural Activities Program, Mi'kmaq History Month, Community Maui-Omi Fund, Indigenous Black programs and Mi'kmaq programs through Dal Law School, EECD, Mi'kmaq Ginamatnaway school lunches, sport and physical activity.
Order.
Thank you so much.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Speaker, this government's budget cuts to elderly affairs are deep. This minister is cutting 100% of her department's support for 10 grants and programs under her jurisdiction, including the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, Treaty Day, Mi'kmaq History Month, and has reduced funding for the Mi'kmaq Language Initiative that the minister announced just a year ago. What does the minister have to say to the Mi'kmaq leaders she stood with last year, promising ongoing support, about why she's taken it away?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Ulnu Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for this important question. And so what I say to community and what I say to the incredible work of the Friendship Center and other organizations that we continue to support, Friendship Center into the tune of close to $5 million, is that we'll continue to work with you. We will continue to talk with you and talk about how we can work differently as we move forward in the future, and we will continue to support the work that you do. It's incredibly important. However, I would say, rather than spending time pointing fingers or placing blame, I'd rather think about solutions and work on how we can move forward and in a new and better way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Palliative care is one of the most compassionate responsibilities of our healthcare system. At the end of life, families should be able to focus on comfort, dignity, and time together. But in Nova Scotia, there are only 30 hospice residence beds province-wide, 10 in Halifax, 10 in the Valley, and 10 in Cape Breton, and none in the northern zone, including Cumberland County. Families continue to tell us that dedicated palliative care beds are not always available when they are needed most. My question to the Minister of Health is, what is this government doing to ensure Nova Scotians can access appropriate palliative care beds when they need them the most? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. It's a very important question. So there is a mixed model of end-of-life care throughout the province. Certainly there are hospice beds. There are also palliative care beds. But also I would say that there's a lot of community-based palliative care that happens as well. And so there is programming and education that's available to healthcare workers throughout the province. It's called LEAP. We are looking at the palliative care, oncology, other terminal illnesses to understand what people need. So there is an undertaking now to understand the needs of palliative care beds, hospice beds, and what community supports are available. I don't have those available today, but certainly we can expect those in the future.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the answer. And certainly I want to acknowledge that and thank our palliative care team that we have in Cumberland. They do incredible work. In fact, Dr. Short, who leads our palliative care team, has been asking Nova Scotia Health, ever since I've been an MLA, for two designated palliative care beds in our hospital, and still has yet to receive that. Madam Speaker, the end-of-life care should be one of the most compassionate parts of our system. Loved ones deserve a quiet place to sit with the person that they care about, to say goodbye and to grieve. Will the minister commit to expanding hospice and palliative care capacity so Nova Scotians can die with dignity and their loved ones can be supported at the end of life?
Order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to assure Nova Scotians that there are healthcare workers throughout our system, whether they work in palliative care or in hospice units, in long-term care facilities or in community. There is a number of people who can accompany people and families at the end of their life. We have an incredible, dedicated group of healthcare workers. Palliative care is very important. Hospice care, end-of-life care. We'll continue to work with care providers, understand the needs of communities, and we'll continue to plan and expand services as we're able.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Speaker. The Celtic Music Interpretive Centre in Judic is one of Cape Breton's top cultural tourism attractions. At the height of the season, it supports 18 local jobs and hires musicians every day. It brings visitors into rural communities and supports local businesses. But this government is cutting its funding by 20%. Why is this government cutting the funding to a place that creates jobs and brings visitors to Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Madam Speaker, we know that the arts and culture sector is important. That's why my MLA colleague, Kyle McCrory from
Order! Retract that. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Yes, so Madam Speaker, we understand that arts are important, and that's why we continue to invest $66 million into the sector, Madam Speaker.
Can you retract that, Honourable Member? Retract it.
Oh, sorry. I'd like to retract the MLA for Inverness's name.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, if they liked arts and culture so much, they would reverse these cuts. These cuts to Cape Breton tourism are all connected. The operations manager for the Celtic Music Interpretive Centre says that they often get visitors sent to them by the Visitor Information Centre in Port Hastings, the same Visitor Information Centre this government is shutting down. Why is this government preventing visitors from discovering the best of our island?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Celtic Colours is sensational. I agree, Madam Speaker. Tourism in this province is up 8%, 3.7.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, just for clarification, during question period, the member for Sackville-Cobequid said he had tabled a document that stated all of the 38,000 students, 90% of them used it once a week, and that his document that he tabled stated that. The document he tabled did not state that, and I asked that the member table a document.
Order. Oh, sorry. That's not a point of order. You can table that if you'd like. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs. Oh, wait. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Canadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Dans votre galerie, nous avons un ami de la Nouvelle-Écosse, un ami de l'Acadie, un frère partenaire pour renforcer les liens entre la Nouvelle-Écosse et la France, le consul général de la France pour les provinces atlantiques, mon ami Bertrand Cahouet. Madam Speaker, in your gallery today, we have a friend of Nova Scotia, a friend of Acadie, my dear friend Bertrand Cahouet, who is the Consul General from France for the Atlantic provinces. I ask all members to welcome Bertrand to the House today.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now we'll get down to it. So, pursuant to Rule 5C, I ask that hours tomorrow be Friday the 13th. Wow, from 9 a.m. to 11:59 p.m.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, the request is that the hours be for Friday, March 13th, be from 11 a.m. to 9 a.m. Sorry. 9 a.m. to 11:59 a.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Jeepers. PM. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I was trying, everybody kept correcting me. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call order of business government motions?
Government motions, order of business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move that you now do leave the chair and the House resolve itself into the Committee on the Whole House on Supply. Sorry. What's that? Oh, on bills, sorry.
On bill.
On bills.
We will have a short recess while, oh no, sorry. The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the clerks set up.
Order, please. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Government House Leader.
Chair, would you please call Bill 193 an act respecting energy?
Bill 193, an act respecting energy. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 193 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 2nd, 2026, and contains 9 clauses and 2 schedules.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill 193, the Powering the Economy Act, legislation that positions Nova Scotia to seize the enormous economic benefits of a modern energy system. Mr. Chair, our Prime Minister talks about the potential of Canada as an energy superpower. When I first heard him say this, it was kind of a darn right moment for me. I was pretty excited to hear him talk about Canada as an energy superpower. And as a Nova Scotian, the most exciting part was that it was proof that finally we have a federal government that will untie the hands of the nation and let us realize our potential. It is so good to have a federal government that is willing to untie the hands of the nation and allow us to realize that potential. This matters, Mr. Chair, and it matters even more in a province like Nova Scotia, where we have so much potential. We can not only contribute to that national goal of being an energy superpower, but we can actually be an energy superpower on our own. And that's exciting. That's exciting. We can't talk about powering our economy without talking about our offshore oil and gas potential. We have incredible offshore oil and gas potential with a long history here in Nova Scotia of safe development and an existing supply chain. We hosted safe exploration and development for more than 25 years, up to 2018. That experience created a skilled workforce, lasting infrastructure, and the know-how to support offshore activity throughout the supply chain. We are not starting from scratch. The scale and potential of the opportunity, especially based on discussions and materials that are already circulating publicly and certainly within the industry settings, is significant. With references to large offshore gas potential and additional onshore gas potential, along with oil potential, we have so much opportunity. And I want to be responsible in how I talk about this opportunity and the estimates that are circulating. And I want to be clear that exploration is not the same as production. You need exploration to lead to production, but they're not the same things. And potential reserves are not the same as proven reserves. And none of this happens in the industry without regulation and safety standards. So we know that all those things are needed. But all that being said, there's a detailed play fairway analysis that was conducted in this Nova Scotia, and that analysis suggests there could be up to 121 trillion cubic feet of natural gas in place. It's an astounding number. And it also suggests that there could be up to 8 billion barrels of oil in place. It's an astounding number. And these are the total potentials. They're not proven recoverable amounts at this stage, but the potential is so significant. But here's the fundamental point that I want to share with Nova Scotians and the industry. In a world where energy security has returned as a defining issue, and where supply chains are disrupted and geopolitical risk affects price, wow, have we seen that recently. But that's the reality of the world. In that world, we can no longer pretend that it is irrelevant that Nova Scotia has offshore resources. It is entirely relevant to the discussion. And we will be pragmatic and we will be responsible, but we are pushing hard to see this resource developed, because ignoring this resource ignoring our potential in Nova Scotia, it doesn't reduce demand. The demand is out there in the world. Just us ignoring our potential doesn't reduce demand. The only thing it does is increase dependence. And that's the last thing we want at this moment in time. So we're pushing hard to see this resource developed in the offshore, and on the onshore gas potential we have in Nova Scotia. Onshore, it can provide domestic supply, it can provide price stability, and it can provide flexibility in the transition to more greener types of fuel. But onshore gas, as part of a system. And it doesn't have to be a standalone solution, but as part of a solution of a system, it reduces volatility and actually supports renewable integration in the system. It's really important. I can't stress that enough. Gas is really important to support renewable energy growth. So banning supply without replacement, all it did for Nova Scotia was increase costs. So we lifted the ban, and we're pushing back to make sure we understand what's possible. We're re-examining the options, and the reason we're doing that is pushing for affordability, relying on affordability, not ideology, and that's really important. So what I want Nova Scotians to know, Nova Scotia entered agreement with Dalhousie, under which the university will administer a provincially funded research and development program focused on onshore natural gas. And this is known as the Subsurface Energy Research and Development Investment Program. And the purpose of this agreement is really kind of threefold. Number one, to advance scientific understanding of Nova Scotia's onshore natural gas geology, including the nature, the location, and the potential recoverability of the gas resources. Number two is to develop the guidelines and criteria for responsible exploration and potential future development. And number three is, of course, to facilitate structured engagement with community and stakeholders before any of the development proceeds. But the overarching idea is to determine whether onshore gas resources can be developed in a responsible, economically beneficial way that reduces Nova Scotia's reliance on imported gas. And that's really important. It's really important for Nova Scotia because Nova Scotia currently imports all of its natural gas. Every bit of natural gas we use is imported, mainly through the United States. So developing local gas would certainly improve our energy security and lower costs too. So there's no question about that. The province estimates that there are about 7 trillion cubic feet of onshore gas. This is an astounding number, potentially enough to serve local needs for many decades. I've heard estimates up to 200 years. It's an astounding resource. So that's why we lifted the decade-long ban on onshore gas fracking, and we have opened the door for a renewed push into exploration. The world is transitioning to more secure energy sources. Everybody needs that energy security. And the jurisdictions that prepare for this transition, that modernize their regulatory frameworks, that invest in innovation, those are the jurisdictions that can ensure the benefits of these industries can flow directly to their people, directly to Nova Scotians. Those are the jurisdictions that tackle those are the ones that will prosper. With Bill 193, Nova Scotia has an opportunity to be one of those jurisdictions. So with those few words, Mr. Chair, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Chair, I ask that you rise and report progress to the House.
Please continue. Honorable Deputy House Leader.
Chair, I ask that you now rise and report progress to the House.
The motion is carried.
Order. Order. The Committee on the Whole House reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 193, and the Chair has been instructed to report progress on this bill and beg leave to sit again to consider it further.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call order of business public bills and orders?
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call public bills for second reading?
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call Bill number 198, the Financial Measures Act?
Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. Before I recognize any members, I have my response to the Leader of the Official Opposition, and I shall read it now so that way can keep maybe everybody on board. On Tuesday, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition rose to request clarification on the scope of debate on second reading of the Final Measures Act 2026. Act raising a number of points in support of her position. Yesterday, I ruled the scope of debate permissible while debating the reasoned amendments to the motion for second reading that was then before the House. The Honourable Member quoted a passage from Erskine May stating that some latitude is permitted during second and third reading debate on the UK's equivalent of our Financial Measures Act, with the proviso that debate may not extend to reopening an entire general debate on policy or public expenditure related to the bill. I agree with this proposition. A discussion of cuts and discretionary government funding with no linkage to the Financial Measure Acts is a textbook example of debate on public expenditure unrelated to the bill. The Honourable Member also quoted from Jantz and LeBlanc to establish that debate on second reading is meant to be focused on the principle of a bill. What is the principle of the Financial Measures Act? The long title of the bill gives some clue. An act respecting certain financial and other government measures. The bill implements those aspects of the budget and of general government policy that require legislation to be made effective. Whenever the principle of the bill is, it cannot relate to matter that is completely unconnected with the bill. There is no nexus between discretionary government funding and the bill. It was said that there is no possibility to debate the Appropriation Act. This is true. However, the Appropriations Act is merely the approved budget resolution incorporated into the form of a bill. The resolutions embody the spending set out in the budget. This is debated first via the responses to the budget speech, then through the debate and questions that occur through 40 hours debate at the Committee of the Whole on Supply and 40 hours of concurrent debate at the Subcommittee on Supply. Furthermore, a number of members have chosen to speak to the budget during the 45 minutes of debate going into supply each day, on which the committee and the subcommittee meet. Questions about the budget have been asked at question period and the topic for the adjournment debate yesterday related to the budget. There is plentiful opportunity for members to debate on the budget. The scope of the debate on the Financial Measures Act need not expand beyond its natural limits to accommodate a debate on the non-legislative aspects of the budget. Lastly, my attention was drawn to occasions on which members were able to speak to the budget generally while debating the Financial Measures Act. One could see that as creating a precedent, or one could see that as an example of Rule 24.2. The rule in relation to irrelevance and repetition in debate being poorly enforced. The presence of motorists speeding on a highway does not imply that a speed limit does not apply. I believe in giving members some latitude to make their points. For most speakers, I allow them at least 10 minutes of unchecked speech to set context for their comments on the bill. But the business of the host is serious, and the claims on members' time numerous. Latitude does not give a member free rein to speak on any topic they choose at any time. Debate on the second reading of the Financial Measures Act must ultimately be connected with the bill itself and may not extend to other matters without the need to establish a nexus with the bill, its principle, and its contents. Thank you, members. We will now continue debate or question. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to focus on a couple areas as we continue on with second reading for Bill 198. And this was subsequent to my question in question period, which I kept more general for purpose of question period. And I do understand the minister has said further to the media that there is more specific changes coming, which is a good sign, but we still don't have them before the House. So I want to speak to the exact clauses in Bill 198 and as they exist today, and reinforcing the need to make sure that that these amendments in this bill do not weaken the conservation efforts and badly hurt woodlot owner organizations, private woodlot owners, and private land conservation organizations with the good work that they've done through many years in this province. And that is speaking specifically to clauses 52 through to 55, which amend the Community Easement Act and Conservation Easements Act. But there's also two clauses that amend the Forest Act, clauses 60 and 61, that could have similar impact. So these are the kind of initiatives that government needs to help. And if they pass these amendments without amending them, then there's going to be fatal impacts to organizations like the Nova Scotia Nature Trust, Nova Scotia Conservancy of Canada, Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust, and many more. A lot of the amendments in this bill actually would punish woodlot owners for participating in carbon credit markets by raising property taxes. So I don't know if the minister has addressed that yet. He certainly didn't at the intro of the second reading, but he'll have an opportunity when he closes second reading. And I would emphasize the need to do that before Nova Scotians take their time, which is valuable, and come to public bills, whenever that'll be. Another issue, we don't know. They have to plan their lives around this, and they're still wondering how this bill will conclude in second reading before they bring their argument forward so that we can, as members, address it in committee of the whole. The amendments as they stand are punitive and unnecessarily heavy-handed, and I could imagine is an unwelcome surprise to many groups that have worked so hard and really their whole life on these issues. So they also run against the law that the government has passed in this House and policy that is existing today. And I'm gonna show you where exactly in a second here. I'm just gonna take a little drink of water. So let's go back to the start of this government in 2021, where the ECRA Act was passed. So the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act was supposed to be a flagship piece of legislation. All members supported it. And there are a number of goals that we're off track on. So to set goals is one thing, but to actually have a plan to achieve them is another thing. And the goal that I've probably mentioned the most in and outside of the House as well is the no longer powering our electricity off coal by 2030. It was probably 2 or 3 years ago that I was comfortable enough saying that it will not happen. With our 8 units still running, and at least 4 of them that were scheduled to close before this year, still running, I still believe that that's not possible by 2030. And another important and germane goal to this specific discussion is around conservation and land protection. So members would know I've asked about the relative to the goal of 20% total land and water mass protection by 2030, and the answer that we are now at 14.55 by counting other areas of effective conservation measures. So that is a shift, but even with that, we are still 5.45% away from achieving that goal by 2030, and the interim goal that has flowed after that. The next part, though, is also the Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy that was released in December of 2023. That's another specific goal that I'll speak to in a minute in terms of what exactly is said in that strategy with respect to conservation and the clauses in this bill. A third part in the ECRA Act is that by 2023, remember this was passed in 2021, that an ecological forestry approach for Crown lands consistent with the recommendations in an independent review of forest practices in Nova Scotia, prepared by Bill Leahy. Back in 2018, I was Minister at the time of what was called Lands and Forestry. Really important initiative that brought together forestry, the industry that's so valued in our province, has been for generations, environmental organizations, community, and a whole bunch of stakeholders across the province that have an interest in this. Landowners, those that are working in the industry, both direct and indirect jobs associated with it. And it was really a balanced report. I think most members would agree that there was, out of the 45 recommendations, there was something for everybody. There was benefits to the industry, certainly, with wood heating projects for public buildings that we worked on assiduously when I was Minister, together with Public Works. Had a full comprehensive list of public existing buildings we could move from oil heat and volatile sources of heat to renewable resources, the low-grade value wood products. So that recommendation, and I don't have all recommendations completely memorized, but I know the spirit of them all. And another one was outcomes-based forestry, where you have predictability and line of sight to managing the landscape. And there was a lot of recommendations around making sure that science was part of prescribing treatments in the forest. But the main recommendation was that we move towards ecological forestry, which is embedded in law in the ECRA Act. And ecological forestry meant that we would move away from high volume, what most people know as clear cutting, but technically term is now high production forestry, that we would move beyond doing that in the whole landscape, or most of it, and have a smaller portion of Crown land dedicated to that, and so that we would have the largest part of what Professor Leahy labeled as the matrix side of the forestry. And then the third leg, which is really important, circling back to the conservation and the 20% target in ECRA, is the conservation leg of the triad. And those three things, we were able to support economic growth, especially with forestry industry. We're able to achieve biodiversity outcomes that we want to see, both in the ecological side, but also obviously in the protected area side. But to comply with the ECRA Act, the government needs to implement that Leahy report and a collaborative protected areas strategy. And you know, we've talked about this in estimates, and the ministers have changed a number of times in natural resources. The name has changed. But the current minister said that we are 95% through that report. And I challenged that by listing off at least 5 or 6 recommendations that I know aren't fully completed in terms of a Western Crown planning exercise, in terms of developing a Class 2 or equivalent process when we're looking at harvesting plans. And there's a whole bunch more. But we aren't 95% through. And I don't blame the minister. That's whatever staff person in the department, that's what they reported to the minister. But what's important is that if we're passing laws that contradict one another, that we need to make sure that doesn't happen. And that's why I'm focused in this part of second reading very targetedly on Recommendation 27 of that Leahy report, again, supposed to be passed by law 3 years ago, regarding the use of conservation and community easements. Whereas the objective of provincial forestry policy in relation to private lands should be to achieve widespread participation in ecological forestry and the associated forestry practices by the owners of privately owned forests, recognizing that landowners can participate in any 3 branches of the triad or in combination. By, and then there's 3 subsections to that, adding some or all of their forest land to the land that is privately conserved in Nova Scotia under the Conservation Easements Act. This is the amendment before us in Bill 198. And just taking a step back from that, I explained to the host in terms of how Crown land was divvied up in the 3 legs. Professor Leahy was talking about how we would hopefully see this implemented on private land, but less with the stick and more with the carrot, and trying to provide incentives so that private landowners have choice. There was only 2 of the 45 recommendations that government accepted at the time that had to do with private land. And that's because Nova Scotians really value to have flexibility and sovereignty, really, over their private land and what they do on their woodlots. But government has policy tools to be able to incent individuals from actually implementing the spirit of the report on their own land. Which brings me to the second section, B, managing their forest land in accordance with the stewardship principles and associated forestry practices, such as partial harvesting that would apply to lands that are part of the ecological matrix, in which a balance between conservation and harvesting objectives is expected to prevail. So that's really important. I think people need to understand that it's, when we're talking about ecological forestry, it's not that we're not cutting trees, it's that we're not cutting them all down. And that in certain circumstances, especially with the makeup of our mixed species multi-age forest, many would know as an Acadian forest, that the most appropriate prescription when we're looking at forestry activities generally is what is referred to as like an irregular shelterwood, and that's what dominates the new guide that came out in 2021-2022, ensuring that we could protect the health of the forest in the long term and supply timber to our important sawmills across the province. And then the third part is the high production side, to ensure we still have large volume. And I will say, I remember meeting with Professor Bill Leahy, how he talked about the result of lower volume coming off Crown land would result in potentially higher volume coming from private land. So managing, in the third part, managing their forest land in accordance with the forestry practices used to conduct high production forestry, adhering to the limits and constraints on clear cutting that apply even in the high production branch of the triad in an ecologically forestry paradigm. So that recommendation, especially the conservation piece, cannot be implemented if the bill as it stands in second reading, if Bill 198 is not amended. So let's leave Leahy for a second and go to what the minister has quoted in the House, the Minister of Environment, that is, through the Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy, which contains commitments to support and expand community conservation and community easements. There is literally a commitment in government policy to expand them, and the amendments in 198 go in that opposite direction. Right in the strategy, it says continuing to delivery of government-led private land conservation programs, continuing existing incentives such as the conservation property tax exemption, developing approaches to further incentivize and reduce barriers to landowner participation in private land conservation. That is as specific as it gets to the clause that's in this bill as it stands in second reading. Some of that might be solved, but I'm not sure that the area around carbon credits will be solved. So in that same strategy, there is a commitment from this government to support and expand access to national and international carbon credit markets. Literally, it says exploring innovative tools such as carbon credit sale and biodiversity offsets that may help meet conservation targets as well as other provincial priorities. So if we're going to penalize folks that are participating in these markets that do provide real value for biodiversity and for carbon emissions, and that ability to have that carbon sink on private land, then the whole collaborative protected areas strategy is not being implemented. We already know that it's stalled in terms of the Crown land work, that we haven't had very much land protected or even a new process to do that deep consultation needed to identify new Crown land pieces that happened in the previous protected land strategy back in 2013. But this specific part of the strategy that speaks to the need to work on the private land owners, which is about 65% of the landscape in the province, is in jeopardy if we are going to look at ending that practice or penalize folks for participating in that market and directing them to just cutting the wood on their land and sending it to a sawmill. So back to the Leahy report that says the same thing about carbon credits. Options for creating the conditions that would enable owners of forest land to earn revenue for their carbon, their land stores, or sequesters should be actively considered and developed. And Professor Leahy went on to say that the department, DNR, which it is now, Department of Natural Resources and Renewables, should commission an independent study on opportunities and options for enabling owners of forested land to earn and trade in carbon markets for storing and sequestering carbon, particularly when they manage their lands in accordance with ecological forestry, or ecosystem-based forestry, as some people would know it as. This is still forestry. There is, I'm not sure if members know, there is a growing amount of woodlot owners interested in doing the right thing for both the environment and for having predictable revenue and conducting science-based forestry on their land. What should be happening if we are implementing the spirit of the whole report is the Departments of Environment and Energy and others working with stakeholders. There should be a framework that maximizes the access of Nova Scotia landowners, including woodlot owners, to carbon credit trading opportunities and beyond in Nova Scotia. Two major policy documents that the government purportedly supports and is implementing, and has timelines that have not been achieved. So as originally proposed, and as is on the floor of the legislature still in second reading, the bill is not on side with the government's own laws, not on side with the policy or strategy or direction. I think this is hopefully inadvertent and a symptom of the whole legislative session coming in with acts that, or budgets especially, that had to be abruptly changed. And that goes back to the symptom of the whole process this government looks at when they're bringing bills forward to the House. When they're bringing budgets to the House, unbelievably. But when you talk to people first that are actually invested into this work, you would understand things like bringing a bill forward, like Clause 52 through 55, that would amend the Community Easement Act and Conservation Easement Act, and then Clauses 60 and 61 that amends the Forestry Act, which should be withdrawn from this Financial Measures Act, Bill 198, and sent back to the department responsible for more thorough study and consideration, and actually do the work and consult with practitioners and affected stakeholders. So that includes industry, that includes folks that are involved in this, includes international markets and looking how carbon credit trading works and the rules around it. But as it stands, these clauses specifically would hurt and punish conservation easement organizations. And I don't think that would be intended. I don't think members of the House want to see less ability for the good work of the Nature Trust, Conservancy of Canada, community easement organizations, Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust, and many other woodlot owners associations and owners themselves that participate in carbon credit markets. These are really reliable government partners, and they should be supported. These are the kinds of organizations that are absolutely critical for the government to realize their own goals in their acts. Their interim protection goal, the legislative goal. It's literally in their strategy that they cannot do it without private land because of our small percentage of Crown land. But I was first glad to hear the finance minister say very quickly that changes could be coming based on feedback, and I understand there were further comments to the media that I couldn't hear because I have to be here to debate this bill. But it is a good sign, despite the way it's moving through the House. So I hope on this particular section and those 5 clauses that we don't wait until committee of the whole, that the minister can clearly outline the details of the changes when he rises to close debate, to assure Nova Scotians that revised amendments will ensure the permanence and durability of easements by removing proposed landowner hardship pathway to easement termination, and by ensuring the Act retains a viable succession pathway for easements if an easement holder ceases to exist or is otherwise unable to uphold their easement responsibilities. So we're asking for the minister to provide transparency on the government's intentions by making the revised amendments public in second reading before this bill goes to Public Bills Committee, whenever that Public Bills Committee is. So that's that piece. The other really important piece I think is worth noting again. I won't take as much time on it, but it is the area around the levy, the new levy for electric vehicle owners and for hybrid owners. And I think it's important, second reading, just to point out the inconsistency with previous legislation yet again. In 2021, when that ECRA Act was passed with all-party support, there was a clause that literally says, by law, and this is a goal, to develop and implement a zero-emission vehicle mandate that ensures, at minimum, that 30% of new vehicle sales of all light-duty and personal vehicles in the province will be zero-emission vehicles by 2030. Again, that magical year, 2030. At the time, years out from 2021, probably something that wasn't well thought out by the government because you need policy to back up how we're going to meet these goals. And when you have Nova Scotians that are trying to help by purchasing electric vehicles and both plug-in hybrids and hybrids gas, that you would think that that would be something that the government would support. Yet the government wants to penalize every year folks that are trying to do their best for the environment and also making a choice that helps with affordability. We know that there is a significant public health benefit when there's less pollution from transportation. We know that there's less greenhouse gas emissions. We still have that greenhouse gas reduction target. And if we look at the emissions from transportation, as a percentage, it's the second biggest cause. And for health, we know that we will have less asthma, less respiratory disease, less heart disease, less premature death, and cleaner air, fewer hospital visits, and healthier communities. But it's also about an economic benefit for our country, where we know we're going to see potential new manufacturing of these kind of vehicles. And to say to those folks that are already paying for electricity, they made the choice because it's an affordable choice, but they put the money and invested in a charger. They're spending money on electricity that is going up year after year, and still spending money on gas, a lot of them. The hybrid users. They paid sales tax on their vehicle, they paid registration fees, and it seems like a tax grab for just a couple $1 million. The only province that's going further than Alberta, I understand, of all places, to tax those hybrid users. But maybe in regulations, I would suggest that the government look at potentially exempting the hybrid users that aren't plug-in. A lot of these hybrids have been around for a long time. And I think members would know that a lot of these hybrid vehicles are getting 8, 9, maybe even 10 liters per 100 kilometers. They are certainly paying a lot of gas tax comparable to other vehicle users. Gas is going up significantly, and they're going to continue to spend more money. But this is just, I wanted to highlight in this reading the consistency of what government says they want to do, if they want to reduce emissions, if they want to promote clean technology, modernize transportation, and then they bring in policy that actually is a disincentive for more Nova Scotians to buy EV, to penalize early adopters in this industry. Those that have had hybrids for years and years and years. And I think that this is something that is potentially politically motivated, that there is something about EVs that's similar to being a target like bike lane infrastructure. But we really should be looking at expanding EV charging infrastructure. We should be looking at encouraging electrification, investing more in public transit. There's no strategy to deal with that whole segment of greenhouse gas emissions right now from this government. Not supporting more transit, not helping individual folks that want to drive an EV. These are folks that are part of the solution, that want to reduce emissions and help their own pocketbook, support public health, strengthen energy independence. You know, this lines up also with ending the solar rebates. So not only those folks that are doing their part that have EVs, a lot of them have solar. But we don't want to help people anymore have their own energy, make their own energy, and then feed it into their vehicles to get around. So it's short-sighted, it's counterproductive. It goes against their own law, the ECRA law. And those areas are probably the two that I have the biggest problem with that I think need to be removed from Bill 198. There are other pieces that I think that are problematic. I'm not going to speak at length, but deciding to give authority for the minister to tow cars off Crown land, I think, is also, in the context of what's happening, I think very targeted. And also, I wonder, well, it was admitted that it had to do with protesters on Crown land. It speaks to coming into the House not prepared with legislation that meets the objectives, because this was already amended last session to deal with stopping protests on Crown land. So I think it speaks to the government doing their homework and bringing legislation forward that's ready to go. And they're changing laws to take away a certain demographic that has been an irritant for this government as of late. So there's really three areas that I'm against in this bill, and of course we'll be voting against. And I would encourage the government to address them in this reading and not wait for the next, not wait for public bills, so that we have, Nova Scotians have an ability to bring forward a thorough argument. You ready? So with those few words, I will take my seat on second reading and look forward to the minister, my colleagues' comments, of course, and then the minister addressing those when he concludes debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise again and seek further clarification on the many aspects of this bill in second reading from the multiple ministers who are responsible. I am speaking against this bill being ready. Clearly, I felt that and previously moved an amendment to send it back for reconsideration. And I am more than ever firmly entrenched in my belief that this piece of legislation is not ready. It is not ready to be considered. And so it is certainly not time to stop talking about it. If this is our chance to hear from multiple ministers, I really hope that they take this opportunity. And what we've seen over the last couple of weeks is not adequate. This is not what Nova Scotians voted for. This is not what Nova Scotians want. It's not what they have a right to in terms of ministers being responsible for the expenditures within their department, in terms of a premier safeguarding the public purse. We have a premier who has willingly said on the floor of this House, who has
Order. It's getting quite loud in here, so I ask that all members respect the person who is speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So one thing I would say too is, I'm going to go back to a couple of other things, but like, I would love it if the ministers, yes, but every legislator in this House has a role to play. And if you're not a minister, then you're not part of executive council. And so actually you're part of the legislature. And your role is to make sure you understand the laws that are before you. And all of the planning and scheming that I have seen around trying to shut down debate on this bill, I wish that people would put the same amount of energy into, like, just take one section. Just take one section. You're a backbencher, just take a section and study it. And if you don't understand what that says, ask the minister responsible. Get the clarifications. Learn the huge bill that is in front of us. I plead with you, it's your responsibility as a legislator, it's your responsibility to your constituents. And it's your responsibility in the context where we have a premier who's willfully ignoring acts of this legislature, who is saying not only has he, but he's saying, I'm going to willfully ignore the Appropriations Act for this year.
Yes.
When I can spend more, I'm going to do it. That's not actually the role of government in terms of keeping the public purse safe. And it's been doubled down in media. I am sure that the rating agencies threw away their pencils when the premier said that previously, and repeated it in the media, and got out their Sharpies, because I just want to repeat. I've tabled and I encourage people to read it for themselves. What Standard & Poor have said, what DBRS has said, and what they've said is that the fiscal framework, and particularly the fiscal restraint, the fiscal plan to get us back to a balanced budget and a more secure financial footing isn't clear. Well, it becomes really unclear. Like, if the premier actually says, take your fiscal plan, your stability plan, and just throw it out the window, I'm going to do what I want. I really just implore people, like I said, we're finding out more and more every day from Nova Scotians who are experts because of the various bills that affect them. There's lots that I'm sure have not had a chance to catch up on, the various provisions. This is why we don't want to have omnibus bills, folks. Like, we have, there's no consultation done with Nova Scotians. I know if I might just harken back to the NDP government, the minister at the time did a budget roadshow and went from community to community and created an online tool where it was put to Nova Scotians, help us balance the budget. So what would you spend money on? What are the well, there was actually an online tool where you had a chance to say, okay, like, these are our structural costs, employment, capital agreements. Here's where we can make changes. I'm just saying, no one has talked to Nova Scotians about this budget in any great detail. And so Nova Scotians and us have to, in a rushed process, in an omnibus bill, try and catch up. This is not ready. This piece of legislation is not ready. I am going to take the time to go through all 20 acts in a minute and put my questions out there and reflect what I'm hearing from folks from various sectors. But, the Financial Measures Act is supposed to activate the budget. So we would expect to see things around like sales tax, for instance, or income tax, or the Revenue Act. But what we see in here is there's some elements of an agricultural policy that are part of it. So the provisions on easements and meat inspection. And again, it's not clear, no minister has stood to say why these are in the FMA. Like, do they have an impact on the financial position of the province? Is something going to cost less? Is something going to cost more? How does this change the responsibility of government? So even within the ability of government to, is it making it easier for government to protect easements? Is it making it easier for government not to protect easements? Do we have the capacity to do that? And I could do that on sort of every aspect of this bill, but we don't know what the cost savings are. In meat inspection, we know that there are some planned reductions. We know that this hasn't been well communicated to people in the industry. We need more abattoirs. Farmers know this, we know this. People often really struggle, especially sort of medium-sized producers struggle a lot to get into an abattoir on time with what they have. This, I guess, will make it so that abattoirs can operate when they are available. And that may unblock some things that may increase capacity. But again, why is that here in the FMA? Why is, and if it's because we've made some cutbacks, we're going to make some further changes, and there's going to be a cost savings, then that should be articulated and understood. My guess, and I would love to be proved wrong, my guess is that nobody has a clue what the financial impact of this is. And so in one way, it's to meet national standards, but what is the cost impact? How is this making the provincial budget better? I keep seeing lots of people chatting in the background, and I'm wondering, with their waving hands and that sort of stuff, if they're ready to hop up and answer questions in second reading about this bill. I cannot wait. I also have noted that there's a natural resources policy in this bill. I had some time with the Minister of the Environment and Estimates, and I sat with my colleague and with the Minister of Natural Resources, and could barely get through some of the most basic questions that we had to ask, one of which was around protected areas, looking for an update to the public information, which was which is available in the public 2023 Collaborative Protected Land Strategy. And at that time, neither minister seemed able to answer that question. That's what they said. They pointed the fingers to each other. But looking at the changes here, what's the impact on protected lands? And I think my colleague from Timberlea Prospect walked through a lot of this. But when I look at the Conservation Easements Act, the Community Easements Act, the Forest Act, the Mineral Resources Policy Act, I guess while I'm looking for a coherent natural resources policy, it's here. It's here. And what it is to take control from Nova Scotians in favor of corporate interests, being able to take over your land for whatever they want. And I do not think it is hyperbole to state that the provisions in this bill that is before us, that I will remind you is the Financial Measures Act. It's not the Natural Resources Act. It's not a bill around forestry policy. They've recommitted to the Leahy report as sort of a core part of our forestry policy. It's not that, but it actually upends rural landowners and rural Nova Scotians and how we've lived in those spaces for generations. And I'll talk through a bit more of that when I get there. But I do not think that is an overstatement. And and then also regressive elements of an environment policy. Again, is this big cost savings? It's not clear, and it's not made clear. So again, it would be great to hear from ministers responsible for those areas, so the ministers of natural resources, of the environment, of agriculture. Why were all of these things included in the FMA? That's not clear. This bill is not ready for prime time, and people are sending us more and more feedback all the time. And I also, at the end, want to say a couple of things around the other reasons why this bill needs to go back. This bill is not ready. This is not a bill that we want to pass for Nova Scotians for generations. This becomes a law. This changes 20 laws, actually, and it's not ready. It's also around, I want to talk about ministerial accountability, and frankly, the abject failure of many ministers in this House to fulfill that role and mandate that's part of our parliamentary tradition. And I want to talk about the very chaotic process that led us to cuts, whatever is happening. But first, let me start going through the act. And again, like I said, there's a couple of pieces that I would love some further explanation and confirmation that what I understand to be this aspect is true. If I name an act and you're like, my God, I love that act. I cannot wait to think about that act. And maybe you're not the minister for it, you're not the ministerial assistant, but you're like, that's my favorite act. Then I would love to have a conversation with you to understand, to make sure we all understand what we all have to vote on to make into law in this province. So, part one, the Assessment Act. And the Assessment Act has a very long and complicated history. It does seem like it's one that is often revised. Which would lead me to think it is complicated. And it seems like some of it is updating, right? So striking out towns and substituting municipal governments, that probably makes sense. We have municipalities. We don't really, that's sort of how we refer to towns and amalgamated municipalities. It is also updated in terms of gendered language, so removing his and he wherever found, as I understand it, to the persons or the person. And it updates that any notice under the Act can be served by electronic means if the person who will receive it has consented to that. So this is how this act interacts with Nova Scotians. And again, I believe this must be the Minister for Service Nova Scotia who's responsible for the Assessment Act. But I would leave it to the Cabinet, many of whom are here, to let me know who's responsible for the Assessment Act. Maybe it's Municipal Affairs. And just confirm why these changes are being made. So there's changes being made to how notices related to the Assessment Act can be given to Nova Scotians. Did Nova Scotians ask for this? Is this a cost savings? What are the unintended consequences? What are the risks that have been analyzed? And how are they being mitigated? This is policy development 101, folks. It is kind of like the least we can do when we want to change a law. Is like why and what will it do? So I noted that maybe we're not sure of who's responsible for the Assessment Act, but would love to talk to that person. And then they're in this notice serving, and again, I'd like to be assured by the minister responsible that this won't have a negative impact in some way, shape, or form on Nova Scotians, because it says in section 25, subsection 2, subsection 53.2 of chapter 23 is repealed, and the following subsections substituted. The notice may be served by personal service. I don't actually know what that is, but I'm going to assume it's defined somewhere else in the Act. Leaving it at the residence or place of business of the person assessed. So, what's wrong with that? Well, I might think about a situation where there's a family with and people living through intimate partner violence. And so that being able to leave information about financial considerations and just leave it actually is dangerous. It's detrimental. Maybe that has been assessed by the department. Maybe that gender-based analysis lens, which I have suggested is something we might want to do with all of our laws, has been applied here. But the problem is we don't know. So when I see that, when I see no consideration for making sure that it is safe to leave this at the residence or place of business, which also is that like, again, is that okay for Nova Scotians? Like that someone can walk in and say, you know, like, here's a new bill, here's a change in your property rights, and I'm going to do it to you at work. So whether you're, you know, an ER physician responding to crises, or you know, you clean at a hotel, like, who wants that being brought into their work life, and how does it destabilize people's work lives? You can post it in a conspicuous place on the property assessed. And again, I really go back to thinking about, you know, I mean, I could game out a whole bunch of scenarios. Again, I'm assuming that people who wrote this did that. But for instance, like, again, in the case of domestic violence or, you know, a separation, so here's a scenario. I'd love to hear from the minister if this is one that was considered. There's been intimate partner violence. The perpetrator has been removed from the home, but you know, violates their protection order all the time, goes near the home. I mean, that's pretty, sadly, a typical experience. And the person who remained in the home actually is having trouble making the bills, is having trouble keeping the property. But they're trying to keep that from this ex-partner, this perpetrator, because they're trying to protect their kids. They're trying to keep their kids. They're trying to keep their job. They're trying to keep their privacy. I mean, in a small community, folks. Like, everyone posted in a conspicuous spot. Like, I just sort of picture, like, driving through, like, you know, I don't know, like, rural habitat in the Annapolis Valley, and people would be like, ooh, like, someone's got something on their front door. I wonder what that is. I mean, you know, and putting that person into further danger. So again, I'm only on page 4. I'm only in the first act that's affected. It's perhaps not even the most controversial part of the bill, but we don't know. So my request is that we have a confirmation from the minister responsible for the Assessment Act that the cost implications of this have been assessed and can be provided, and that there has been an analysis around safety and particular reference to gender-based violence before these changes were proposed. So the changes, I think, just sort of unwrap from there in various subsections. I will be really honest, I have not had a chance to go back and look at the full act and align across each and every time that it's saying that how notices can be provided is changed. And so I can't know if the same concerns around gender-based violence apply or not apply. I haven't done the analysis yet. I would love to hear from the minister responsible, who I'm sure can speak to that. So that's the Assessment Act. Just reading through. I think it's 20 pages of changes, so I'm just going to try and get through. Anyways, yeah, 20 pages. So then we come to the Community Easements Act, followed quickly by the Conservation Easements Act. And this was definitely, I think, probably the first aspect of the bill that I heard from Nova Scotians involved with land trusts, Nova Scotians who have worked with Nova Scotia Nature Trust to protect land, saying, what is this? And this doesn't seem good. And I think that I read an excerpt from this before, but I just want to reiterate, what we had heard. So, current board member of the Nova Scotia Nature Trust, writing to express serious concern. The proposed amendments would allow for termination of conservation easements based on landowner hardship and greater increase the risk of termination when an organization is no longer able to hold the easement by removing continuity safeguards. This is the part that people are concerned about, is that when people make a donation to, for instance, the Nova Scotia Land Trust, they expect it to be in perpetuity. The other letter that I think I've read an excerpt from is, my late husband and I placed our land under a conservation easement with the Nova Scotia Nature Trust in 2011. We were promised our land would be protected in perpetuity under the Conservation Easement Act. The proposed changes to the Act threaten that long-term protection. We placed a conservation easement on our land to contribute to the protection of the extraordinary natural legacy of Nova Scotia. And, so specifically the changes that folks have been asking for is actually just to remove these easement changes altogether from the Act, but they don't belong here. There's nothing in this Act, this bill, that talks about, are there cost savings for government? Are there cost savings for Nova Scotians? That's not clear. There's nothing there. And then at a minimum, propose the new hardship termination pathway. And I understand, again, not super officially, and I would implore the minister to put it in writing and tell Nova Scotians what the changes are as soon as he can. I believe he's been planning a change to this since at least this past weekend, so we're almost at a week. Shared understanding, collective understanding about what's being proposed in this bill and being rushed into law by this government will help all of us. We'll make sure that we're not creating risks for Nova Scotians. My colleague from Timberlea Prospect talked about our law that we all agree to around conservation of protected areas. So I would assume that we count a lot of the Nova Scotia Nature Trust in that. And I wanted to have a look at kind of what the, sorry, I just need to find this, what the Nova Scotia Nature Trust is currently working on as an example. I just think it's probably the most well-known, most widespread in Nova Scotia. Maybe I'm wrong, but, and just a minute. So, the Nova Scotia Nature Trust talks about landowners having a key role to play in protecting Nova Scotia's special places. I'll table all this. This is from their website. This isn't hard to find. And our land conservation program protects Nova Scotia's rare, outstanding, and unique natural areas forever. At the same time, we fulfill landowner wishes to permanently protect the natural legacy that so many of them have proudly stewarded for generations. And this is where I come back to just like upending life in rural Nova Scotia and how families have taken care of places and pieces of property for generations. And now having, it seems, government increasing its capacity to take that away. And I think it's actually really devastating when people want to donate in perpetuity a piece of Nova Scotia, and we want to take that away from people. And just in case you're curious, the current campaign is for the Northwest Margaree. The Margaree is one of the most stunning examples of Nova Scotia's freshwater legacy. A Canadian heritage river since 1998, it is by far one of the province's most scenic and spectacular rivers. Now the Nature Trust has a time-limited opportunity to save 613 acres of the forested slopes that line its northeast branch. So this is the other way that the Nova Scotia Nature Trust protects really special areas of Nova Scotia, is that they often might do like a half and half kind of buying with the current landowner, or there might be like there's a certain amount paid, but then there's a charitable receipt issued for the rest. So sometimes they have to raise money to go get the land they want to protect. So people want to protect it, but the landowner, I mean, that's 613 acres. They probably have some legacy needs in their own family, that they need to have some income from the sale of that piece of property. And but we know we want it. And I'm just going to finish off by saying it's the extremely rare maple floodplain forest that lines the river floor. And I cannot wait to go see the extremely rare maple floodplain forest. They keep the temperature of the river and its tributaries cool, a necessary condition for the healthy population of Atlantic salmon, brook trout, Gaspereau. I know it's super funny.
Order. I ask that all members respect the person that is speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Sigil Sable Island.
So just in case I need to reiterate this for members who were, there's like a whole other building you can go and like hang out in and talk and laugh about whatever you want. The rare forests keep the temperature of the river and its tributaries cool, a necessary condition for the healthy population of Atlantic salmon, brook trout, Gaspereau, and other river inhabitants. And they are also an essential habitat for at-risk terrestrial species, including mammals like the Canadian lynx and the American marten, and some birds, and of course, moose, depend on the harbor slopes for forest habitat. So this is the type of thing we're talking about. I read that to really invoke the vision of Nova Scotians who for generations have said, I'm going to keep this land. I've kept this land. Actually, I can't keep this land any longer because, again, I have some legacy needs. I have kids I want to pass some money down to, whatever it is. But I don't want to see it clear cut. I know that it's important for this ecosystem. I know it's a part of a continuation of a biodiverse corridor. So we have Nova Scotians that help Nova Scotians do that work. And then I also went and looked at, there's the Annapolis Valley Land Trust, and this is where it touches on agricultural policy. So their mission on their website is to protect Nova Scotia's agricultural land and adjacent land that is working forests, restored or enhanced wetlands, natural, scenic, or open space. We work with farmers and other landowners. Our primary means of protection are voluntary conservation easements. And so again, we want to increase the production and the processing of local food products in this province. I think that's a shared goal of everyone in this House. We want to be able to eat local. At the same time, it's very hard for farmers sometimes to figure out like how to keep farming, right? The average age of the farmer is quite old in this province, and we're losing farmland. This is the way to keep farmland. We talk about succession planning of farming. We talk about new entrants in the agricultural industry. And probably the major barrier, again, the minister knows this and could speak to this as well, but the major barrier to new entrants is access to land. And so the Nova Scotia Nature Trust is trying to pull together, at the same time providing farmers with, again, whether it's a charitable receipt or that sort of thing, trying to provide for farmers that they have some way of reflecting the value of this land, but that farmers can also ensure that that land remains in active agricultural use, because once it's developed, it's developed. You don't go undevelop a house or those sorts of things for agricultural land. But also, if land's not being used, then it takes a bit to get it back. So I think this sounds like a really important project, and I know that they have submitted a letter to Public Bills concerned with these proposed changes, and I think it needs to be taken into consideration. Easements seem like the legal framework seems quite complicated, as it should be, and I'm not convinced that whatever changes are coming forward are going to undo the concerns. I would love to see, again, the policy analysis that was done around this. Like, what are the risks? What are the advantages of doing this? What are the disadvantages with this? What are the unintended harms? How can we mitigate them before we accept that this has been a well thought out proposal? So, the minister says it's going to change. I think the whole thing needs to get pulled from the bill until there's better conversations with communities, and that we actually know what we're saying, that we're actually not putting at risk farmland in this province, and that we're not putting at risk protected natural spaces. Let me see where I'm at. I did drop a number of notes on the ground, but I think I'm okay. Oh yeah, I'm going to go through the bill. So then we come to the Crown Lands Act, it provides more power to the Minister of Natural Resources to grant or renew timber and resource licenses for a period of up to 5 years. So it used to be 2 years without governor and council appointment, or 10 years with governor and council approval, and so, simple questions. Why is this good for Nova Scotia? What are the implications? Is it cheaper for the province? Is it cheaper for Nova Scotians? Who's asking for this? If it's in the Financial Measures Act, what's the financial implication? I'd be curious. I'd like to know, it also changes the definition of a person who owns or operates a wood processing facility. And again, wondering how this responds to the needs of Nova Scotians. How is this going to make it easier for the province to protect Crown lands, for people to access Crown lands? Like, what's the motivation? Why are we doing this? I believe it's an expanded definition. Does that increase the cost for Nova Scotia, for the province, in administering that, even by a person? I've definitely received a lot of concerns about the elimination of the Wildlife Division at Natural Resources, and the minister can say all the people who are still employed, but I happen to know at least one of the people who is no longer employed. It's deeply hurtful to undersell the impact of even the loss of a job for one person. It's deeply hurtful to be dismissed without, I don't really know what the language was, but dismissed and sent, loss of income immediately. It's quite hurtful. This is also someone who had an enormous amount of expertise in the work being done. So I'd love to understand, again, the financial implications of extending the power of the minister with regard to licenses, why we're expanding the definition, and then we come to the section 58, the section around the conservation officer or someone else who can find a vehicle in Crown lands and impound it until claimed. And there's a couple of things. I asked about this in the bill briefing for the FMA. We had 25 minutes for 20 acts. And at the time, the legal folks from DNR, representing DNR, whatever, but they didn't know how vehicle was defined. I think we probably need to know how vehicle is defined. Before we can assess this, I am concerned with the increasing identification of enforcement roles for people other than folks like a conservation officer, or in other bills, there's other expanded roles for folks in policing and in implementation. And so, it's also like, it says that the person who operates the impound facility at which a vehicle is impounded is not required to release the vehicle until the fees for removal and impoundment have been paid. So my question for Nova Scotians is, if I got a tow truck, I get a call from a conservation officer or someone who has been assigned by the minister to do this role, hey-oh, there's this truck that's been sitting at the trailhead for Cape Split for a couple of weeks, and its tires are flat, it's gonna sink into the ground, come get it. And so the tow truck driver drives up to the North Mountain, goes to Scotts Bay, gets the vehicle and takes it back, and then nobody ever comes to get it. And so who's out of pocket in that? Are we expecting small businesses, tow truck drivers, to take the responsibility without any guarantee of payment to remove vehicles? When would government step in to support small businesses? And it talks about the person who's removed it or impounded it has a lien upon the vehicle. What if the vehicle is worthless? What guarantee do all those folks have? If I were a tow truck driver and I got a call to go take an old junky vehicle out of a parking lot at a provincial park or protected area, honestly, I would probably think twice about answering that call, because I would not be sure that I'd even get reimbursed for the gas to go get it and drag it back. And then I'd have something, sitting in my yard that I don't actually, they are given the right to sell the impounded vehicle, but only once they provide notice to the registered owner. Again, it's a lot of ifs. It's probably a couple months at least that the person's been out of those, and it doesn't get back the expenses for actually towing the car. It just means that they can sell whatever they have towed, and it really may not be a great thing to be able to sell. I am very disappointed in the amendments around the carbon sequestration part of things, where if you're doing that commercially, increasing the taxes. I'm also really concerned about the proposed changes to the Forest Act. And I don't know where it is at my fingertips right now, but I know that Forest Nova Scotia issued a bit of a clarification. I will hunt that down and table it this afternoon. Because what people are saying, I'll share what people are saying. I am flabbergasted, dismayed, angered by the proposed increase in tax on forests that are not being actively harvested. Intact forests are crucial as habitat for species sensitive to human activities, as well as to maintain ecosystem functioning. They also need to store and sequester carbon to help address climate change. These vital public services should absolutely qualify for a preferentially low tax rate. And so, again, it's a change in taxes. I welcome the minister to stand up and tell us what's been anticipated in terms of increased revenue to the province. I'm not sure there's much, but hey, I might be wrong. So I would love to hear what we're thinking of in terms of increased revenue. Again, balanced with if you're keeping track of more stuff, you need more people actually, or you need a way to do that. So what's the cost to government to go get the additional revenue? It's the Financial Measures Act. We have a huge deficit. These are good questions, I think. Thank you. But I also just think about like how this upends what Nova Scotians have done for generations. So, back to the Forest Nova Scotia. So their clarification is, no. If you have a plan and you're actively implementing that plan, you won't have to have this tax, even if you're not actively harvesting. I don't know. I'm sure each and every one of us in this room knows somebody with a woodlot, maybe handed down through generations. And amongst whomever is the co-owners of that as it's passed through various legacy pieces, there's often an understanding like, hey, we're going to leave the trees standing until until oil hits a certain price. I know of a legacy woodlot in Queens County, and that is the thing. Until it hits a certain price a barrel, we leave the trees in the forest. It's their plan. So, what barriers are we going to put up for rural Nova Scotians to have a plan and to prove that they're implementing it? So, are we going to say to the folks who've got their woodlot to be like, no, that's not a plan. You got to go the Western Woodlot Co-op, for instance, which I joined when I got a woodlot, and they sent out a forestry expert, which was really fun and really cool, and we got to, traipse all over this little bit of forest. And so, in conversations, his thing was like, I'd leave it. It's amazing. There's red spruce on the floor of the valley. Love it. And of course, there is funding that you can apply for in order to make something of your if you do have a harvest plan or a regeneration plan. So you do have to that requires the submission of an official plan. But who's gonna what are we asking Nova Scotians to do? And how often will I have to revise my written plan and say, actually, what are the guidelines? What does this plan look like? What is the burden on Nova Scotians who just want to keep their woodlot for their kids? And by increasing the taxes on this woodlot, on woodlots, you're making it harder and harder for folks to hang on to them. So there's a certain point where, perhaps unlike the Premier, someone might say, I've got my budget. It's pretty tight, but I got it all covered. And, my taxes go up. And my taxes are going up on the woodlot that, I love because I've been told by, my parents to hang on to it until oil gets to a certain price a barrel. I love it. But the increased taxes are actually going to push me over the edge at a time when, other costs are increasing. So I kind of, give up and sell it for a song, and it's swept into commercial forestry. I mean, that is actually the scenario. I would actually go so far as to say that is the objective. And if that's not the objective of these changes, I would love to hear from the minister what is. And again, it's a huge burden on Nova Scotians as far as I'm concerned. What about the woodlot cooperative associations themselves? Are they the people responsible for verifying that a plan exists, providing the expert advice, confirming a plan exists, evaluating the plan, going back and seeing that the plan's still in place, and how are we going to support Nova Scotians? Now, honestly, if we're going to support cooperatives, and that could be some great rural jobs, frankly, but I don't know that that's been considered. And I really think this is really insulting to Nova Scotians and a real shame. And I had another note that maybe I'll table it and speak to it tomorrow. But I think this is a really dangerous change, and we haven't heard enough about it. And I don't think it benefits Nova Scotians. And this is the floor of the House where the minister can get up and explain how it benefits Nova Scotians. I look with some skepticism to the changes proposed in the Gaming Control Act. And again, we have such short time together. There's not consultation done, so we don't know what's coming. And I haven't had a chance, but my understanding is that the current casino, for instance, is not owned by a Nova Scotia company. So we're not actually like doing a good thing for a Nova Scotia company to waive the costs of municipal changes and site changes. And, again, this is the Financial Measures Act. And so I'm curious, and I believe this would fall as the Gaming Control Act, this would fall under the Minister of Finance's purview. Perhaps the ministerial assistant, the MLA for Clare, knows the answer to this. But what revenue did the government give up by proposing not to collect de-transfer taxes and not to enforce those changes as we are? I think the change of location is fairly well confirmed. What's the cost to Nova Scotians? This is a really simple question. What is the cost to Nova Scotians by foregoing the tax income on this change? And particularly when it's for, in fact, I believe, a foreign company, not a Nova Scotian company. I'm really gonna, well, I mean, honestly, I'm on page 14, and there are, let's see how many pages there are. I mean, there's like 39 pages. I am like not going to get through this full act to ask all my questions. Precisely the point, folks. If I've said something today, if you're the minister responsible, love to hear from you, love to get the answers for this for Nova Scotians. Again, it's the Financial Measures Act, so a lot of what I'm focusing on is like, what's the cost, what's the benefit, who benefits, and then also kind of like, what are we doing to Nova Scotians? I'm just going to flip through to see what else I'd like to comment on in this time. Again, I think that my colleague from Halifax, Chebucto, spoke really well with this change in the Meat Inspection Act, the pressure that's being put on small business owners to take on the liability and risk. And that might meet national standards, and we know that everyone's going to do the best they can. But what supports are being offered? How are we actually enticing people to actually build an abattoir industry? We need more abattoirs. We need more processing facilities. And so, yes. And what else? What are the costs to Nova Scotians? How do folks feel about it? They weren't asked. We could take a pause, say if we, this bill is not ready to be put to question, and go and talk to some folks in the meat industry and commodities, abattoirs, small businesses, and kind of just really understand, with this change, what support is needed. What are the increased costs for the small business owners in abattoirs? But I will really definitely leave this to my colleague who articulated quite well some of the concerns. I'm trying to understand, and I'm just checking some notes. So I'm looking at the Mineral Resources Act. I'll just take a quick break too. And I am curious about this change too. So I've been provided like some information from folks who know a bit about gypsum and where it's held in the province. So one of the things is that I understand, and again, I haven't had time to go out and meet with people because this is being rushed through. This complex piece of legislation that changes 20 bills is being rushed through. But I bet you the minister knows, because I bet you the department did the work. So I would invite the minister to answer this question. Are there current community or conservation easements or land trusts that include gypsum that are going to be taken away in order to, with these new, remember the new powers that the changes in the Easements Act would offer in terms of the ability to swoop in if the original trust holder is no longer available. We have a succession plan in the current act, and usually it's to look for other trust bodies that are able to hold that trust. So I'm curious about whether any of those easements include gypsum, and thus are the changes in the Easements Act all about government being able to shut down a community land trust and declare it Crown land and go and get the gypsum off of it? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll get to some of those gypsum sites during March break. We have some time to talk to Nova Scotians. I hope everyone has a chance to do that. So I think I'm just going to pause. If I have any seconds left at the end, I will continue with my walkthrough. I really do want to highlight for the folks who are in here who maybe haven't had a chance to get through this act, to note that there are changes, finally, to something that should be in the Financial Measures Act, the Sales Tax Act, and perhaps the Minister of Finance can speak to those. There are changes in the Securities Act, and again, I would invite folks who have experience in the financial sector to have a look at this. It starts on page 30. It's part 14, the Securities Act. And there's a great deal of changes being recommended, particularly in dispute resolution. And I would love to hear more about that. Why? Is it a cost savings for government? Is it going to cost government? Is it going to cost Nova Scotians? These are my questions. It was quite an extensive piece there. And again, I'll come back if I have time. But the other pieces that I wanted to talk about with regards to why this bill is not ready, and the question should not be put, this bill is not ready. One is around ministerial accountability. So I thought I'd get this chance much earlier when that original resolution 352 dissolving ministers of their parliamentary responsibilities was going to be tabled, and I know it's still out there and I cannot wait because it usually takes me till about now that I get to talk about the Westminster system of government and how it has evolved. But here we are. I'm sorry, but I won't have that much time. So my colleague from Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Greer, can keep on going. Okay. So there's lots out there, folks. There's a lot of information. There's some really good information that is simply operational, for instance. So there's the review of the responsibility and accountability of ministers and senior officials. This was prepared by the Treasury Board Secretary of Canada, but a lot of the principles remain the same. And I'm just going to talk about, the interface between ministers and other elected officials, the interface between ministers and the nonpartisan public service that we rely on to give advice. And in particular, it talks a bit about also Parliament's role, so the legislator's role in holding government to account. And the oldest, I'm going to quote from the table this, the oldest and still amongst the most powerful is control of the public purse. Literally why we're here, folks. Literally why we have a Finance Act that provides for an annual budget. We have, as a government, the exclusive right to taxation, and we have the exclusive right to the expenditure of public funds. And we should be taking care of those. And our role here is to ask ministers to be accountable, another pillar of the Westminster system, for the spending within their departments or their responsibilities. It's true. We no longer have government department business plans. We no longer, maybe you don't have mandate letters, but we certainly don't get to see them. There's so little ways for Nova Scotians to understand what people are doing in various areas, in various sectors. People don't think about departments, they think about sectors. with our money, with Nova Scotians' money. And just to talk about what the main estimates process looks like in the Westminster system, the government / the executive, the cabinet, under the leadership of the Minister of Finance, presents Parliament with spending proposals for a fiscal year and provides details on individual programs and on the plans and performances of departments and agencies. It indicates the areas in which it will spend funds and defines the limits to what government may legally spend on a program without returning to request more funds. And as I've noted, in every other jurisdiction in Canada, that requires a supply bill or an appropriations act, even if government has responded to an emergency. So whether that's a forest fire, that's a drought, that's a beloved playhouse experiencing a devastating fire like in Chester, government can respond. It is not saying government cannot respond to an emergency. I mean, if I had more time, I could talk a bit about the structure of something called the crisis pool, which helped manage fiscal resources at the federal level, but buy me a coffee. I'll talk to you about that one. But ministerial responsibility dictates that cabinet ministers are personally responsible to Parliament for their actions or policies in the management of their departments. Under the Westminster system, they must justify their decisions. So I've just asked a bunch of questions, love to hear them. Answer for departmental errors and maintain the confidence of the head, so the Premier, who does hold the ultimate authority to determine consequences. But the cornerstone of the Westminster model is this doctrine of ministerial responsibility or accountability. This is so important. A minister cannot get rid of that responsibility. You can't say, I don't know what the cuts were, staff made them. That's literally not how this works. And so, you got the big bucks, you got the big office, all this sort of thing, but you also have an enormous responsibility. And you need to understand what's happening in your department. Now, it's been clear over the past number of years. I mean, I've been involved in estimates preparation in other settings, supporting folks coming forward. It's been clear in the 5 years of estimates in here that there are some ministers who really know their department and the programs that they are responsible for, and they come to estimates to have a real discussion. To have a real discussion about what's going on, to answer questions, to not filibuster, not to take one question and not answer it and speak for an hour, those sorts of things, actual great conversations. And that's important because in many cases, the questions we're bringing forward in estimates are actually from Nova Scotians. And your ministerial accountability means that you need to be able to speak competently because you are legally responsible for the answers. And you together comprise the executive. I mean, I don't know if people, we could have a look at some of the ministerial documents that you signed, but together, ministers are the executive. And this again is, I'm getting back to the point that the executive has a role and the legislature has a role. And if you're not in the executive, actually you have a different role. So the executive is I agree with I've put my input on behalf of my department into the direction of this government, and I stand behind it. Because if you don't stand behind what your department is doing, if you're not willing to be accountable, then you need to step away, frankly. That's you just can't, you have to be accountable. You have to be prepared to stand behind it. You have to be prepared to account for the public purse. And then the rest of us, all of us actually, as the legislature, then have a different role. And that is to make sure that the laws that are before us, that are being proposed for Nova Scotians, again, 20 laws are being changed in the Financial Measures Act, and there's really not a lot of mention of money. So I know that there's some unparliamentary words about how I think the natural resources provisions are, and I'm trying to think of the best way to say it that's not unparliamentary. There's some surprise elements. I think there's some surprise elements for all of us, and certainly for Nova Scotians, in what is the Financial Measures Act. They might think it's a dry read on things under the purview of the Minister of Finance, like the Securities Act, changes to the Income Tax Act, the Sales Tax Act, et cetera, et cetera. And surprise, there is a whole bunch of natural resources policy for which no financial analysis is actually presented. And surprise, there's even some of the tax measures. I will say, of course, the EV tax measure that's a tax measure. That's costing Nova Scotians more. That's actually, there's been some blah, blah, blah about no new taxes. That's not true. This is a new tax. There it is in the Financial Measures Act.
Forestry one, too.
Oh, the forestry one, that's an increase in taxes on folks who have land in rural Nova Scotia. So actually, there are a lot of new taxes. So, you know, and well, yes, and also around vaping, which I mean, I would say probably is good for public health. So, but to say that there's no new taxes is actually not reflected in the bill, if I may say in a parliamentary way. The Financial Measures Act is a mess. The budget process is a mess. It is not time to consider this bill any further.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. Feels like I was just here talking. I didn't talk for an hour last night. I won't talk for an hour today. I feel like I left a lot of who I was on the floor last night, and I'm just going to pick up. Thank you. I'm just going to pick up where I left off last night. But in the spirit of collaboration, as I spoke to last night, I just don't think this bill is ready. I think it deserves a little bit more conversation, a little bit. There's more questions we want to be answered, but I want to start today with a story. For those of you who have been around Halifax for a while, a little less than 10 years ago, there was a bar on Agricola Street called Lion and Bright. And I am quite close with the owner of Lion and Bright. And when I first met him, I was like, hey, tell me more about this name. I'm intrigued. I'm a girl from the Valley. I know that oxen pairs are named Lion and Bright, or Turk and Tiger, or Star and Diamond. It was obviously a nod to agriculture, and I wanted to know the story. And he said that though he wasn't from Nova Scotia, he came here to go to school at Dalhousie. He could tell very, very quickly that we have, and I just think this is so lovely the way he framed it, Nova Scotians have a heritage of hustle. And he said, I wanted to tip his hat or give a nod to Nova Scotians in respecting an oxen pair and name it Lion and Bright, because like a team of oxen, we work really hard in Nova Scotia. And we have to work together to get where we're going. And I just thought that was such a nice story. So we talk a lot about the heritage of hustle in our house, and the pride that Nova Scotians have in working hard. They work hard for that paycheck, and that paycheck then turns into tax dollars. Thank you for staying with me there while I got back to the point. Tax dollars, which then comes to the floor of this House, and we discuss where those tax dollars are going. And so, Mr. Chair, I say the point that I don't think this bill is ready to go. We still have more questions, and I want to talk about easements, because I didn't really talk about that much last night, and so I have questions about easements. Today, in question period, the Minister of Finance, he rose and he mentioned this clause in the bill, and I do really respect that he spoke up and answered some questions. I think there was also mentioned in the scrum that there are some changes coming, but I'm unsure of the changes and would like to discuss them more. I don't think the bill is ready. But okay, what is an easement? I had to Google it because it's not as easy as it sounds. A community easement is a legal agreement that allows a designated group to protect and manage land while community, cultural, or environment purposes, while the landowner retains ownership. I'm paraphrasing. And I was like, okay, these sound really important. So I made a few calls to talk to people, get their opinion. I spoke with colleagues, I spoke with farmers. The Nova Scotia Farmland Trust, they've got some thoughts here. They've got some questions. The Nova Scotia Farmland Trust, they currently holds perpetually conservation easements on approximately 600 acres of land. And they expect that that based on firm expressions of interest from landowners, at least 900 acres of land will be subject to perpetual conservation easements within the next year or two. That's so great. That's so great. Under the Act, as it currently exists, easements may only be terminated by one, an agreement between the holder of the easement and the landowner, or two, if the landholder of the easement ceases to exist and neither the province nor any other eligible body under the Act has taken over easements within their respective 90-day option periods. That's direct from the bill. So under this Act, I think donors of perpetual conservation easements to the Farmland Trust have every reasonable expectation that their intent will be carried out in perpetuity, forever. That's important. This Act, any owner of land subject to a conservation easement may apply to the Supreme Court for termination of the easement at any point in time based on extreme hardship. I think the minister, and I would really love to hear more from the minister on this, I think he said that they're going to change that. I'm unsure. I have more questions. I'd love to hear from him. I don't think we're ready to send this bill to the next step. We still have conversations to have. And under the current Act, if a holder of conservation easement ceases to exist, the landowner is to notify the minister, who is to give notice to all other eligible bodies, and that's in quotations. What does that mean? Who are the eligible bodies? Who also have the opportunity to take over the easement. If none other eligible bodies elects to take over the easement, it terminates. The minister is given a period of 90 days to take over the easement. If the minister declines to do so, the easement terminates. That feels like a lot of pressure to save really important land. And some of that important land, dike lands. Now, I know that the Minister of Agriculture is working really hard to save farmland. I know that he introduced a program in this last year that is doing that. He's working hard to save farmland because I know he knows when we lose farmland, it doesn't come back. Like, no one's like, let's bulldoze this apartment building and make it cornfield again. That doesn't happen. And so I'm wondering if this bill is contradicting the work of our agriculture minister. Because I know he's saving farmland. He's working hard on that. What happens if these easements, the Farmland Trust ceases to exist? What happens? This is a genuine question. What happens if it just disappears? What happens to that 600, potentially 900 acres of land? Rewind back for a minute. Dike lands. For those of you who don't know about dike lands, they hold cultural significance. They hold heritage significance. They are a part of our province that is protected from coastal erosion. I have a memory of my grandfather, who was a cattle farmer, haying the dikelands. And he talking about how important they were for agriculture. And I know we don't want to lose those. They're nutrient dense. They're ideal for agriculture production. They have great cultural heritage. The Acadian settlers built and designed those great dikelands. And can you believe it? They're still giving abundance. They deserve to be protected. I'm worried about them in this easement. I don't. Do they qualify in this bill? I don't know. It's a genuine question. As I understand it, if there are easements on these lands, what happens to them if the act passes? I don't have a lot to say today. Like I said, I left my heart on the floor last night. But I just want to leave you today with the story of the heritage of hustle and my concerns over losing protected land that I know a lot of us are really working hard to keep. I'm going to take my seat now. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I am actually pleased to have the opportunity now to stand up and speak at second reading, but more particularly on the government's motion to call the question in relation to the Financial Measures Act. And so I had to look this up because I didn't actually know what the motion was or what it meant we were debating when this was put on the floor yesterday, I think it was. I believe it was put on the floor last evening, and then subsequently we didn't debate. So for me, I think it's really important. I want to make sure that I stay relevant. I want to make sure that I'm staying on topic. So for me, it was really important to understand the scope of the motion, what it meant, what it does, and how it informs the next steps of debate. And so effectively what it means is that debate time is now limited at this stage, at second motion, for the Financial Measures Act. And each MLA now has the opportunity to speak for 1 hour, after which the vote will happen. That's it in a nutshell. But I like to go deeper, so I wanted to understand, where did this rule come from? It actually doesn't show up in our Nova Scotia Rules and Forms of Procedure of the House of Assembly. It is only referenced in our rules as a bit of an aside, and it's referenced in Rule 26 sub 2, which is talking about the right of a mover to reply. So that's the person who makes a motion. Do they have the right to then argue on that motion? And what this says is that a reply shall be allowed to a member who has moved a substantive motion, but not the mover of an amendment. The previous question or an instruction, the previous question or an instruction to a committee. So that rule is about who gets to speak. But what we're talking about here is the previous question. That's the motion. That motion, not in our rules, actually is articulated, give me a moment, in Jansen LeBlanc, which is a procedural House of Commons procedure and practice document. And that actually sets out the motion that explains what it is that we're debating right now. And so I think it's helpful, it certainly was helpful for me. I think it's helpful for those of us on the floor of the House to know what it says. Again, ensuring that we're keeping on topic and keeping relevant, we need to understand what the scope of the motion is. So I'm going to read a few excerpts from that. And the operative clause, the magic words, as it were, that enables this motion, moves it forward, is that the question now be put. And what that signals to all of us in the House, although it makes probably no sense to anyone who's never been on the floor of the House, is that we're going for a vote. We're gonna decide on the motion. And so it goes on. So that is what the motion that government put forward yesterday. Jansen LeBlanc goes on, and it says, although it does not necessarily put an end to debate, the previous question which is what this motion is also called, the previous question, restricts the debate and may expedite the putting of the question. And I think that's really important. We have a lot to say. There's a lot of content in this bill. There's already been a significant amount of debate, but there's been signals as well that there's a lot more to come. We've only heard at second reading from one of the 7 or 8 ministers who have bills under this piece of legislation. We heard from him for 6.5 minutes. So we anticipate, given the scope of this bill and the number of clauses and the breadth of the coverage, that there should be a lot more debate to come. So restricting debate and going ahead with the question, I think is disappointing, certainly to us who have a lot to say, have a lot to ask, who have constituents who are reaching out, who have opinions that they want us to express, questions that they want us to put. So this continues on. Just for some context so people know the procedural implications. The previous question, again, that's the motion we're debating, precludes the moving of amendments to the main motion. So that's an important point. That means if anyone in opposition or even government wished to make an amendment, a further amendment on the question at hand, this motion prevents that. So if we're hearing from constituents with amendments that they want to see us bring to the floor in the course of this debate, government's decision to move this motion stops us from doing that. And that's significant. I mean, we're only 3 weeks into legislature now. We haven't gone on for a long time. We've only heard from government at second reading for 6.5 minutes. Certainly, if we were weeks or months into a session, which is what other provinces and the feds find themselves sitting for, and the session was dragging on and government was unable to move ahead with their priorities after a lengthy period of time, I could see a motion like this being appropriate if multiple amendments had come forward and we were looking at stalling tactics. But that's not what's happened here. What's happened here is government has rapidly dumped a significant number of pieces of legislation on this House and on the province, and with no opportunity for input, calling hours until 11:59 every single night, which prevents which really, I won't say it prevents because I know we are working hard to connect with constituents and bring their concerns to the floor, but it severely restricts constituents' ability to contact us, our ability to follow up with them, and we are 3 weeks in and the government has already put forward a motion to curtail debate. So I think knowing that is really important. So this goes on. When the previous question is proposed, another period of debate begins. So that's actually kind of helpful. That opens the door for MLAs to speak again if they wish to. But it does preclude amendments, so there is a restriction. And it goes on to say, by precluding amendments, the previous question is a method of curtailing debate. And then it says, which has unpredictable results, which I thought was kind of interesting. I'm not going to go deep down that rabbit hole. I won't explain the unpredictable results it has. That's not necessarily pertinent to this debate. But I did find this to be kind of funny. I found this to be funny. This is just the last line, and then I'll put Jansen LeBlanc away. And it ends as follows. Because of the many restrictions that regulate its use, the use of this motion that the government's put forward, as well as its sometimes unexpected outcomes, the previous question has been described as the most ineffective method of limiting debate. So I take some consolation, I suppose, in the fact that government didn't proceed with the two ways of limiting debate that they had signaled to us previously they were going to, and that we heard from community members quite vigorously that they didn't want to happen.
Order. As I've been saying now for a while, I'm asking you to weave in and out. I want you to talk about the, well, you already know what you can talk about. So talk about the bill and talk about the reasoned amendment, and that's it. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
So, Madam Speaker, just to clarify, I think we are no longer on the reasoned amendment. We're actually on the motion where government called the question, which I believe allows us to talk about whether or not it is appropriate to go to vote now or to continue on.
It's order. So you're allowed to talk about the previous question. and the bill. That's it. That's clarity, okay? Is that clarity? Is that clarity? You can just tell me. No, it's not. Why? What I'm going to do is I'm going to read this again, because that's what we're going to do. We're not stopping a clock. I'll just read it again. And I can read it again after this if there's still no clarity. On Tuesday, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition rose to request clarification on the scope of debate on second reading of the Financial Measures Act. Actually, you know what? I'm going to save it all. I'll just go to the end. Let me find it here. I believe in giving members some latitude to make their points. For most speakers, I will allow them at least, 10 minutes, which we're at. I will allow them, unchecked speech to set context for the comments on the bill. But the business of the House is serious, and the claims of the members, time, latitude does not give a member free rein to speak on any topic they choose at any time. Debate on the second reading of the Financial Measures Act ultimately be connected with the bill itself and may not extend to other matters without the need to establish a nexus with the bill in principle and its contents. So I ask you to talk about the bill and the question. Okay. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm really not trying to be difficult. I really am wanting to understand the rule and the clarification. So I'm going to sort of talk you through where my head is so that I can hopefully get some clarity. So I appreciate the Speaker's ruling on the reasoned amendment. The reasoned amendment had a particular topic, but the reasoned amendment had a particular topic. We are now on a different motion, and this motion is government calling a question. And so what I'm trying, and this is like, I really am trying to understand. So the calling of the question is a motion that curtails debate. And so to me, I would expect that the reasons to curtail debate or not curtail debate and what Nova Scotians have said about that would be relevant to the question. I may need to ask for a ruling because they're two different motions. I'm not sure.
And that's fine, but I'm asking you to weave it together. You can't be 10, 15, 20 minutes on this. I asked you to talk about the bill, and I asked you to talk about the question. I recognize the member for Lunenburg West.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just to be clear, the question is whether debate is curtailed and restricted and no further amendments will be allowed. That is the motion that government has put forward. I'm talking about the motion very specifically, not the bill. I do have some comments on the bill, but I'm focused on the motion, and I'm really trying to stay relevant. Perfect. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So one moment, I need to find my notes. All right. So again, the motion right now is a motion to limit debate and amendments at second reading of the Financial Measures Act. And this is actually something that I've heard specifically from constituents on. One of the things that I've been trying to do in advance of this session, and as this session proceeds, and it's difficult because, again, we've spoken about how long the hours are and the volume of legislation that we're working through in those hours. But one of the things that I've been trying to do is to inform the public on the proceedings that we're involved in, the content, what it is that we're doing here, because it's really complex. And so we understood a few days ago that government actually approached us with an intent to use some of the rules of this House, different rules, not the motion we're talking about now, but different rules. The two are closure and time allocation to restrict debate. And these are all legitimate rules that exist either within our own rules and forms of procedure or rules and forms of procedure that we adopt and use federally from Canada because we follow that tradition, the Westminster tradition, or even sometimes we rely on British rules and other rules. But in this case, closure and time allocation, we have them here in Nova Scotia. And so in the course of sharing with constituents what was going on in the House, what sorts of things we were debating, what procedures were underway, I did share with them the possibility that these rules would be used, just to let folks know. And so I got lots of feedback on that. And that, I think, is very relevant to this question, because these three rules, the closure and time allocation rules, which are in our rules and forms of procedure, and the calling of the question, which is the motion that we're now debating, they're all motions that restrict the time that opposition, that everybody has to debate. It actually also restricts the opportunities for government MLAs to bring forward their constituents' concerns as well. And so, so very much relevant to and fundamental to this motion that we're debating right now, that the government has put forward, is the question of whether it is appropriate to restrict government or opposition's ability to make amendments, or to limit the amount of time that we can spend debating this this bill at this stage. And so I think it's really important to share the things that I heard from constituents about this question around whether or not time should be restricted in debate. And so I actually have a few examples of the kinds of things that that we've heard. And so this is one example. It's actually from a constituent of Queens, but I was copied on it, and it says, "I do not support the use of closure and time allocation to shut down debate." This constituent goes on and talks about the importance of transparency and full discussion of the laws that affect them. And so, you know, the motion that government has put forward to restrict the time that we can debate the Financial Measures Act at second reading really goes against what this particular constituent is looking for in terms of that full discussion. They also go on to indicate that these types of rules that restrict debate are intended to be used in exceptional circumstances. And I think that was something that I had spoken about before. When we are, if we look at those places, those provinces or the House of Commons federally, whose schedules allow for lengthy sittings, many weeks, months at a time, you know, at the federal level, I think they sit almost as much as they don't sit. In those situations, there is a real possibility that the movement of bills through the House can be stalled by tactics of opposition. That is a tactic that happens. Filibustering does happen. And I think that these rules are very appropriate, and this particular constituent from Queens who wrote in to share this with me, and I think also I see with her MLA, this particular constituent believes that those are reasonable rules to be used in exceptional circumstances. But I would submit, Madam Speaker, that 3 weeks into a legislative session, I'm going to go back to my notes on this particular bill. This bill was tabled, first reading February 25th, second reading only started March 9th. So second reading began for this bill only a few days ago. We're young into the debate of the significant piece of legislation that is the Financial Measures Act. We've only heard from government for 6.5 minutes on this piece of legislation. So this, I would say, is not the kind of exceptional circumstance that would warrant government trying to restrict debate through a motion like closure, like time allocation, or calling the question like the debate that's in front of us right now. So this particular constituent goes on and says that the bills are not well supported in community. So I think this is an important point. So we were talking sort of about the procedural elements and the kinds of exceptional circumstances that justify or don't justify the use of rules that curtail debate in the legislature. And I think those are important considerations as we all think about whether we're serving our constituents well by shutting down debate on the Financial Measures Act. But not just the esoteric considerations. I also think it's important to hear the specific concerns about the bill, because that really can inform us as well. I mean, if we weren't hearing from community that there were any concerns, then maybe curtailing debate wouldn't matter. If none of us had any emails in our inboxes, any calls coming into the office, any people outside protesting, if those things weren't happening, if our social media wasn't alive with engaged citizens sharing their beliefs and feelings and concerns about the legislation that we were dealing with, then perhaps it would make sense to say, you know what, let's pack up and go home. We'll pass the bill. Nobody's got anything to say about it. We really don't need to stick around and debate for a lengthy period of time because Nova Scotians are happy with what's been put forward. But that's not the reality right now. Right now, in fact, we've seen multiple protests outside of this legislature and across the province. My inbox is flooded on a daily basis with people providing input on this exact bill, on the Financial Measures Act. I am getting emails by the hour, if not by the minute, with people expressing concerns. And we've seen lots of dialogue on social media about the bill. And so this kind of situation, with the amount of information that people are sharing about the contents of the Financial Measures Act, with the amount of correspondence that we're receiving about the content of the Financial Measures Act, there's so much that needs to be said about this particular piece of legislation and the variety of bills that are included within it. And so this person's email, I think, and their point that they make on that, the fact that these bills are not well supported in community and the need then as a result of that for discussion, reevaluation and readjustments. And I think that, you know, this particular motion that was put forward, not only does it curtail time that we have to speak about the bills, but it actually also prevents us from providing amendments. And that speaks very clearly to what this constituent of Queens is saying. They are asking for the opportunity for MLAs to bring forward adjustments, amendments. And so this motion flies in the face of what this particular constituent is saying to the MLA for Queens and also sharing with my office. They go on to indicate that when debate is cut short, MLAs lose the opportunity to raise concerns for community. Problems in legislation may go unexamined. I think that actually is another really compelling a compelling factor in determining whether it's appropriate and suitable to curtail debate at any particular stage of legislation. Because when there's not enough time to evaluate and research and consider the terms of the legislation, when we don't hear from government on the reasons for legislation being put forward, the implications for the terms that are being brought forward in legislation, the analysis that went in to the creating of the legislation, and really, when we don't hear from government on anything other than 6.5 minutes of an introduction, we're left to figure that out on our own. We're left to figure all those things out on our own, and Nova Scotians are left to figure out all of those things on their own. And in the hours that have been called, you know, I'm here at 9 o'clock every morning, and we typically start at 11 or 1 in this House, and their committee often before that, and we have hours called consistently by government till 11:59 in the evening. We are here on the floor doing the work. That doesn't leave very much time for considered analysis and research and engagement with community. And so I think the point that problems may go unexamined if we don't have time for fulsome debate and consideration is a really, really good one. And, you know, we've seen many examples of this government hastily diving into things that prove to be really bad ideas, that they walk back. And this happens over and over again. I mean, the most recent version of it is the retraction of some limited cuts that this government made in their budget. So one would think, after this happening, over and over again, that government would learn that it takes time to get things right, and that they should allow that time to unfold and allow people the opportunity to provide input so that things don't have to be continuously walked back. I mean, I would think just from their own reputational perspective, that would be a sensible thing to do. So to me, barreling forward with this Financial Measures Act, moving ahead with a motion that restricts debate after 3 weeks in and limited hours on the bill and 6.5 minutes from government, I feel like maybe those lessons aren't getting learned. And I'm not really sure what is required for government to learn the lesson that it's important to take the time to go.
I ask that the member look at me when they're speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you for the reminder, Madam Speaker. So I think, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it will take for government to learn that you need to go slow sometimes, and you need to listen sometimes, and you need to do that before you screw it up sometimes. But hopefully this motion gives us the opportunity to explore that, because this motion brings into question the very issue of, do we go fast, do we stop input, or do we slow it down and allow things to unfold reasonably with fulsome input and debate? So I think, I look forward to hearing from other members of the opposition on this exact question. This is the specific question the motion raises. And I'd love to hear from members of government on how they feel about this specific question. So I think I actually really look forward to the conversation. I'm disappointed that the motion was brought forward. I'm disappointed that after hearing from so many Nova Scotians that they didn't want to see debate curtailed, that the government went ahead anyway and tabled a resolution to shut it down. So that's disappointing to me. That doesn't seem like listening. But the fact that we now have the question on the floor about whether or not it's appropriate to curtail debate lets us talk about that question very fulsomely. And I really look forward to hearing what other people have to say about that. I would invite, in fact, like I said, this particular email that I'm looking at went to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Emergency Measures. I'd love to hear from her in terms of what her response is to this email from her constituent. And so maybe there'll be an opportunity in the course of debating this motion to hear from her about this particular question. So that was just a few points that were made here in this email. If I continue on, there may be some others. She goes on to say that democracy works best when decisions are made in the open with debate and accountability and public participation, and very unequivocally says that she does not support the use of the rules that curtail debate. And so I think that's a fair position for a Nova Scotian to take with their MLA. She further goes on to say there's a lot of concern about changes in the proposed bills, and they don't deserve to be rushed through without debate or modifications. She makes a very specific request, and she asks us to please do better. Please answer the questions openly and honestly, directed on the floor of the legislature. And then she goes to make some requests that are not related to this specific piece of legislation, so I won't go on to share those at this moment in this context. They might be relevant later. So that was one letter. I don't have a tally of, maybe I do. Give me 1 second. I'm going to check and see if I have a tally of how many emails I received on this. I don't know how many emails I received on this. I do know that the post that I made sharing a variety of aspects of the procedure of the House, but specifically sharing the question of the possibility that government might move to curtail debate and limit debate, received like hundreds of shares and an awful lot of comments. And quite consistently, the comments were that there was not public support for government to try and stop debate or limit debate in any way. There is a great deal of interest, certainly conveyed through social media, by Nova Scotians in having the opportunity to hear, to have their voices heard on the floor of this chamber through fulsome debate, not having debate limited. One moment while I just find find the next email. All right. So, oh goodness, this goes on. This is more substantive about Bill 198 though, so I'll save these ones for later. But I think the one that I went through was actually just a really good example and was quite reflective of the other correspondence that I've received from individuals who really do not support the curtailment or the limiting of our debate in any way. And not only do they not support it, I think you know, some of the messages that I've heard are more significant than that. We hear all the time that things aren't supported. But what I'm hearing from Nova Scotians is some of the practices that they see happening make them feel betrayed. And that's far worse than not supporting. We can have disagreements about policy. We can have different ideas about steps that we want to take in any sector, in any industry, how much spending should we do, what supports we should provide. Those are, people can get emotional about those things. They impact people's lives, so that's legitimate. We can have like big legitimate emotions about all of those things. But we can take a path on any of those things. Any of those paths isn't necessarily a betrayal, right? If you make a policy decision about a direction to go on many of the things that we debate in this House, that policy decision doesn't mean a betrayal. People may be unhappy about it, people may be frustrated, it may not align with everybody's ideas or opinions, and that's natural. We live in a diverse province with all sorts of different ideals and beliefs, so like that's okay. But when people start talking about decisions of government that makes them feel betrayed and makes them question the state of our democracy and question whether they are actually represented in this House, that's a real concern. And those are the kinds of messages I'm getting, specifically on the question of whether debate should be restricted. And so I think it's important to share that perspective in the House and to share that, because I think that should be very compelling to us when we make decisions, when we vote on this motion, which will happen once everybody's had an opportunity to speak. We will vote on whether or not this ends debate at second reading or whether we get to go on. And I think those messages that our inboxes have been flooded with should be considered very deeply by MLAs who are voting on that question. Thank you. I'm hydrating with tea, and that's not ideal. Okay, so I think that's captured one of the elements that I wanted to talk about as to why the motion to call the question really shouldn't be supported at this time. I think I hope that I've captured the variety of reasons that Nova Scotians and people in Lunenburg West are sharing with me about why they want to see fulsome debate on the floor of this House, why they do not want to see the time restricted for debate. But I do have a couple of other reasons, and I will go back to the bill, but I actually think I think it's really important that we flesh out the debate on the specific motion. I look forward to getting back to debating the bill, but the motion itself is an incredibly important one. The motion goes to the question of democracy, the question of representation, the question of accountability, the question of transparency, the question of whether Nova Scotians' voices are being fully heard on the floor of this House or not. So as much as I want to get back to the bill itself, this is just as important. And so I'm glad we're having the opportunity to have this conversation openly and transparently here on the floor. So one of the points that I did want to make around whether or not it was appropriate at this time to call for the question and move this over to public bills, because fundamentally that's what will happen. If the government's motion proceeds, we will all talk for one additional time on this bill at second reading, and then then our opportunity to speak will end, and then the bill will go to public bills. Thank you so much. Then the bill will move to public bills. Now, we know public bills has recently been had limited notice provided. So I'm not sure if it was the last sitting or the sitting before that of public bills where public got 12 hours notice between the time that the meeting was set and the meeting happened. That's not very much time for people to get notice. And so we know as soon as this bill gets through second reading, it's possible that the public will only get 12 hours notice after that to put their name forward to speak on this bill, on the Financial Measures Act. So that's not a lot of time. I've heard from people who have expressed concern about that. We know that there are lots of people who want to provide input on the Financial Measures Act, and providing 12 hours notice doesn't allow people time to make arrangements for work, doesn't allow people time to make arrangements for school, doesn't allow people time to make arrangements for childcare or possibly transportation. I mean, some of us live within an hour and a half of Halifax, which is where public bills occurs. But lots of people here, constituents in Cape Breton, constituents in Yarmouth, those folks, if they want to come and attend in person at public bills, which is an important experience. I mean, there is a virtual option, but people want to be in person. People want to see the responses of others, and we know virtual is a second best option. Great to have, but not what people always want. Having only 12 hours notice just completely eliminates the possibility that they can participate. And that's not fair, and it's not democratic. So we know that when debate is curtailed on this, when this moves forward, we may find that people are very disappointed to have only 12 hours notice to be able to potentially speak on this at public bills or not. The silver lining is that there's already significant interest at public bills on the Financial Measures Act. And in fact, the last count that I have is, I think, 191 people are signed up. So that is an amazing show of engagement on the part of Nova Scotians. That demonstrates how interested people are in the terms of the Financial Measures Act, the provisions of the Financial Measures Act, the way the Financial Measures Act is going to impact them individually. And that number's been ticking up. So that number just keeps going up, which demonstrates to me that people, I mean, we're only 3 weeks in. I personally, and I feel very badly about this, but one of the things that I had wanted to do at the outset was summarize each of the bills and share through social media, which is usually the easiest way for me to share through social media details about each of the bills and the concerns that I'm hearing, and invite communication from people in Lunenburg West on the bills. I haven't had an opportunity to do that. So I've done a number of regular updates. I've referenced each of the bills. I've encouraged people to, community members, to go take a look at them. But I haven't even had a chance to summarize for my community the legislation that's on the floor of this House. So I'm going to guess most of us haven't had the opportunity to do that. And even so, even with the pace that we're moving through, only 3 weeks in, even so, there are over 190 people who have already taken the time and effort to go through the lengthy and dense piece of legislation that it is our Omnibus Financial Measures Act, and find things that they want to share with this legislature, with all of the MLAs in this House, and have gone through the effort of reaching out to Legislative Council and putting their name on a list to come in and submit. And that to me says community is very interested in having their input understood. Community is very interested in making sure that all of the things that they are worried about, concerned about, maybe support, also possibly support, although that's not what my inbox reflects right now. Community is very interested in ensuring that there's fulsome opportunity for that. And we're going to see them come out in droves at public bills. And I do look forward to that, but I don't want to rush into it. And recognizing that as each day goes by, more and more people are signing up for public bills. That to me says that all of Nova Scotians haven't yet even had an opportunity to know what's in this bill and whether they may be interested in providing input or not. And so I think it would do a disservice to them. I think it would not reflect adequate representation of them for us to support this motion, the calling of the question, the curtailing of debate, the prevention of amendments. I think Nova Scotians are saying, don't do that. I think Nova Scotians are saying, talk about it fulsomely. Allow amendments to come forward and debate them. Reflect the things that we are telling you, our representatives as MLAs, reflect those things on the floor of the House. Talk about them, understand them, share them. Don't curtail debate. Don't cut it short. Don't restrict it. Make sure that we have a fulsome opportunity to have our voices heard. And so, for that reason alone, I very much am not in support of this motion, although I am in support of debating the motion. So that's a bit of a paradox, but it is what it is. So I've spoken for 40 minutes on the variety of reasons why we shouldn't be curtailing debate, which is the motion. So I've spoken for 40 minutes on the motion. But I will spend a few minutes on the bill itself, because I think that's important too. And quite frankly, and I think I said this earlier, some of the reasons why I don't support the motion, some of the reasons why I don't think debate should be curtailed, really are rooted in what's in the bill and the problems that community is sharing with me about what's in the bill and the requests that community is making of me to make sure that we fulsomely debate the contents of the bill. And so they are interrelated concepts. So having said that, let's take a quick overview of the bill itself. Others have done this as well. I'm just going to be fairly brief about it, but I do want to put on the record the breadth of content of the Financial Measures Act, and then once again recap how much we've heard already, because it's how much we've heard already, I think, is really quite compelling in terms of understanding whether debate is ripe to be ended or is just in its infancy. So, the Financial Measures Act contains, I think we've heard about 20 bills, and I'll go through them and I'll reference the responsible ministers. It contains amendments to the Assessment Act, which sits with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, the Community Easements Act, which sits with the Minister of Natural Resources, the Conservation Easements Act, which sits with the Minister of Natural Resources, the Crown Lands Act, which sits with the Minister of Natural Resources, the Forests Act, which sits with the Minister of Natural Resources. I just paused there to suggest that perhaps the Minister of Natural Resources should have brought legislation forward to capture all of the these acts that seem to be embedded in what should be about finances and are actually about our forests and crown lands. But that's a digression. Next, the Gaming Control Act, Minister of Service Nova Scotia. The Halifax-Dartmouth Bridge Commission Dissolution Act, the Minister of Public Works. The Income Tax Act, Minister of Finance and Treasury Board. That one, we've gotten to one that makes sense now. The Insurance Act, the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board. The Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act, the Minister of Agriculture. The Meat Inspection Act, the Minister of Agriculture. The Mineral Resources Act, the Minister of Natural Resources. The Non-Resident Deed Transfer and Property Taxes Act, the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board. The Property Valuation Services Corporation Act, the Minister of Municipal Affairs. The Provincial Parks Act, the Minister of Natural Resources. Madam Speaker, can I ask you to interject? I'm hearing somebody yell, "Good Minister," every time I speak, and I find that to be disruptive.
I haven't heard it, but if someone is doing it, then please respect the person who has. I'll say it again like I always say. If you have a microphone that's turned on, then you should be the one speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I've lost track. Provincial Parks Act? Anyone? I think. Provincial Parks Act, Minister of Natural Resources. Public Service Superannuation Act, the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board. The Revenue Act, Minister of Finance and Treasury Board. Sales Tax Act, Minister of Finance and Treasury Board. The Securities Act, Minister responsible for the Act within the Finance and Treasury Board portfolio, and the Summary Proceedings Act, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. So we can see the scope of this bill is significant. And we know as well, just, you know, from the heft of the bill, it's significant. It is yes, I think I mentioned this the other day. My version is a 47-page document, and there's a lot of content in here. And there's a lot of content that I've heard personally from constituents who have concerns about. Some of the concerns are highly informed, well-articulated, bolstered by legal opinions that they've received, and very well researched and thought out. Others are posed as questions. But lots of concerns either way. And so I think, only have 15 minutes left. I think that I'll go through and just highlight a few of them. I'm not going to dig deep in them. I'm hoping that this motion will be defeated, given what we've heard so consistently from Nova Scotians about the desire to have fulsome debate. So I truly hope that MLAs vote no on this motion. And one thing that community members have expressed an interest in, and I'm really excited to see, is they're really interested in the votes. They're really interested in knowing how their MLA voted and whether it's in support of what they've reached out about or not. So this may be a vote that we are able to do as a recorded vote, and I'm sure Nova Scotians will be interested to know whether MLAs vote for this motion to curtail debate and to limit our ability to provide amendments, or whether MLAs vote no and allow debate to continue at second reading. I certainly hope that debate does continue at second reading, because I've had to spend now, because government brought forward this motion. They invited the debate that I am now having. But I have spent 40 minutes debating whether or not we should be debating. Like, let's be clear, that is the motion that government brought forward. Should we stop debating or not stop debating? And so, we were happily debating the bill, and government brought forward a motion asking us to debate whether we should stop debating. So that's now what we're doing. And I'm happy to do it, and I think Nova Scotians are happy to see it in action, and I think Nova Scotians will be really interested to see how MLAs vote on this. But I am disappointed, because I think if we hadn't been asked this question, if the government hadn't put forward a motion to curtail debate, we would still be debating the merits of the bill. And I would think that that's what government wants us to debate. They brought the bill forward. I would think they want us to be talking about the content of the debate. But they have instead put forward a motion that has brought into question whether we should cut it short. So that's now what we're spending our time doing. So, I only really have a few minutes left to talk about the specifics of the bill and why the specific bill itself shouldn't be cut short. The comments that I made in the first 40 minutes are why no bill should be cut short, why these kinds of measures should only be used in exceptional circumstances, shouldn't be used 3 weeks in to a legislative sitting where government's been calling hours to 11:59 at night. Those points can be made about any bill. Like, if the government brings forward another motion on any other bill to curtail debate, the comments that I just made in relation to why debate shouldn't be curtailed in the Financial Measures Act, almost all of them are going to apply to any other bill that the government wants to try and rush through. And so we may be having this conversation again if government tries to make another motion to curtail debate, unless we happen to have an extended sitting. So if we find ourselves, a month down the road, or 2 months down the road even that would be quick. Even that's faster than the federal government wraps up their legislative sittings. But if we find ourselves a month or two down the road and government's having difficulty getting their bills through, then maybe the debate like this on curtailing debate, that might look different. But, if this kind of motion comes forward again when we're back after March break that week, or the week after that, I feel like we're going to be saying the same kinds of things. I've said it all about 3 weeks. 3 weeks is not enough time to understand the bills that are in front of us, to convey to this House the variety of ways in which Nova Scotians feel like their opinions should be shared. 3 weeks is not enough time. But I think the same is probably going to be able to be said for 4 weeks. So if we're talking about this kind of motion again, whether it's the calling of the question, like the government did, or whether it's a motion for closure, or I've forgotten the name of that other one, but there's a variety of ways that government can call to curtail debate. But really, in the next, I would say in the next month, we're going to have this same debate over and over again, why it's not ripe, because there is an extensive legislative agenda in front of us right now. And to say that it would be appropriate or suitable or enough to cover all of it in 3 weeks is just, I think, unrealistic. 4 weeks isn't enough. 5 weeks. 5 weeks is real fast for the volume, the content, and not just the volume and content, the input that we're getting from Nova Scotians. My inbox is flooded. I'm confident, and my inbox is flooded with emails that are copied to, or I'm getting copied on emails that are going to government MLAs across the province. So I know their inbox is flooded because I'm getting the same emails. And so to say that we've covered all the ground that we need to cover at second reading on the Financial Measures Act, when we're only 3 weeks in and we're still getting all of these emails, it flies in the face of what Nova Scotians across this province are saying. It flies in the face of what the protesters are saying. It flies in the face of the songs that people are writing about this particular legislative session. So I really am glad that we're having the opportunity to have this debate. I'm glad, just from an academic and from a transparency perspective, that government has put on the table a discussion around whether legislature should speed things through, should not allow amendments, should rush through their bills, or whether they should take the time and effort to fully understand Nova Scotians' perspectives. I'm glad we're having this discussion. I'm disappointed they brought it forward. I'm disappointed because Nova Scotians said very clearly they didn't want to see something like this brought forward, and they said it all over social media, and they said it with a microphone the other day in front of this legislature, and they're saying it on and over again in our inboxes. So it is disappointing to me that in the face of that input from constituents across the province, this government still brought forward a motion to try and curtail debate, to try and silence voices on this act at this stage. It's incredibly disappointing. I think Nova Scotians are disappointed. I don't think Nova Scotians are disappointed. I know they're disappointed. They're emailing me now to say they're disappointed. So I am disappointed that government thought it was a good idea to do this. But I am glad that we have an opportunity to talk about it in the open and to put it on the record. And I hope that if government thought it was such a good idea to bring this motion forward, to curtail debate, to prevent opposition from providing any amendments, that they are going to actually say something about it. I would be incredibly disappointed. I was already disappointed, but I'm going to be real disappointed if they've brought forward a motion that they don't actually plan to talk to. So I'm going to go home with interest, I think. No, not home. I'm going to, when this debate is over, I'm going to step outside into my office downstairs and review my inbox with a great deal of interest to see what specifically what Nova Scotians have said. I read one email, or I summarized one email, but I'll be looking through to see what Nova Scotians are asking of their MLAs, and I'm going to be really curious and hope that we hear those things on the floor of the House from the MLAs who are sitting here, because that's our job. Our job is to take what Nova Scotians tell us. Our job is to take what our constituents tell us and come to the floor of this House and represent that. And I know Nova Scotians are reaching out to MLAs across this province and saying, stand up for me on the floor of the legislature. Communicate to the other MLAs how I feel about what is happening. Talk amongst yourselves, debate, have questions, and bring it forward. And so government has introduced a motion about curtailing debate, and I really hope that they actually plan to talk about it. I really hope that they're going to get up and tell us why they think it's a good idea to stop debating the Financial Measures Act at second reading. Because that's what the motion's about. The motion is we're going to stop debating it. We're going to limit people's ability to talk about it. We're not going to entertain any amendments on it. That's what they have put forward. And so they would have reasons for that. They have reasons for putting forward a motion that stops debate. But they haven't told us the reasons. They've only put forward the motion. So we don't yet have the benefit, as with much of the legislation that comes forward, we don't actually have the benefit of hearing what the reasons are. Government made the motion to stop debate. Government made the motion that prevents us from making amendments, but they didn't tell us why. I actually can't think of a good reason why. I've given a whole lot of reasons why Nova Scotians have told me they don't want this to happen, but we could posit reasons why. I mean, it may be that they want to curtail debate because there's a lot of protests, and protests are unpleasant if you're not following through on what the people who are frustrated are asking you to do. So it could be that the desire to make this shorter is simply to just get out of legislature so they don't have to face people. Maybe that's it. I don't know. They haven't spoken on it. Maybe they want to curtail debate because there's something in here that they don't want us to see. I don't know. I mean, they haven't told us everything that's in here. We had 6.5 minutes of conversation or of second reading submissions by the minister who introduced this bill. We've heard nothing in terms of second reading submissions by all the other ministers. We've had very little time to review it. So the presumption can only be that government only wants us to know what they said in their 1.5-page press release, and they're not interested in us scrutinizing it. And that's concerning because our job is to scrutinize it. It's important for Nova Scotians to understand what the content of the bill is. So maybe that's their motivation. I don't know. They haven't told us because they put forward a motion to stop debate to prevent any amendments from happening, but they haven't told us the reasons for it. So maybe it's because of the protests, maybe it's because things are getting hairy back in constituencies. I know that people are activated. People are not happy with what the government has put forward right now, and people are emailing and writing and protesting. And I suspect many MLAs are getting approached in grocery stores and on the street. And you know what? That's one of the uncomfortable parts of this job. You have to stand up for and account for the decisions that you make, the positions that you put forward, or the positions that you choose not to put forward. And so maybe it's the case that the government is not enjoying that experience. And so they would like to end debate early so that they don't have to continue to experience that experience. I'm not sure. They haven't told us. To me, I've said this on other bills. I'll continue to say it. I'm going to continue to say it as long as this practice happens. It is incumbent on the person who puts forward a bill, a person who puts forward a motion, to explain why it is that they're putting it forward. Otherwise, we're left debating speculation, and I prefer not to debate speculation. I prefer to debate facts. I prefer to debate positions. But here we are. We'll do what we need to do with what we're given. We will do our job as opposition, whether government wants to come forward and say something or not. So I have 3 minutes left. I didn't even get to the bill. So again, I will say, I want to debate this bill. I was looking forward to the opportunity to speak at second reading to this bill, the Financial Measures Act. Government has put forward a motion that will curtail our debate after we each speak for an hour and stop us from potentially putting forward any amendments. Shutting down debate, shutting down conversation, shutting down our ability to represent Nova Scotians on the floor of this legislature in relation to the act respecting certain financial and other government measures, this 47-page piece of legislation that deals with 20 other bills and has 7 or 8 ministers associated with it, only one of whom we've actually heard from. And instead of debating the merits of this bill, which we haven't heard from government on, we are here debating whether we should stop debating. And that's embarrassing. Like, what? We are the birthplace of democracy in Canada, and we are debating whether or not we should be debating. Like, let's be better. Let's be better. So I really, really hope that government MLAs do not support this motion. I hope that government MLAs hear from constituents and come back in this room when the question is called at the end of this motion and stand up for the constituents across the province who are saying, get in there and do your job. Debate the bills, bring my voice forward, stop trying to shirk your responsibilities. So I hope when this question is called, that's the answer we get. Because Nova Scotians deserve to have the Financial Measures Act fulsomely debated at second reading. That's fundamentally, we're being asked to just not debate this at second reading and to move on ahead and to just let it slide by. And that's not the job that we have. The job that we have is to represent Nova Scotians. The job that we have is to bring forward concerns, to analyze, to critique, to assess. You know what? In a better world, it would be to collaborate. In a better world, it would be to engage with one another and inform. But you know what? Again, we'll play the hand we're dealt. And if those opportunities are not available to us, if it's not available to us to engage and to collaborate and to inform and to help government be better by positive input, then we will oppose and we will criticize and we will do everything we can to make sure that Nova Scotians' voices, their frustrations, their concerns are heard fulsomely on the floor of this House. And if government MLAs won't do it, you can be sure that every single one of us in the opposition will. So I've spent all my time talking about why it's a terrible idea to curtail debate, why it's a terrible idea to stop us from bringing forward constituents' concerns. I hope I will have an opportunity to talk about the terms of this bill at second reading. Thank you.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
I listened intently to the member's speech, and I just want to correct some things that were inaccurate there. I don't think they were purposely inaccurate, but just to let her know that there's plenty of opportunity for opposition or government members to make amendments to the FMA. I mean, we're going through this now in second reading, but when we have committee of the whole, that's where amendments can be brought forward. So there's ample opportunity for amendments to be brought forward by any member of the legislature. So I'm not sure where the member was going when she was discussing the fact that there's a limit on debate, a limit on amendments. So at committee of the whole, there's plenty of opportunity for amendments. I mean, spending the time talking about process, and that's the choice of any member, I guess, in this. I guess, she wants to make sure Nova Scotians and other members of the legislature understand process, but you should try to be accurate if you're going to tell people what the process actually is. And to tell Nova Scotians and to tell other members of the legislature that there's no opportunities to debate the bill, that there's no opportunities to make amendments, that is categorically false. That is not the way the process works. So I encourage the member to make sure that she understands the process before she gets up and speaks about it, because there's plenty of time to make amendments. I'm sure there will be plenty of amendments brought forward. This is a very large bill with a lot of components to it, as other members of the opposition have indicated. So I'm very certain, Mr. Speaker, that we will see a number of amendments proposed, right, by all the opposition parties, by independent members as well. So anybody that wants to put forward an amendment, if they're elected to this legislature, will have that opportunity. They can bring them forward to committee of the whole. So, and we'll debate them then. So that's when we bring back and go clause by clause, there's great opportunity for continued debate on this. Meanwhile, while we're debating second reading, every member of the legislature has the opportunity to speak for an hour. That's a lot of time for debate. I mean, it's a large bill, but we've talked about easements today. We've talked about lots of different components of the bill. One of the things that interests me is the changes made to vaping. As a high school principal, I was very concerned when my students started vaping a few years ago, when vaping became very common. We have one of the highest rates, if not the highest rate, of smoking by teenagers in the country. 17% of teenagers smoke, and that's going up exponentially once we see the results from vaping. That's coming, Mr. Speaker. So changes we're making to restrict access to vapes and put more restriction around them, I think is very important. So those are the type of things we should be debating at second reading. So I just wanted to stand on my feet to correct some of the inaccuracies I thought that were put forward in the member's speech. But most importantly, we all have an opportunity to stand on our feet and debate the FME during second reading. We all have the opportunity to put forward amendments which can be debated in committee of the whole. So I'm not going to waste my time speaking about changes and processes and how this House operates. I would tend to focus more on the substance of the bill, telling Nova Scotians why I support this bill. And one of the reasons I support it, I think there's some measures in here that help protect kids, particularly from the dangers of tobacco. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, thank you, Minister Attorney General. That was one of the questions I had, is what were your thoughts on vaping? So been some good discussion. I have to stand and speak. I will not be speaking for an hour. Please be reassured. Raise some questions and leave you with some questions as to why I think this is not ready to go forward. Two principles, then I'll speak to it. One is I don't think the due diligence has been done yet in this process. Secondly, I don't think this House, this Chambers, this includes all of us, has the trust and credibility to take this forward of Nova Scotians. I include myself in that for several reasons. As we've been speaking, and I want to talk about the due diligence. The due diligence seems to have started before February 23rd with the lack of consultation. And that's trying not to be clinical. The lack of talking to Nova Scotians. I'm going to opt consultation out to lack of asking Nova Scotians through their through MLAs or through stakeholders, what can you give up? What's the impact? Here's the situation we're in. How much flexibility you have? What's going to be the impact if we change this? So the lack of upfront conversation with Nova Scotians didn't occur. So here we are, February 23rd. Over the course of the last 3 weeks and a couple days, although it does seem like years, there's been so many questions brought forward. I brought many questions, and I've yet to hear some of them, but I did just hear one now, so thank you for that. I've been asking over and over and over, what's the impact? Why is this bill being brought forward? Why are the other bills being brought forward? And I haven't heard answers for that. That's the due diligence. I'm not suggesting there's any conspiracy theory. I just don't know. Probably one of the most helpful sessions so far has been my interactions with the Minister of Health during estimates. We had hours of fairly candid questions, and I got really good answers that I could trust and answers that I wanted to know, that resolved a lot of the questions, both with stakeholders and as a member of the opposition. That was a good process, estimates. All the more reason why ministers, not ministerial assistants, should be in estimates, but that's an argument for another day. We haven't done the due diligence to go forward. The one due diligence that we have to be, I would say government has to be accountable. I'm going to come back again and again and again, is I think we all know why the budget led to cuts. The question that many constituents have is, I know that everyone in this legislature has received emails that are angry. It impacts them. But the question is why? Why me? Why our organization? And I think that's not being answered here and should be answered here. That's a principle that needs to be answered. And I say that because in my previous work, I was guided by administrative law, principles of natural justice, and one of the basic principles is if you're making a decision that impacts someone's directly, particularly their livelihood, particularly taking away their job, or actually canceling a program that's not only going to employ you, but also impact your ability to function in life, you have an obligation to provide reasons. And I haven't heard a lot of reasons for some of the decisions. So it's very subjective. And again, I go back to what Minister of Finance raised the question is, why should one group get something different? I'm not suggesting that's happening, but we haven't heard the reasons in this chamber. So why one cut here, another not cut here. We've heard very few replies to questions from ministers. That would just get rid of a lot of the questions, not get rid of the questions, but answer a lot of the questions, and fill in the gaps and perhaps gain some trust. So again, the bill's not ready because we haven't got the answers to the basic questions. Why was this decided? Why not? And my feeling is a sense of, and I'm hoping to be challenged on this, it's a feeling like a bit, this is my second budget Thursday, it's like, get in, deliver the bad news, get out and get home, and let the chips fall where they are. I don't know if that's it or not. I also, not psyche, but reading the room, feeling like, okay, we brought in a budget, we brought in a bill, we got major pushback, so let's change some things. Hail Mary, and it's time to move on. And well, people aren't accepting Hail Marys. We went from 72 hours ago, this must happen, the world is changing, to we hear you, we love you, with no explanation in between. I've never heard the love used so many terms by the Premier in the last 40 hours as in the last year, but it's not answering the questions. People still have lots of questions, and like it or not, the government is in this position. So the biggest part that I am somewhat offended by, not offended by the nature of being an elected MLA, by the nature of now being a politician, we're all lumped into the same bucket. And what I'm hearing is you impacted me, you didn't talk to me, you're making over $100,000 a year. How dare you, all you politicians, regardless of your stripe. You don't speak for me, you don't have credibility, why should I trust you? I don't know what the government's intentions are in this process that's far from perfect, and this delivery and execution and comms is far from perfect. Yes, this government was elected with the majority government, and seems like years ago, wasn't. And that conveyed trust on that day, on that point in time. I don't think the trust is there, not only for this government, but for everyone in this chamber, because we don't appear, whether in government or non-government, to be listening to people. It feels like somebody's making decisions, as I heard the Premier say earlier this week. Sometimes it feels like someone's making decisions for you. Well, yes, that's happening. I do know from the hundreds of emails that we're all getting what Nova Scotians expect, regardless of what party that we're in. They expect us to be forthcoming and upfront, provide reasons. They expect us to listen to people. And listening means not only telling them to do it, but understanding, telling the why we're doing it. They expect us to actually listen to what they have to say, respond, but also respect them. Even if we disagree, respect that there is hard decisions to make. I've had to make hard decisions, but you have to respect when people disagree with that. I'm not sure people feel like they've been respected in the process. I'm not sure that people feel any more reassured, perhaps breathing room in the last 48 hours, because there's next year's budget, there's the budget after, there's already the projection of more cuts to come. I think this chamber has lost a lot of respect in the last 48 hours. Unfortunately, I'm part of that, because we're all being lumped into, you haven't listened to us. Why us? Now it feels like the government is trying to get in, get out, get this through without listening. And that's not great for the process. It's not great for the budget, for the pieces of legislation. I've had a number of questions, and I was hoping to hear from the Minister of Skills and Immigration, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, related to some of these things. We haven't heard them yet. So the diligence hasn't been done. I really did expect to hear more from government members, especially ministers, before it was deferred out, because I can't answer the questions, what's next. And we could better inform our constituents what the next questions are. I will say I was very happy to hear that the Minister of Skills, Labour and Immigration met with the constituent when they were in town yesterday or today, and I have to commend the minister for doing that. I wish more ministers would follow you, quite frankly. It's not difficult speaking to people. Yes, there can be difficult conversations, and I've had many of them personally and professionally. Some go well, some don't go well. But having those difficult conversations, taking the time to listen to people, conveys respect. When we don't take the time, or when government does not take the time, to me, it conveys a lack of respect. It throws a whole cloud, as I said earlier, over the budget, over the process, because people don't want to know, was it Russian roulette, or how did this group decide to get impact? How come opportunities in social development on the first round, now it's back? Really, the big question that I think we're lacking going forward, not we're lacking, government is lacking, is why should we believe you? Why should we believe you? And without more information, without more discussion, without talking to people, without talking to each other in a candid manner like we had in estimates, I can't answer that question. Why should we believe you, the government? Because it seems to keep changing. You don't give us the information. So how do we take something forward when I think there is a big question among Nova Scotians as to why should we believe you? All of this could be easily resolved by some more due diligence. The due diligence, I hope, doesn't take months, but anybody that's been, and I know members here have been in the federal government and have observed it, the budget doesn't come in one day and go out the next day in a matter of days. It can take weeks before a major budget. And as it should, it's billions of dollars that impact people's health, livelihood. It impacts every person in Nova Scotia. It's a $17 billion ticket that impacts 1 million people. It deserves more than a couple of days in the legislature off to public accounts, back for a vote, out the door. It deserves the diligence. And let's say if you had $17 billion and you said, here, go and do it, would you say, and let me know how it works out? No, we'd be asking a lot of questions. What are you going to do with my $17 billion? What's going to be the impact? What are the details? How are you going to use it? So I think Nova Scotians deserve answers to those questions, and some of those questions need to be answered here. It speaks to our fiduciary responsibilities to ask the difficult questions respectfully, ask the awkward conversations. It doesn't need to be into the line-by-line review of the budget, but the lack of real questions, the lack of accountability is not serving this government well. It's not serving Nova Scotians well. And quite frankly, I'm embarrassed. There's times in the legislature that I'm being lumped into this lack of talking to Nova Scotians process. So better is possible. No, and I've heard over and over, Nova Scotians deserve better. They certainly do. And it's not going to cost a lot to actually bring forward information, have the discussions, have the awkward conversations, and then take it forward to Nova Scotians and get their feedback. It's going to cost us time well served, but we're not doing this budget justice. We're not doing this chamber justice. We're not doing Nova Scotians justice by actually in and out. Thanks very much. Go home. Thank you.
I I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair, or Speaker, I'm sorry. I am going to go back into my life studying politics and political science. So you'll excuse me if I get my lecturing hat on for a few moments here, because I think it is important to explain, not just amongst ourselves, but to our constituents who are watching. There are people up in the gallery and there are people watching online. And I'm sure that some of the things that happen in this House confuse them. So, here we go. There is a concept of the curtailment of debate. And there are occasions where members will move during a debate a motion. That motion will come before this House, and that states, and I quote, that this question be now put. This motion, commonly known as the previous question, may be moved on a substantive debatable motions. It's nothing unsubstantive, nothing that is undebatable. And so, Speaker, what is happening here is that the government members have decided that they no longer want to hear any more debate in second reading on the FMA. Because if the government side, Speaker, wanted to hear more debate or wanted to enter the debate more, they wouldn't have called for the question to be put. By doing that, Speaker, by putting the question, asking for the question to be now put, the government has given an indication, not just to this side of the House and the opposition, but to Nova Scotians, that they wish not to debate this anymore. Now, when I, Speaker, hear those types of things, it depends on what's been going on, if it is what I would consider an appropriate amount of time. So, that gets into the finance bill, Speaker. Now, we are in the Westminster system. Most of our, if not all of our procedures come from that. And in those processes, there is an actually, let's cite the UK, for instance. And before anyone says we're not in the UK, we're in Canada. We are under the Westminster system, and we are a Commonwealth country. Commonwealth rules. And our House of Commons follows that parliamentary system, and as should we. I will contend that here in Nova Scotia, we have fallen down, Speaker, on the systems within Parliament. So let me get to the UK finance bill. A new finance bill is presented in Parliament each year. It enacts the proposals for taxation made by the Chancellor of the Equerry in the budget, the budget statement, and brings them into law. Once the House of Commons has agreed to the budget resolutions, the finance bill starts its passage through Parliament in the same way as any other bill. But Speaker, here's where things happen. So the House of Lords it'll go through the House of Lords. The House of Lords will have a debate on second reading, debating the bill. But they will not consider the bill by clause and will not amend the bill. Scrutiny of the budget by committee occurs. Speaker, the scrutiny of the budget by committee occurs. That is how laws should be made. That is how budgets should be occurring, Speaker. And when they say a committee, they mean the Commons Treasury Select Committee, which is a cross-party committee of MPs whose role is to scrutinize the work of the Treasury. This is what happens in the House of Commons, and the government side can't even sit through second reading as we go through the bill and talk about the bill and allow the time to speak about it. Meanwhile, in the UK, not only do they go through second reading of the bill, but then the bill goes to a select committee to be scrutinized by MPs. And yet we can't even have the government side allow us to continue second reading. And I believe the bill began on the 9th, which means we haven't been speaking about this bill every day for hours and hours and hours on end. No, we've been speaking about it in what, piecemeal? That's the right word for it? Piecemeal. So 1 minute we're debating the FMA, and the next the government decides, no, we're going to adjourn the debate, and we're going to go to something else. Then the government decides to switch back, and then we go to something else. And we never stay on the same debate. So really, if we were to look back, yes, 9 days, or not, yes, 3 days, 3 days, but just how many hours? Not many. Not enough on the FMA. Not enough for the government to put forth the question. So, back to it. Following each budget statement, the Treasury Committee conducts an inquiry into the government's proposals, gathering evidence from expert witnesses, and publishing a report about its conclusions and its recommendations. This is a smart way to do a budget and a finance bill. The actual job of this select committee is to put full scrutiny over the bill and the proposals, the government's proposals. They gather witnesses, and not just witnesses, but expert witnesses. That is good governance. That is a democracy in action. That is the Westminster system. And then finally, what the government will do is produce a report in response to what the committee has found. Often with a contribution from the Office of Budget Responsibility, which I'm pretty sure is, I'm pretty sure we can, I know, Office of Budget Responsibilities, what's that? I believe it is basically what it says. It makes sure that you're being responsible with the money. I think there's a bill on the order papers, something to that like, actually. If any member wants to go, I believe it's under the MLA for Citadel Sable Island. There we go. think it's under there, Bill. So after all that, the House of Lords Affairs Subcommittee examined selected aspects of the finance bill, including tax administration, clarifications, and simplifications. I think that is a fantastic way to deal with a bill that deals with the finances for the UK. It's the finances of a country, plus Scotland and I believe Wales and the north of Ireland, as they are to be. But I also think it's a great way for a provincial government. Speaker, our own federal government has a fairly similar process. And it usually goes under the business of Ways and Means. And so therefore, Speaker, when all of these bills finally come back to the floor of the House, they have been scrutinized, they have been debated, they have had expert witnesses come in, there has been reports made, committees have a finding. And so there also can be great debate on the floor of the House because everybody understands what's happening. Everybody has all the reports back. They understand what's occurring. And one hopes somebody's cracked their books and actually read the findings and actually read their budgets. And so there can be great debate, intelligent debate on the floor. And therefore, when debate might go weeks, like actual weeks, maybe 100 hours, what have you, it would make sense at some point to put the question. But none of that happens here. There is no Treasury Committee. This budget will not go to public accounts to be scrutinized by our members who are on this Public Accounts Committee. No expert witnesses will come before that committee to give their analysis. And so, what we are left with here in this House is that a budget can be introduced one day, start debate the next, if someone so wishes, if the government so wishes to put it forward then, and possibly by the end of the week, go to public bills. That's not great lawmaking. It's especially not great lawmaking when you're talking about a budget. And so, no, I don't think that we're ready to go to the question. No, I don't think this bill is ready to leave the floor just yet in second reading. Because one, we had one minister get up. One minister got up and spoke for, who introduced the bill, stood up and spoke for 6.5 minutes at the opening of second reading. 20 acts? And not in 6.5 minutes? There are no words for that. Well, there are, but they're unparliamentary. There are no words to describe. I remember a time, and this is me going back, I guess, at least back to the former Liberals, as much as that pains me, and to say, I remember a time when ministers actually explained their bills. But you know what? I will go back. There's one minister I fully remember explaining their bills in this House with this government. Our now Minister for Service Nova Scotia. She would explain her bills thoroughly. I enjoyed when she would stand up because she explained the details, and she was happy to do so. And we got a couple bills passed that affected people's lives. And you want to know something? The debate wasn't really a long debate about how bad a bill was, actually. It was about how long it took for something to get there. That's a good minister. The minister's in front of me, and so oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to say that, but I know this minister, we speak often, and I'm very much aware of that. But that doesn't happen. It's a rare occasion when a minister actually fully explains their bills. And for the Financial Measures Act, this House and all of Nova Scotians, who are the people we work for, we represent, these seats that we sit in are finite. There's going to be a time when every one of us are out of them. They don't belong to us. They belong to the ridings that we represent. And so when we're in here, we owe them, the ministers who introduce bills, the government that is supporting those bills, owes Nova Scotians the respect to explain their bills properly and appropriately on this floor. We had another minister get up for 3 minutes, I believe it was 3 minutes and 15 seconds today, just to correct another member and explain process, and spent about maybe 20 to 30 seconds on vaping. That is not the debate. Yes, tax vaping, just like we tax cigarettes. That's a normal thing that we do on things that might not be so healthy for people to be doing. 100% fine. It's about actually talking about the bills. It's about actually talking about the acts in full detail, not just mentioning it, but actually explaining the full thing. And if you can't, if the ministers or the ministerial assistants cannot get up here and explain these bills, particularly the ministers, because I don't want to hear from the ministerial assistants in all honesty. I want to hear from the ministers. And I haven't heard from a minister explain these these clauses, these parts of bills in full detail. And the government wants to put forth the question? The government has barely said boo except to interrupt people with silly procedures that aren't reality in this chamber, that are U.S., that happen in the U.S., but don't actually happen in this chamber. That's what they got up to speak. But not to talk about the substantiveness of this bill. And that is why that is one of the biggest reasons why this should not go to this should not leave second reading. It's because we've had nobody stand up, no minister stand up to fully go part by part of the FMA and explain it to us. So we've not had a substantive debate here. Furthermore, with regards to the budget in its full aspects, I would believe also including the Financial Measures Act, we had the Premier a report from the CBC, Nova Scotia Premier says out-of-budget spending will continue as necessary. So the Premier, before the budget is even out of FMA, which enables the budget, is out of second reading, the Premier is already saying, I'm going to keep on out of spending. I'm going to keep spending out of budget, even though the Auditor General, let's see, get my reports here, 2023, Auditor General recommends improved accountability and transparency over additional appropriations and recommends the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board amend the Finance Act to align the process with legislative practices elsewhere in Canada. Let me see here. 2024, value of money for over budget spending. Again, Auditor General says to the minister, says to the government that they need to be accountable and transparent. 2025, Speaker. And financial audit work and other topics of interest. Just looking to see where I found it. It says governments provided reliable financial information. The finance statements meet the Canadian public sector accounting standards. Absolutely. Significant controls and weakness in Service Nova Scotia was found in Nova Scotia Health. That was found. But what we also found in this, again, was dealing with additional appropriations. And it says, additional appropriation process in Nova Scotia lacks accountability and transparency through the legislature. Nova Scotia Finance Act does not require the House of Assembly approval for budget overspending, unlike other jurisdictions in Canada. New recommendation from the Auditor General is to remove this distinction regarding new program or activity in the Finance Act, similar to the other Canadian jurisdictions, will provide accountability and transparency over the spending of all public funds. New recommendations from the Auditor General to better inform the public as to why additional appropriations are needed, with more details in the orders and council and fact sheets. And I will table that. So that's 2005. What should have been in the FMA is just that. A change to the Finance Act that put in the Auditor General's recommendations. That is an appropriate, I believe, would have been an appropriate part of this bill. What is not appropriate in this bill is a lot of other things, because most of them do not have to deal with actual taxation or other finances of the government. So, are we really ready to actually quit this debate? No. I mean, I get it. Members are done. Like, the government members, they might be done. They might be done doing their job for Nova Scotians here in this legislature. I don't know. I'm not. My colleagues aren't. My colleagues here in the opposition are not done. We want to continue to do the work for Nova Scotians, because what we are finding is that as we continue this debate, Nova Scotians are keying into this debate. And what they are actually providing organizations, reputable organizations are providing more and more information about their concerns. And it's been allowing more time because, as I said, Speaker, how we make laws in this legislature is toe curling. It's scary. There's a concept that says you move too fast and you break things. This government lives by that concept. I don't think there's been a time, and I've been here for a bit, that
Order. I remind you to speak to me, not to everybody else, and no wagging your finger, please. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Sorry, Speaker, I speak with my hands. I'm a hand speaker. I speak with my hands. So, Speaker, I've been here for a bit, and what I can tell you is that this government has consistently put forward bills that they've had to consistently amend because, oops-a-daisy, we made a mistake. It's constant. There are every session. Oops, didn't know. Oops, made a mistake. Oops, we got to amend it. There was one time, Speaker, I remember almost a whole bill was amended, that it was almost a brand new bill. It was, you know, it would have been laughable if it wasn't so scary. So this is how, because we don't pass bills appropriately, because we don't scrutinize bills appropriately, because our debates don't occur how they should, we often end up with really bad bills that are harmful. That government has to go back and amend and say, whoops, didn't know. And now we have a Financial Measures Act before us. And it goes again with the saying, important, the minister that introduced this bill stood up for 6 minutes and 30 seconds. We deserved more than that. Nova Scotians especially deserved better than that. Speaker, in a lot of places, when these financial bills or any bill is before the House, oftentimes the minister could speak up to almost an hour describing and explaining their bills. It makes it a lot easier in debates, makes it a lot easier for Nova Scotia, well, it's not Nova Scotia, but those in those provinces or in Canada to actually understand a bill. And without that occurring, we are left with our own interpretation of how we're interpreting a bill. And oftentimes we're kind of left with that interpretation because some things are very vague or lack definition. And again, that is not a good way to go and do a bill, Speaker. And I know I've heard with regards, I believe it's to the easements, that there's potentially going to be some changes. We don't know what those changes are. Nobody has stood up on the government side of the House willing to explain what those changes could be before we go, while we're still in second reading. But we've heard the rumor out there. But right now it's just that until we have facts. Until it's before us, before a minister comes and explains that to us. Because, Speaker, as I said, hurry up and break things. When you have words like, in the Community Easements Act, and when it says the owner, if the court of the opinion that continuation of the community easement would produce a severe hardship for the owner, and yet severe hardship is not defined. So when I say this bill has left some things vague, one of the parts of this act that I'm talking about is clause 52(3)(a). Because severe hardship has gone undefined in the act. The same can be said for the Conservation Easement Act. Severe hardship, clause 54(3)(a). Severe hardship, undefined. Now, we did get a definition, clause 57. We got that for a definition of a person who owns and operates a wood processing facility. So we got a definition there. And yet, when this bill was created, we did not get a definition for severe hardship. We have not, now I know I brought this up before, and I feel my colleagues have too, and yet nobody stood up to explain to us or define severe hardship. Crown Lands Act, clause 58. We have clause 58, there we are, which there's a conservation officer or such other person or class of persons may be appointed by the minister. Other persons. What does that mean? What other persons? Because here's what I'm not understanding. We basically got, let me see here. I want to make sure I'm getting this correctly. Yes, wildlife conservation. We basically eliminated that sector of jobs, is my understanding from a report that was given, that was out in the press. And yet, now we have the government going to appoint other persons appointed by the minister to seize vehicles. What is other person? Are we hiring them? Are they going to be government workers? Who are these other persons? They're undefined. The other thing it leaves out in clause 58, and I'm going to read that part, a conservation officer or such person or class of persons as may be appointed by the minister may cause a vehicle found on Crown lands in violation of this act or the regulations to be removed and impounded until claimed by the person in charge of the vehicle. Vehicle is undefined in this act. Now, my lovely colleague from Halifax Chebucto asked about canoes. Could that mean a canoe? I believe she also talked about how her husband spends a lot of time surfing, and could he come back to find his van impounded? Great question. because I'm not sure that the time either. In fact, I've read this a few times, and I could be going a little wonky here, but I also don't remember the time being defined. And I am of the belief that if you're going to put forward laws, you might want to define particular things in those acts that are quite important. Now, the other aspect of this is that there's not really a place that I would understand for this to be in a Financial Measures Act. It doesn't deal with taxation or other financial matters. And if the FMA is the Financial Measures Act, one would think that it's a money bill. But I don't see the money here. It's the same with the Conservation Easement and the Community Easement Act. There's nowhere I see in this, Speaker, money. Well, except, to appropriate land and take land, but in parts of this bill. Now, although I might disagree with the Gaming Control Act, it does talk about tax, the D-transfer tax. So, although I may disagree with the content of allowing a huge private corporation the ability to get off not paying a tax, which I personally fundamentally disagree, and I believe corporations should be paying their taxes. And should have to pay a D-transfer tax, just like any individuals have to pay their D-transfer tax, or other businesses have to pay their D-transfer taxes. This does actually belong in the Financial Measures Act. I may disagree with the content of it, but I can't disagree with the principle that it belongs in the Financial Measures Act. Income Tax Act, yeah. Dealing with taxes. And yet, Speaker, as we go along, meat inspection. Now, that doesn't deal with taxes, but I believe it does change the approach to inspections, which I believe does change either scope of people's jobs, it's a stretch of an argument that it could be in the Financial Measures Act, but I don't think it belongs here. I think that's a stretch to try to get that to fit. Mineral Resources Act. Expropriation of lands. So, Speaker, if we were going to talk about things related to money and finances around minerals, maybe. This one is mostly seems to be about taking land away and expropriating land, because the Expropriations Act is involved here. Now, I talked at length about this the other night, about my full disagreement with this aspect of the bill. In fact, this Minerals Resource Act amendments should have been brought forward to the House separately. We should have been debating that bill just like the others separately. Their own separate bills. And yet here we find it within the Financial Measures Act. Not many people would think to look at the Financial Measures Act. Now, the Non-Residential Deed Transfer Tax Act, yes, again, taxes and money. 100%. PVSC, 100%. You know, they give us our lovely updates on how much our property taxes are going to be, and same with our constituents, and then our constituents call us hopping mad. But it's about taxes and money, so of course it belongs in here. Revenue Act, yes, but what? And yes, the hybrid vehicle levy does belong in this act. But I fundamentally disagree with the content. And I've yet to hear a minister speak on it. Just like I've yet to hear a minister actually speak at length about any part of their bill. And may I remind you, the motion that is on the floor is to have the question now put. Meanwhile, we still haven't had actual debate because we haven't had any ministers stand up to explain or to debate the content of this bill. And while I'm on the topic of the levies, I want to actually discuss this a little bit, because I had a constituent, I'm just looking for it now. Susie, do I have it there? Just bear with me here, folks. I have a lot of papers on my desk. Oh, I think it's hidden somewhere. Can't find it, but it was from a constituent. And what it was talking about was the levy that was put on electric vehicles. And I gotta tell you, people are not happy with this concept because, as they explained, they're already paying a tax when they're plugging it in, when they're charging it. And I don't understand, and really it goes against, this is actually fundamentally goes against the goals, the environmental goals of the Government of Canada. Because the idea is to have people is to support people in switching to electric vehicles. And to get more and more EV charging stations across Canada and across this province, which has many deserts for EVs. And yet we're going to tax people for trying to do the right thing. See, vaping, by Health Canada standards, by all health standards, would be considered like smoking, dangerous for your health. And so, Speaker, it makes sense to tax things that may not be considered healthy. I am sure the Minister of Health would agree. But it makes no sense to put a tax on people, what almost feels like a punishment for doing the right thing. And yet, a few places in the FMA, that is what's being done. One is here in the electric hybrid vehicle levy, where it says every person required to maintain a valid vehicle permit is in respect to an electric vehicle or hybrid vehicle shall pay His Majesty a biannual levy to be collected upon the application for or upon renewal of vehicle permit. Subject to regulations, the biannual levy payable under subsection 1 is A, for electric vehicle $500 and for a hybrid vehicle $250. And then we get into the concept, again, of not just punishing people for doing the right thing and putting an extra charge on them, but the lack of definition of these vehicles. Now, when you're writing a bill, I think it's important to be precise. And I think definitions should be encouraged. And yet, we have not seen anyone stand up from the government side to discuss this. And yet, the government put forth the question to curtail this debate, to effectively put an end to second reading once everyone who wishes to have say their piece has said their piece. And yet no new information has come forward. No minister has truly spoken, I would argue, on this. And so do I think we're ready for the question? No. Does the government side really think they're ready for the question? Now, they might be tired of hearing our voices. I can understand that. And I take no offense to it. I don't even like listening to the sound of my own voice. I actually run and hide if I hear my voice. So I understand if other members want to run and hide. I get it. But what I can't get, what I don't understand, is why, when we've asked questions, we've asked ministers to stand and discuss their parts of the bill, has nobody stood up? Now, there's a part I want to go back to because I had a few letters on it from constituents. And I'm just going to get these out. What's that? Oh, I might have. So one of these, one bill from Joan Rankin of Glencoe wrote, environmental and community, first they write, I am writing to formally express my opposition to the proposed 2026-2027 provincial budget. and urge you to vote against it. This budget was created without ethical consultation and represents a deeply concerning path for Nova Scotia. Combining an extremely unsustainable $1.2 billion deficit with aggressive cuts to the very programs that sustain our communities. When Nova Scotians went to the polls in 2024, we voted for strong public services and a more affordable life. This budget fails to deliver on those promises and instead introduces an austerity crisis that threatens our provincial and social economic fabric. One of the things, and they said, as a proud Nova Scotian, I'm particularly alarmed by the following. Now, one is the ideological cuts and austerity crisis. This budget is being described by critics as a bloodbath that weakens the foundation of affordability. It prioritizes a wasteful resource extraction agenda over the vital social services, ignoring community needs to focus on risky short-term gains that act as long-term economic drain. Environmental and community protections. I'm deeply opposed to the elimination of the Wildlife Division of the Department of Natural Resources and the closure of museums and tourist centers. Draining revenue through such a bad policy leads to harmful cuts in health, environmental protections, and cultural preservation. And I will table that, Speaker. That is an example of one of many I've received. Because what is in this Financial Measures Act is not what people thought they were voting for when they went to the polls. And people are very concerned about the particular parts of the bill that relates to mineral extraction and that relates to forestry. And yet the minister has not stood up here in second reading to explain those provisions of the Act. We are talking, and this one part of the Forestry Act is actually in line with the FMA, and that is an additional taxation, where if a, how's it go here? Let me read this. So, Clause 60A requires an owner of a forest or property being used in a commercial or carbon sequestration transaction to file a report with the minister. Okay. Authorize the minister to share that report and information contained in the report with certain other parties, and authorizes the minister to direct an owner of the forest or property to disclose whether property is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction, and if so, direct the property owner to file a required report. And then what that would do, Speaker, is actually allow for them to be taxed. So, because it would allow them to be taxed, it belongs in the FMA. Now, I disagree with the content, because those individuals who are doing conservation should not be burdened with a increased taxation, because they're doing the right thing. My fear is that if this is passed, is that it will incentivize people to actually start with the potential of clear cutting. I have huge concerns over clear cutting, as do many people. Because the one thing, Speaker, is being from Cape Breton, we have beautiful landscapes. We have the Cayley Trail. We have the Cabot Trail, part of the Fleur de Lis Trail. beautiful, beautiful forestry, beautiful wilderness, beautiful places to hike and explore, gorgeous lands that people keep coming back to and back to. And woodlot owners are trying to do what's best for their woodlots, for conservation, people, particularly in Cape, and I can speak for Cape Breton, want to protect our areas, want to protect our landscape. Because not just is it gorgeous and beautiful, which it is, and I cannot wait to see it again, because I haven't seen it since February 22nd. It's also an economic driver. It's about tourism as well. People come from around the world, across Canada, to Cape Breton because of our beautiful trails and because of our beautiful landscape, because of our beautiful beaches. One beach that could have been destroyed and pretty much lost to us. One park, which is Mabou West, or West Mabou, I'm sorry. And even in that concept, we understood that that was not only is it beautiful in all its glory, and not only does it have sentimental value to a lot of people, but it's also a driver for tourism, which is part of our economy. And the fear that that could be taken away drove hundreds of people to sign petitions and write letters and get themselves organized. And then during a rally in the cold, damp rain, more than 100 of us stood outside to protest against that kind of development on provincial lands. And yet, when I look at the Provincial Parks Act, I see nothing there that protects those parks from that type of development, which is what I would like to have seen, Speaker. So, Speaker, my final moments, I want to go back to a few things I've said. The process for which we do any bill, but in particular the FMA, is atrocious. We can do better. We should want to do better because it's about the people we represent. And they deserve better from us, Speaker. And so for the question to come when this bill has only been on the floor for second reading for 3 days, and in those 3 days, we have not done full straight days of this bill. As I've said, it's been chaotic, and it's been a few speakers here and then adjourned debate, a few speakers there and adjourned debate. And a fulsome debate has not fully occurred and has not been engaged in this debate with the ministers and the members from the other side. And therefore, I do not believe the question should be put. Thank you.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to get up and have a conversation about the FMA. There's lots has been said over the last number of days about the Act, and I'll take my time now that we're back into the main debate on this. And I appreciate all the comments that we have received in here. Also appreciate a lot of the comments, Mr. Chair, that I've received across the province on the FMA, various aspects of it. People have had a lot to say overall about the FMA and the budget and some of the aspects in it. And as I said in my comments the other night, the FMA is ultimately the trigger for how the government expends money and generates revenue. And there are various aspects within the FMA, which it's always difficult because you're seeing a whole number of pieces within this, Mr. Chair. But I always go back to, and I'll go through them as we talk. But ultimately, this is the financial part of what needs to be done to expend the budget. And I think one of the key aspects that I'll start with in the FMA. When it comes to expending the budget, there's the expenditures, but there's the revenues, right? And there's one piece in particular here, Mr. Chair, that is in the FMA, and that is the Halifax Bridge Commission, and that has been a big topic of conversation across the province and in Halifax too as well. You've had Halifax, my colleague here. The member for Timberley Prospect talked about it too as well. That was in our opinion, that was a mistake at this point to remove the tolls off of that bridge. And we can debate the fairness, whether you believe it's fair or not, but ultimately, you have infrastructure here in Halifax that really drives a big part of our economy. A lot of product moves over those bridges, and I would argue that if the government was looking at a phase-out or a different kind of system for the tolls on those bridges, they probably should have taken more time to actually analyze how much of an impact that was actually going to have on the books. Because as we know, and as you know, Mr. Chair, you and I served together on public accounts. It is significant. You're in the $40 million range when it comes to the revenue that comes from those bridges, and that's not a small amount. As I use the reference of what this government calls Wind West, and royalties annually off of Wind West would be similar to what the revenue was from the toll bridges. And in the debate last night with myself and my colleague from the NDP and the Premier, I talked about this. Like, we're into an historic deficit. This is a big piece of the FMA, the Bridge Commission, and the government has a big revenue problem. And until we address the revenue problem, Mr. Chair, it's not going to get any easier. That's for sure. So that $40 million that was generated from bridge tolls was used for maintenance, of course, which is now coming back into the cost of the government each year, and that's 20 million plus, I think. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair. You may know the number off the top, but it also put $300 million of debt on the province immediately, and I don't understand the calculation of doing that, knowing that if you're looking at projections and you're looking at your finances and you're looking more longer term, you're saying to yourself, well, we know our deficit's going to be high. Here's where our challenges are. Let's not take $40 million off the books right now, and let's not put $300 million of debt on the province, on Nova Scotians, really. I say on the province's books, but ultimately it's Nova Scotians. When we know that the McKay Bridge needs to be replaced, and we know that using the revenue that is generated from the bridge could help with the financing of the construction of a new one or replacement of the McKay. So, and as I said in my argument with the FMA the other night on this particular clause within, or this particular section within the FMA, now you have to go to Ottawa and you need literally hundreds of millions of dollars of support. And I'm sure that anybody who's making decisions at a federal level, I can't speak for them, would say, why would you take the tolls off of the bridges if you need to figure out ways, Mr. Chair, to replace a significant piece of infrastructure in our province? And I also would argue, too, that, you know, that's $40 million that could be at the government's disposal, too, some of that money to bring back some of those programs that are still on the chopping block across the province that support families, that support our education system, that support our arts and culture, that support our theaters, that support our museums, that support our writers, that mean so much to communities. You may not be into a conversation at all. This has been a very difficult 2 weeks for the government, as we know. And as I said, a lot of people talk about the deficit, but you got to think about the revenue, right? And you start looking at next year, and we know, Mr. Chair, that next year, as I said in the debate last night, and as we talk about revenue in this section of the FMA, the government's really put themselves in a spot. And this is a 4-year trajectory of cuts, a 4-year trajectory where we know that the government has reduced their employees this year. Next year, you're looking at the same scenario where more employees maybe most likely will be asked to leave. And it's a path of decline within the function that is government. And I also go to, this section of the FMA on bridge tolls and revenue, Mr. Chair. Resource development is a big piece of what this government talks about. And that's important. Every government in some capacity looks at resource development in various ways. Resource development is actually part of this too, when you're talking about gypsum in another section. But ultimately, we would argue that as if the government is serious about resource development, doing it right, doing it in consultation with the Mi'kmaq, doing it in consultation with communities across the province, there's revenue that you gave up that could help pay for what the Mining Association has talked about, Mr. Chair, about doing the geophysical work to actually map out the province, to see where the best opportunities are for resource development without impacting communities. Without impacting communities, communities have the information. It's like the fair play analysis that the Premier mentioned today, which has been around for a very long time. Multiple governments have used it to put bids out in the offshore. I would argue that revenue from the bridges may have been able to be used to do some of that work on land and work together with not just government, but ultimately with First Nation leadership, with community leaders, with scientists, with people who know the land, to determine that if we're going to get into expanding resource development, because there is already resource development, Mr. Chair, there's a gypsum mine in Little Narrows, very well received by the community. And I actually used to be a sales rep at one point in my life before I got into politics, and they were a client of mine, and it employed over 100 people. As I said, it was well received in the community, big jobs, a lot of support And a lot of safety, it's a long-standing organization. A big part of their market is the United States. They ship down there. But they put a lot of food on the table for a lot of vendors around the island guys like me who sold hammers and fasteners and all the things that you need to run a mine. I love that job, it was great. But my point is to this, and the reason why I talk about, and I use them as an example, because the gypsum's actually talked about in the FMA, the government could be looking at incentives around mineral resources to provide incentives for companies to do the science and do that work. But we took $40 million off the books, right? We took $40 million off the books that, predominantly was used towards bridge maintenance. But the argument that I make is that the government, we talk a lot about the deficit and how big the deficit is and how historic the deficit is, and it will be on the implementation of the FMA, but we need to talk about revenue. And we need to talk about how the government needs the resources to actually provide incentives. I use the resource sector as an example. I'll use the military as an example. We have great companies in this province. We are a leader, there is no question, when it comes to the military. And the expertise from the private sector that we do have in the military. It's a long-standing history here in Nova Scotia, right across. Sydney's the same, Mr. Chair. We have a military presence in Sydney, and now that's going to expand significantly now that Sydney has been named the preferred site for the Polar Ice Vessels facility. That is a significant opportunity for Cape Breton, which could tie into a whole bunch of other infrastructure when it comes around rail and roads and whatever. So again, I go to the point of this, the bridges. I go back to the bridge tolls because I want to stay on the FMA, Mr. Chair, and like that section for me, it's not just about bridges, but it's about the overall issue that the government is going to face over the next number of years, and that is a revenue problem. That is for certain. So what we argue as a caucus as well is that you could be using that revenue that you're taking away, to support incentives for companies who are involved with science and development around the military. Give those companies incentives to set up shop here in Nova Scotia, use those resources, because ultimately the military spend is the feds. The federal government is really is the driver of the military. So the investments that you're seeing in Sydney is a direct result of, the federal government making that investment in Sydney, no different than Halifax. So the military here in Halifax it's federal. But what I'll say is that where the province can really step in is from a perspective of supporting these companies. I know that the government has set up this round table to talk about it, and it's through multiple departments. But ultimately, if you can put some resources behind it from a provincial level to provide incentives for these companies, these defense companies, or AI, there's a whole number of examples I could provide. I think it will go a long way. We all know that the military is going to play a significant part in the success of our province. It already has for years. As in the worst of times, economically, across, whether it's in this region or beyond, the military has always played a significant role in the protection of our country and our sovereignty, but ultimately, too, as well, is that these are people who are living in our communities, they're raising families, they're well-paying jobs, and they contribute significantly to the economy, economically and socially, Madam Chair. And this government wants to be part of that conversation, but they're going to need the resources to really step up and play a part in it. So when you make decisions around removing tolls on bridges, and I go back to the tolls because it's more about the revenue. It's more about the revenue for me. That's less money that you have to support incentives that would help support the growth from a provincial perspective of the military here in Nova Scotia. So, bridge tolls and revenue. There's other examples too. I would argue too that, taking the parking off taking the parking out of the parking lots of the hospitals, that helps people, but it also is another loss of revenue, right? And we can debate whether you agree or disagree with that move, but I'm just sticking to the conversation around revenue. So when you do that, that money which was generated was going to hospital foundations and other service organizations that were supporting our hospitals and our communities. So now that's gone. And now you have to replace that money with the money that the government has. And I would argue that, again, when you arbitrarily decide, you can phase things out. There's no question. Governments have done that. They'll phase in a tax break over a number of years. They'll blend it in over 3 or 4 years. Like, just because you're thinking long term about like the projections down the road, right? And the government here under the Financial Measures Act with the bridge tolls and with the hospital parking and with some of the other aspects where they've lost revenue has really impacted the government's ability to. They're in the situation. Madam Chair, the government's in the situation where they're in. You know what I mean? This 2 weeks has been very difficult. A lot of organizations that support the most vulnerable in our province lost their funding. Now some has come back. And to the advocacy of the people of this province, that funding's back. And I said in my debate last night that they never should have been on the chopping block anyway. I think that the government pulled back there because they realized that how important those were. And you know what? Good. And as I said, well done to the people who advocated passionately right across the province to see that happen. But again, when you do that, the deficit goes up again, right? So now the government needs to, my point is that revenue is going to be key. And that's where I'm going to be watching to see where the government is going to find that revenue. I use bridge tolls as an example, but we also know that the population is stabilizing. We know that the economy is in a bit of a transition. Time will tell. With that, I think military is going to hopefully play a big part in supporting the province even more. But there are some headwinds ahead. So much, Madam Chair, that the government has projected 4 years of cuts to try to get the FMA in line. And it starts this year. So that revenue conversation is going to be very important next year. Because next year, the bridge toll revenue is gone. And that's $40 million. That's $40 million that the government had and they don't have. And that's programs in my community, Madam Chair, yours, programs right across the province. And as I said, it's all respect to my colleagues on the other side. This has been tough on them, no question, right? I said it the other night. I think that if their caucus would have had a fulsome kind of breakdown of everything, you may be in a different scenario right now. But at the same time, the government has spent so much that they have to find ways to bring it back. So revenue is going to be a thing. It's definitely going to be it's going to be a big problem because as we've heard across the province still, some great organizations that support arts and culture, some great organizations that support our most vulnerable still in various ways across the province are still seeing their funding reduced. They are. Put $40 million back into the mix. Guess what? You're pretty close to that. You're pretty close to filling that. You're pretty close to filling that gap. You're pretty close to filling that gap. And I go back to the Bridge Commission stuff too, because it's not just the 40 million that would be used for maintenance and would offset what's necessary that's now on the books. There was also other money spent there, Madam Chair, around technology that was written off, like in the millions, right? So that it was a waste, really. Like it was something that they didn't calculate either. Like again, I always say, if a government's going to make a change on a policy that's going to affect the bottom line, you need to think about it multiple years, right? You can't just say, okay, if you're going to do a tax cut, then you smooth that out. If you're going to look at, cutting parking fees, or if you're going to look at cutting revenue, whether, you can debate the merit of it, whether you agree or disagree, which is fine, and we've debated it on the floor. But my argument is that the government is not, I argue, that they're not thinking long-term. They haven't been thinking long-term enough. They haven't been thinking long enough down the road. And because of that, they're in the situation that they're in. So now as they start to try to have this conversation looking down the road and looking at the FMA, and I use revenue as an example, they're going into the future with the cupboard spare, right? They're going into the future saying, okay, we have great opportunities in resource development, and we're going to have to spend some money on it. But now it's going to be borrowed money because there's no money. There's no money left. If the military is looking at a major expansion, what is our fiscal capacity to participate in that, right? If we had the revenue from the bridges, as per the FMA, there's $40 million. I'm staying on topic. See that? I am. So I go to revenue. Revenue is really the key. It really is the key. There's lots of different sections of this, and I'll go through that. But I go to, and I always respect your ruling, so just fire away if I do something, right? It's good practice. It's good practice. But I go back to the revenue side, and I go back to this FMA. We're debating this one this year based on the fiscal situation that the government has presented. What does next year's FMA look like? Right? That's it. That is another year of decline. That is another year of cuts. That's another year the bridge toll revenue that's in the FMA could help. I'll take any question from anyone. Madam Chair. I don't care. Oh.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering if the member opposite would be willing to take a question.
Specific to...
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Yeah, just clarification. I've never dealt with this before. Like in 11 years, I've never been asked a question in a debate.
Oh, order. Thanks. We're not going to talk across. Thank you. Thanks. No, we're still talking. Thank you. No, thank you. One. So I'm going to recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2 and ask that other members stop talking. Thank you.
So is the question, so okay, all right, so we just back into the conversation? Yeah, okay,
yes,
great.
we are,
yeah,
but we're going to
okay.
stick to the FMA and what's in it, not what's not in it.
I'm very happy to answer questions of my opinion. I've given my opinion more than enough in the last 2 weeks. Well, in the last 11 years, but in the last 2 weeks, nonetheless. But again, I go back to the FMA, and I continuously go back to, which people are probably like, why does he keep talking about the bridge tolls, right? But the reason why I keep talking about the bridge tolls is that as a Cape Bretoner, we know we have bridges and infrastructure. The minister has talked about it, and he's presented his case, and that's great. This is something that future governments are going to have to look at when it comes to infrastructure across across the province. And the argument I've said to you tonight around bridge tolls, which is in the FMA, is that when you make these decisions around tax breaks, and you make the decisions around removing tolls, you make the decisions that affect revenue, you need to really be careful that you're not putting yourself in a situation where you end up borrowing so much to cover the costs of quick decisions to say, okay, bridge tolls, we've made a decision. Did we analyze that we spent millions of dollars on new technology? Are we going to have to write that off? How much is it going to bring on to our overall debt of the province? You know, I argue I don't think the government thought about that enough, because now, and the policy experts out there are saying the same thing. They're saying the same thing. When you're in a situation, and you know, the government makes the argument that like this is a national thing, that revenue is a problem right across Canada. You know, we're all dealing with the same thing. I would argue against that, because they came in to a very sound fiscal foundation. The point of making, and again I go back to the bridge tolls, is that your policy experts are saying don't do it, and the government did it, and it was swift. They made the decision, but I don't think they thought long term enough on this and other aspects of the budget. And now we're here in 2026, Madam Chair, talking about the FMA and the various aspects of this. And they're in a money problem, and they're in a revenue problem. So I would argue, I would like to do an analysis based on what the revenue projections look like for other provinces, comparable to ours, when you look at making the comparison around who has so much debt, right? I argue that this deficit's going to get larger. I gave this in my speech last year to our party membership, that the financial health of the province is really going to come into question in 2026. And here we are, and it's 2026, we're talking about the FMA, and I'm talking revenue, and I'm talking revenue loss. That the government may want, if they really wanted to take the tolls off of the bridges, they should have looked at a phased out approach to do it. It's like any of the significant cuts they made, they ran on a platform. They won, obviously, they won. And you know, they're implementing a platform that I think they're thinking too politically, and they should be thinking more strategically about implementing that plan. Because ultimately they have a supermajority. You know, a guy like me from Sydney with our caucus will do our best to put our best foot forward, to advocate for the people. But I think if you would have spread some of this out over a longer term, if you would have had a longer term focus at looking at the bridge tolls in the FMA, that you may not be in a situation where there's still tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars of cuts to important programs, which MLAs, we're all here for the right reason. You know, we come here to do right by our communities, right? And I said it, Madam Chair, with the revenue from the bridge tolls and the FMA, some of those government MLAs wouldn't be seeing theaters closing in their communities, right? They wouldn't see cuts to important programs in their communities. And that's just my philosophy. I'm not it's not meant to attack or anything. It's just, you know, we come from an era, all governments make decisions. We didn't make the decisions to remove the tolls on the bridges here in Halifax. We made other decisions around how we spent money. The NDP, when they were in government, same thing, right? Governments come and go. It's the great cycle of life. It's at some point, a new government will come in. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with this part of the FMA. It's going to be very interesting to see how the government deals with it. It's a significant infrastructure project on the books, coming soon, sooner than later. Not talked about enough in the FMA, I argue. You know, talked about enough that there's, you know, in the Bridge Commission Act, Of course, we know that the Bridge Commission is dissolved. The assets and staff are being transferred to Link Nova Scotia, and the board commission is being involved. And it's a big move. It's a big move, and it's going to be a big ticket item for the province to try to have to figure out. A big one. I would say north of $1 billion. And I just think that the government, before, if they wanted to remove the tolls and they wanted to dissolve the Bridge Commission, should have took a longer-term approach to it. You know what I mean? Even if you solidified the funding, the support, you knew you had that revenue, you had the transparency, you had the independence of the Bridge Commission, but you also had the that revenue that was there to help offset any ask that you needed, Madam Chair, to secure the funds to replace that bridge. And it's a big conversation. It's actually it's a big conversation now across province, and you know, people can argue, MLAs on the government side agree, you know, they're standing by their decision. But you talk to anybody at Cape Breton, or I would argue Yarmouth, or maybe even Antigonish, or you know, your community, Madam Chair, beautiful down that way. I would say that they're probably scratching their heads going, why did they do that? Right? Why did they do that? Because as I said, this section, Part 7, the Bridge Commission Act, is a very significant one for communities outside of Halifax too as well, who would argue that that the cost of removing those tolls was too much, that it now is impacting wonderful organizations in communities from Sydney to Yarmouth and in between. So I've talked a lot about the bridge, So I'm going to talk about something else as well. So, but again, on the same term as the Bridge Commission, you know, there's Part 17, which is the Revenue Act of the FMA. The hybrid levy, people aren't happy about that. They aren't. You know, you have the federal government pushing, you know, this technology. This is the technology that is coming, and people have embraced it. You know, we've promoted it ourselves. You know, a lot of the new models that are coming out are of a hybrid nature. Of, you know, and this tax, people aren't happy about that one. It's one that I hear a bit about myself, and there's some questions around that one too as well. I do have speaking notes. I'm actually going to read this just so for folks at home, so they can. Just gives an overall, Madam Chair, of the FMA. So and this gives me an opportunity to address some of the measures overall in the bill. So, you know, we always look for the good parts of the bill, Madam Chair, and of course, there's always legislative housekeeping that needs to be done. So, you know, that's part of it every year. So there's a bit of that in the bill. So we're very, you know, we're okay to see that. But there are parts of the budget, of this budget, and parts of this bill that we're hearing from Nova Scotians about. And as I said, I'm going to start with the electric and hybrid levy. Madam Chair, this immediately strikes me as wrong, forcing, and I'm not alone. And as I've said, we've received hundreds of emails from people who are concerned about this. This is a $500 fee every 2 years, targeted specifically at electric vehicle owners. And if you drive a hybrid, they've decided to split the difference to $125 a year. So as the federal government is reinstating their rebates to drive EV adoption, Madam Chair, we argue that this government is making things more expensive. Let's be clear, this is not about fairness. We believe this is punitive. And Nova Scotians are saying exactly that. Madam Chair, a constituent reached out to me who bought a hybrid to save money. Because of these changes, they will end up paying more taxes via this levy than they would have paid in gas tax if they bought a gas model of the exact same car. These are individuals who made a responsible choice for the environment, for public health, and often for long-term affordability. The government's own numbers, Madam Chair, show this will raise just $1.6 to $3.3 million a year. What's worse, this policy ignores the much larger long-term savings of EV adoption delivers. Peer-reviewed research consistently shows that reduced air pollution lower rates of asthma, heart disease, and premature death. This matters for Nova Scotians, Madam Chair, especially for our children, our seniors, and people living in high-traffic areas. Penalizing EV adoption undermines these public health gains. It sends the wrong signal about our responsibility to protect vulnerable Nova Scotians. These health benefits alone can amount to thousands of dollars per vehicle over its lifetime. And on top of that, lower greenhouse gas emissions mean fewer future costs from flooding, storms, and coastal erosion. These issues we all know too well here in Nova Scotia. So while the government collects a few million today, it risks billions in future costs. The government justifies this as a way to ensure EV drivers pay their fair share for roads. But the engineering evidence tells a very different story. Heavy commercial trucks, not passenger vehicles, cause the overwhelming majority of road wear. So this flat EV fee is not grounded in evidence. It is arbitrary and unfair. It hurts wallets, it hurts public health, and it hurts people. And if so, the government can charge more gas tax. I even heard that some of the people have started calling it the PC carbon tax. I think the government should reverse this decision. There are other parts of this bill that I'm also concerned about, Madam Chair. The government is disbanding the Halifax-Dartmouth Bridge Commission. The Halifax-Dartmouth Bridge Commission did incredible work for years maintaining the bridges, managing the Big Lift project, and also managing the revenue and expenses of the bridges. They managed their own debt. It wasn't part of the province's overall debt. They kept it and managed it using revenue from bridge tolls. When the time comes, and that time is coming soon, Madam Chair, for a replacement to the McKay Bridge, that debt is going directly to the bottom line for the province now, with no revenue to pay it over time. This is a short-sighted decision by this government. And I'm also looking to hear more about the changes to the Forecast Act related to carbon sequestration. While this was a priority change for this government, why was this a priority change for this government? Are these agreements being abused? I'm hearing concerns that this government is weakening these agreements. It's certainly a topic that I want to hear more about from the minister and from Nova Scotians at Public Bills Committee. Similarly, I'm hearing significant concerns from Nova Scotians who entered into conservation easement agreements, who entered these agreements because they thought they could protect their land in perpetuity. But now it seems like the Conservation Easement Act is weakened by part of this bill. And I hope to talk more with the government about this. But before we vote on these bills, this is important. Before we vote on these bills, we should determine how the government drafted them. What has led to these changes? And I'll be looking forward to hearing from the ministers as we move forward at public bills. I'm not going to take too much more time tonight, Madam Chair, but our overall message remains the same. It didn't have to be this way. We believe this government has made poor financial decisions. Now they're trying to figure out who will pay for them. And the government is targeting cuts to tourism, the arts, and new taxes on electric vehicles. And they should be restraining their own overall budget spending to untendered contracts. This budget has cuts to 86 education and research grants, 97 arts and culture grants, 82 equity programs, 22 environmental programs, in a multitude of health programs. And as Nova Scotians have noticed, and Nova Scotians have noticed, Madam Chair, and they are engaged. And I said this last night in my debate with the NDP and the Premier, is that I want to thank everyone for coming. They're concerned about this bill, the FMA, and they came and they showed support for their families and communities and great organizations across the province. As I said last night, the most important aspect that we have as government elected representatives on all sides and in our communities is making sure we do whatever we can to support the people who need the help the most. Yep. We certainly will hear a lot from Nova Scotians on this piece of legislation of public bills. We will for sure. And people are upset. They're upset at the FMA.
Sorry, are you tabling those?
Do I have to table those? Do I have to table that speech? No. Okay.
Okay. I wasn't sure you were reading those, so, okay. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Oh, no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. I expect we're going to have a very, well, we know there's going to be a very large turnout for public bills. And I hope that the government lets everyone present. There are a number of aspects within this bill that people are very passionate about. They're very passionate, maybe they're passionate about what I've been talking about tonight around the loss of revenue and how it's impacted really wonderful programs that support our kids across the province. Maybe they're interested in, maybe they are a landowner and they have questions around their rights. And it's a great opportunity for them to get answers as we move forward and ask questions. People may have concerns around the Crown Lands Act, around the renewal of licenses and how that works. People may have questions and concerns around the Forests Act, which requires landowners being used in commercial carbon sequence, as I talked about, the transaction. So these are the things we're hearing about, Madam Chair. People may have some questions around the Gaming Control Act, right? And some of the aspects of that where it comes to the province selling the casino on the waterfront, what does that look like into the future? I just went on about the bridges for 50 minutes, so I don't need to repeat that, but people are talking about that in Antigonish and Cape Breton. All over the place about that. Maybe they'll come up and they'll have a conversation with the Minister of Health and others. Then there's the Income Tax Act, of course. You know what I mean? People may have some questions around that. And, I'm just kind of listing these off because, for people, this is the aspects of the actual bill. There's people may come from the insurance industry to talk about the Insurance Act some of the conversation around consumer consent that the legislation talks about around electronic delivery of insurance docs. Like there's a whole bunch of aspects there. And then there's, of course, the Harness Racing Commission Act. You may see somebody there, and that the Minister of Agriculture is responsible for that. So some people may have some questions around that. The Meat Inspection Act, that's another one that's in the FMA, Madam Chair. There's some changes coming there. Changes to the meat inspection model. You know what I mean? The emphasis on facilities and livestock. Again, this is something that's important in rural Nova Scotia. And people may have questions for the department, and this is a great way to do it. Right? It's very healthy, a very healthy process. And of course, we talked about the Mineral Resources Act. Around, gypsum is a big part of that. I've kind of used an example earlier of a successful operation in Cape Breton, in Iona. Earlier, there's lots of talk around resource development here in the province, and people will definitely want to see that, especially with Crown land and how minerals will be owned by the Crown and what that looks like on private land and agreements being grandfathered. That's important stuff as we all continue the conversation around resource development in the province. The other big one, Part 13, the non-residential transfer, which allows exemptions in the tax to be moved into regulations. There's going to be some conversation around there with the rate being increased from 5 to 10%. The Property Evaluation Services Corporation Act, that seems to be more about changing of titles, so I don't suspect you'll hear too much there. The Provincial Parks Act, which is the ability, and this is one that's important for folks, the ability for vehicles to be impounded, fined, towed, because I know some of the MLAs have beautiful beaches in their communities and have had various problems with calling the police. Yeah, a member from Halifax Atlantic, he's a great example. He's got a beautiful, spot there. You know, vehicle problems. We see some of that in Cape Breton too, as well. So like Provincial Parks Act, you know, the minister is going to be setting the fees, the ability for cars to be impounded, and you're allowing conservation officers to do it, right? So that would be something somebody may talk about. Then maybe, you know, I talked about the Revenue Act a bit. That's where the hybrid levy comes in, Madam Chair. People, of course, have been talking about that, as I said. You have a vaping tax. You're seeing increases in penalty to tobacco and related offenses. You know, people will definitely have something to say, I would imagine. The Sales Tax Act, Part 18 is the Sales Tax Act, which is the renewable electricity providers can provide point-of-sale rebate directly to consumers when selling electricity. That's a big one. That's significant as we move forward, as we all try to advocate to smooth out the prices that people are paying. You know, you're looking at the Halifax-Dartmouth Commission Act, which is, you know, everything's being transferred over. And I think I covered it all, I think. Anyway, I think that was an opportunity to give people who may be listening a breakdown of what potentially is in the Act. So I'll finish off my comments, and I appreciate everybody paying attention intently to what I've had to say tonight, Madam Chair. The FMA, as I said, is ultimately what triggers the spending of this province. I suspect that the requests to present grow substantially as I stand on my feet right now. And I hope that nobody is denied the opportunity to come. I know that there's been some talk around potentially, well, you know, what part of the Act do you want to present on? But this FMA has been really the talk of the province for all of the wrong reasons. And it's been very loud, very vocal, people in communities all over Nova Scotia. You know, when you look at the FMA and you look at the implementation, and as I said, there's various pieces of it, but it's ultimately the document that allows the government to get into the revenue, get into expending money. I hope that you take some of the words I said tonight about revenue and just remember that some of these decisions that have been made as a result of the FMA is the direct result of artists not being able to fulfill their passion and kids not being exposed as much as they should be to art in schools, and wonderful, wonderful communities and community facilities being cut. And it's devastating. And I would implore that the government take March break and think a little bit more about the FMA and think a little bit more about the budget and what else may be able to be accomplished. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank Nova Scotians for really paying attention to this. We hope you sign up and you hope you come to present. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just have to get up on my feet for a few minutes and just talk a little bit about the member's speech with regards to tolls, hospital parking, all of the affordability issues, Madam Speaker, that this government has addressed. The previous government, Madam Speaker, it's a government of words, and this is a government of action, Madam Speaker. And I can't believe my ears when I sit here and I listen to the member talk about during these difficult times, talk about adding tolls, adding back parking fees, Madam Speaker, when people are going to visit a family member in the hospital, they have to pay a toll or have to pay parking. Madam Speaker, they're digging in their cars looking for change. A small amount, Madam Speaker, but a very important amount. And we've heard tonight that the Liberal Party would put fees back on parking at hospitals. We've also heard that the Liberal Party would put tolls back on bridges. And Madam Speaker, we have 4,100 bridges in Nova Scotia. Are we going to toll 2 of them, or are we going to toll all of them? The member talks about Cape Bretoners not being happy about tolls being removed in the Halifax bridges, Madam Speaker. But we have a bridge in Cape Breton. It's called the Seal Island Bridge, Madam Speaker, and it's going to cost $1 billion to replace over the next 15 years. Would the member, with the member's logic, a toll should be placed on that. A toll should be placed on the causeway. Madam Speaker, when we look at, back in 2014, the former Liberal government had a plan to twin all these highways, Madam Speaker, all across this province. But you know how they were going to do it, Madam Speaker? They were going to put tolls on those highways. And then they realized, oh no, we can't put tolls on these highways because the public won't stand for that, Madam Speaker. They reversed course and didn't put the tolls on the highways, Madam Speaker. So what we have here is we have 2 opposition parties, the toll party and the tax party, Madam Speaker. The NDP want to raise taxes. They did it the last time. HST raised by 2%. They're now saying to pay for all this, we would raise taxes, Madam Speaker. The Liberal Party, in their own platform, Madam Speaker, had a 2% reduction in the HST, Madam Speaker. And then when we talk about the Income Tax Act, Madam Speaker, we talk about indexing tax brackets. The Liberal Party in the last term was crying for this, and I was one of those ones crying for it because it makes sense. The personal exemption, Madam Speaker, when they say it doesn't affect the average person, absolutely it does, because now you can make up to $3,500 more, Madam Speaker, than you could under the previous government and not pay any Nova Scotia tax, Madam Speaker. So I just had to stand up and get on the record to say that the Liberal Party is the party of tolls and the NDP are the party of taxes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm so grateful that another minister stood up and actually gave us no information about anything that's in the bill that is before us. So I'm truly appreciative that there are moments where they can stand and talk about stuff. So I want to say, tonight, I'm not here to give a polite talk about budgets because, when we talk about budgets, we heard from the member Northside Westmount talking about taxes and what was yours? Tolls and taxes, TNT. I'm here to talk about power, priorities, and the people who pay the price when governments decide that balancing spreadsheets matters more than protecting communities. So because right now in Nova Scotia, we're being told a story. And we're being told that budget cuts are necessary. We're being told that the reductions in public programs are responsible governance. We're being told that there simply isn't enough money to support the programs our communities depend on. And this government is talking about who do we choose? What do we take away? Well, what you could have done is not overspend. What you could have done as a government for the 5 years that you've been in office is balance the budget. Not spend money on things like Happy Pad, because you know how much I love that. An app that cost $1 million and something. I'm just saying, because we're talking about tolls and taxes here, what we need to do is we need to be talking about, responsible governance, because that's important, right? We're told that there simply isn't enough money to support the programs our communities depend on. And, then we ask questions in the budget, specifically in this bill, about why are these things necessary. I want to also point out, before I get into this, here we are actually debating, why do we need to stop this bill? I love that we are standing here today. This evening, it's actually it's dinner time. Folks are paying attention. People are sending me messages. I'm getting emails at the same time to ask me questions about why is the government not wanting to debate? Why is it so important for them to shut down debate when we just started? We just started talking about these things. We are on the bill. Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. And I thought, because we're hearing so many times in this House, that the government is saying we are listening to Nova Scotians. We want to hear from Nova Scotians. Yet, the Progressive Conservatives want to shut down debate. Interesting. How can you hear from people if you don't actually listen and let people talk? Interesting. So, I'm grateful to have the few ministers to stand up and not answer the questions that have been put forward. And I'm going to start off with my talk. And if you have questions, because I talked about this last evening, I am all open for questions. Last night I didn't receive any. Nobody actually asked me or told me or clarified anything when I finished my discussion. So I'm going to also say again, if you have questions or clarifications or things that you'd like me to know, because it's important for us to do the best work together. And when you don't talk about it or tell me anything, I literally have to go by what the facts are saying. So if anybody wants to clarify or answer a question, I am all ears after I finish my conversation. Thank you. So, it's really funny that, people are paying attention. And you know why? Because we've given people time to absorb the information, at least some of it. I mean, I will say, I talked about this yesterday. There are 20 bills and 137 clauses. Is it clauses? Well, anyways, I wrote it down. 137 clauses in this Financial Measures Act. That's a lot. I mean, one night, 2 hours is not enough time to really absorb the information. And I learned so much last night that I'm going to actually recap and then give you some of the things that I learned from reading through the bill a little bit more because I had some time. So, it's interesting that here we are, the Progressive Conservative government is putting forward a motion to stop debate, or it's not a motion, it's called, what is it called? The question to be now put, which also limits debate. When we hear from folks about, every minute or every 2 minutes in our email, letting us know how important this bill is and we need to talk about it. I mean, we've heard from folks throughout our time here, emails, rallies, people coming in and out, connecting to folks. I know, and I shouldn't say I know, because I don't know, but I do have emails with everybody's MLA email on it. So if someone says they didn't get an email, I mean, maybe they need to check that particular email, I'm not sure. But there are emails and phone calls being sent across the province. Across the province. To every MLA, they're showing up at offices. They're talking to people that you all know. And so when I say that Nova Scotians really want to have conversations about this debate because they're concerned about the FMA, the Financial Measures Act, because some people don't really know, and like I said, I'm really open to having clarity, but as well, I'm always open to letting people know exactly what this looks like. There's people that are watching or people that have come that don't know the process of what bills, of how bills get passed here. Now, mind you, we have a little bit of a wonky process because it's not as collaborative as I'd like it to be, but there is a process nonetheless. And so when we sit here and we debate the bill, there is a time for each of us to be able to do that because we represent separate ridings. Like I can't speak to, the member from Sackville-Uniacke, Cobequid's riding, because that's their riding. And they have concerns as well. So my concerns are coming from my riding, but I'm very honored and blessed to be able to receive emails and phone calls from across the province, which I actually really enjoy because I learned so much when people send me messages about very important things that are really important to them, especially when we bring them here on the floor. So why do we not need to debate? Well, I'm going to tell you why we need to debate and why it's really important for us to continue this conversation because yesterday, when I went through the bill, you know, I talked about a couple of things, but I want to, because we tolls and taxes here, right? Like, we were talking about that, but it just so happens that in this particular bill, the Financial Measures Act, and everybody's gonna hum and haw, but like, it taxes EVs. It establishes a new tax on electric and hybrid vehicles. So a government who's really big on saying, oh, the NDP is taxing people and this is what we do. Well, the Progressive Conservative in 2026, because this is where we are today, are gonna tax folks on new electric and hybrid vehicles. Every 2 years, full EVs will have to pay $500 and hybrid vehicles have to pay $250. Wow. Wow. I mean, I wonder where that could have came from. You know, what is included is to be set by regulations. So, I mean, there could be other things included in that when it comes to regulations. The regulations don't come across the floor where we get to discuss it or even see it. But, you know, there's a lot of things going on when we talk about what this bill is bringing forward. It says it amends the Crown Lands Act to allow conservation officers to impound vehicles on Crown land. So I looked at that. And I had my concerns about that because I'm curious to know why there's so many pieces that include Crown lands, but as well expropriation of land and land ownerships in multiple different ways. So I did some research, and I'm telling you, like, from 2024 until now, there are, I want to say, at least 30 post-its from bills that have come across this floor that have to do with either land, with either expropriation, with new rules and guidelines to Crown lands and forestry. Like, it's really interesting. I think some folks should really, really read some of these things, because as I had time to think about it, the puzzle started coming together. Now, mind you, some of the pieces still don't fit. But there are some things in here that just made me go, why would this be? Why would we be doing piecemeal omnibus bills for a number of years, and in each of those bills, we put forward something that has to do with taking land, encroaching on land, taking easements, not allowing nonprofits or indigenous reserves to have a say over that land, forestry. Like, for what reason will we be doing this? And then there's also one on gypsum in there as well, under minerals, in one of the bills that was put forward in previous years. So I will tie that all back together, but I'm just going to start from the beginning of the bill so that everyone can understand what is coming forward here. Here's another piece, and this is the part that I think, you know, could it be an opportunity for the government to change the wording in this particular thing? It says, exempts the sale of the Harbor Casino from the land transfer tax for the province. Large corporations, no tax. Everyday people, tax. Make that make sense. And I know you love that phrase because we talked about it earlier today, but I just can't wrap my head around why we wouldn't do that. Why would we not tax somebody who has the money and clearly are going to be making money off of our province? But we're like, no, it's good. You folks go ahead. But folks that are looking for land trusts, you got to jump through hoops to get a piece of land from this government. And sometimes you can't even go through the government because they don't want to talk to you. So it's really interesting who we do things for and who we don't. So there's also housekeeping measures, and I'm glad the Minister of Justice stood up talking about the vaping tax, because yes, I think that's great. It falls in line with some of the things that we want to see. We want to protect, we want to have safety. There are all those pieces. But, you know, in another bill, there's something there that is really troubling, but I'll get to that when we get to that bill another time. It also says, includes the budget change of increasing the financial institutions' capital tax. Now, I don't know much about, you know, financial institutions, but I just know that, like, you know, does that sound like a good idea? I don't know. And no one's clarified that, right? So, you know, I was questioning earlier about, like, why would we tax a financial institution 2% more? So it goes from 4% to 6%. And I'm confused as to why we would think that we would tax these financial institutions that are probably doing good work for everyday citizens in some way, that particular tax. But we won't tax the large corporation that wants to have a casino and land transfer tax for the province. It just doesn't compute. And then we talk about getting rid of the Halifax Bridge Commission to move Bridge Overview to Link Nova Scotia. So, you know, I've had a few words about that last evening, and I also had words before they even changed over. And I think, you know, it's and my colleague from Sydney, member 2, really had some words about what was the purpose? What is the reasoning? I mean, I'm just trying to think about it in a way like, think about this. We had a large revenue, and I'm not saying I'm for or against, because at the end of the day, it is what it is. We figure it out, we'll go through it. But people have sent me letters and emails saying, why this and not our arts and culture? Why did you do this? I would rather, you know, pay the tax for arts and culture than, you know, than for to have the tolls off. And we've heard that outside. And that's not my words, so please do not say, oh, well, you know, MLA from Halifax Needham said bloop, 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 because that's not what I said. What I'm saying to you is there are a lot of pieces that just don't seem to match. And I'm curious as to why. And we have yet to hear any type of explanation, any discussion, any clarity. And it's really interesting because I know folks in this room are very smart and they understand what's happening. And yet, we want to close down debate because you don't want to hear from Nova Scotians. It's really quite interesting that this is what the Progressive Conservative, I thought you loved Nova Scotians. I thought you loved listening to people and their concerns to help you do your work better. And here we have a motion or something that happened that says we have to close debate because the Progressive Conservatives do not want to hear from Nova Scotians. Interesting. So I'm going to move into it also, this particular bill, 198 Financial Measures Act, it makes it easier for landowners to terminate community and conservation easements on protected land that they own if they can demonstrate severe hardship to the Supreme Court of Canada, Supreme Court of Nova Scotia. I didn't understand it then, and then when I read the bill, it was a lot clearer. So much so that it excluded groups of people from being able to have the protected land, which is also troubling. Because here we have in the same bill that, you know, the sale exempts the sale of Harbor Casino from the land transfer tax for the province, but then we're going to, number one, not notify the folks about this particular community conservation easement because it says we don't have to notify them. That's exactly what it says in the clause. And then it says, you know, then you can terminate community and conservation easements without even letting them know, without any conversation, none of that. And the ones that are going to be affected would be nonprofits. It said nonprofits. Let me just make sure I got the right wording here, folks. Oh, First Nation bands, municipalities, and nonprofits. I kind of jumped ahead. I'm sorry, folks. But it's really interesting that, you know, here we have in this bill things that could help folks, things that we can make better. And instead, we're creating even more hardship for those folks that are a part of that group. So I want to point out that Nova Scotians expected this government to make their lives better. I mean, it said it on the start of the bill. Is it defending Nova Scotians? I mean, if I hear defending, I think, wow, they're going to be here to really do the good work to protect us. Because that was what it was last year, was protecting Nova Scotians. And this year, now they're defending us. I don't know what they're defending us from, but defending sounds like it's powerful. So maybe that was what they were thinking. But, you know, this budget will not make a difference in the biggest issues they face, like the high cost of housing and massive power bills. which was one of the things that this government ran on as a part of their campaign messaging, which is really strange. I don't understand why that wouldn't be a part of the work that you'd want to do and show Nova Scotians how important it is to follow through on some of the messaging that the PC government put forward. Their election campaign was cap the amount of power rates. Cap the amount power rates can increase in Nova Scotia. Interesting. Wow. Haven't seen any of that in the Financial Measures Act. That is something that would make people's lives better. And it would actually show that you're defending Nova Scotians. Because we've heard from hundreds of people about how Nova Scotia Power is charging exorbitant amounts, and we want a province and a premier to stand up and do things for us that are going to make a difference because the cost of living is really high. And instead of doing that, we take away all of our arts and culture stuff. And we take away tourism, and we, cut museums. We cut so many things in a budget that makes people's lives better. And then we tell big corporations, sure, no problem. You can go ahead. We don't need the taxes from that because we don't need the money, even though there's a huge deficit if anybody didn't really think about that. So it's really interesting where our priorities lie and who they lie for. So, getting back, because I haven't even started with the bill yet, I'm just going over some general notes to recap for folks, because there's folks that are paying attention, and I'm so grateful because I've heard so many wonderful things over the past couple days that are really gonna, make people's mouth go, what? What? Okay, back to the messaging. This budget cuts jobs and programs that Nova Scotians rely on with no plan to get back to balance. Because, we've seen the 4-year projection. It's cut. Sorry, cut. 4 years straight. And this government is making Nova Scotians pay for the PC's financial mismanagement. And they're pushing through a massive Financial Measures Act that tackles everything from forestry to concerning other provisions in this particular bill. 1,000 public sector jobs are being cut this year. And this government plans to cut about the same number each year over the next 3 years without any conversation about that, without any discussion, and I'm pretty sure they'll receive an email or a letter the day before or the week before they have to leave their job. Similar to when we started here, the tourism folks, they were so happy to see the premier and they were taking pictures and thanks so much for all the work that you do and you're amazing. And then we come sit in the house and guess whose jobs are cut? Visitor information centers, museums, cultural centers, events, programs, child welfare staff, community programming. And yet, we're not talking about what's to come. Because, good governance is really important. It allows people to have an understanding of what's happening. And this is why it's so important for us to debate these things. It's really important for us to let Nova Scotians know that we're listening. And when we don't talk, silence speaks volumes. So, I will debate freely for the next 39 minutes that I have here in this House. And I hope to hear from folks on the other side that isn't something about a history lesson, i.e. taxes from 2003 or whatever that is. Yes, that's great to look back, but here we are in 2026. Let's talk about this budget that's before us, that's actually doing some serious damage, that should be taken back. And yet this government chooses not to do that. And now we have a motion on the floor to stop debate by the Progressive Conservative government. Stopping debate, stopping people's voices in this House is not a good idea when it comes to the work that we do as MLAs. So while this government expects Nova Scotians to pay the price of their overspending, we're also hearing about the salaries of backbencher MLAs. and significant expanding their own ministerial budgets to hire political and public relations staffs. And these are facts. This is what's in a lot of the things that are happening right now that no one's talking about. Rather than having the backs of Nova Scotians in tough times, we're seeing this government slash funding to community organizations and public services, including mental health care, early education, programs for young people, tourism jobs, bus transit, rural public transit services, municipal infrastructure funding, support for people on income assistance. I talked about domestic violence courts today. And, you know, the list goes on and on and on. And yes, some things have been rolled back. Grateful to hear, but it shouldn't have happened in the first place. Because when you take something away from somebody and then give them back a crumb, it's not really a nice thing. Because it's not doing much but making people think, oh, well, you're only good for this. That is not the impression we want to leave on Nova Scotians. But this is what this government is doing right now. So I'm going to get back to the EV taxes because I want to touch on a lot of these pieces that are in this bill. You know, we talk about how, you know, over the years, other governments, previous governments have taxed, and da-da-da-da-da. We were in a different day and time. Things were happening at different times. So when we talk about it, we need to also remember and be clear that it was not 2026 when we were in crises for a number of things. And folks need to hear that because all we're hearing is that, you know, the consistent pieces by this government and not the actual clarity on what's being put forward here that we're going to pass in the dead of night while people are in bed, so in hopes that they won't come and talk to us in public bills. So there are 20 bills in this act. One of them is the Community Easements Act. And I'm going to go through that because I want people to know what's in the Community Easements Act. The Community Easements Act is Clause 52. And in that act, if folks are following along, I completely recommend. It says the Community Easements Act is repealed and the following subsections substituted. A community easement act may be terminated by the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia on application by the owner if the court is in the opinion that continuation of the community easement would produce a severe hardship of the owner. The owner, when the easement holder ceases to exist. Where an order is made pursuant to subsection, the owner shall file the order with the appropriate registry of deeds and send a copy to the minister. When the easement holder ceases to exist and the owner wishes to make an application under Clause 3B, the owner shall give 90 days notice in writing. The minister may elect to assume the obligations of the easement holder and accept the rights and privileges respecting the community easement. It's unclear under all of these pieces in this particular subsection what severe hardship is, and we still haven't had any clarity on that. So I would like to, you know, at least put that in the air, maybe take note of it, because it's been mentioned a couple times tonight, and that's a really important piece that Nova Scotians are asking. What does that mean? Because it's really important for us to be clear so Nova Scotians know exactly what, you know, is being put forward. So it says, previously, there was a legislative process where if an easement holder ceased to exist, notices went out. And if you know anything about communities, if a notice goes out, you know, people talk. And they go, oh, you know, something happened, we want to check in with the family, blah, blah, blah. So if there's a notice that goes out, you're more than likely to get information back. Well, this gives the minister and the Crown an option to not. They don't have to. No notice is necessary to eligible organizations. It's now sent out if an easement holder ceases to exist only by the minister. So the minister will make an assessment, but it's no notice will go out. And the eligible organizations include municipalities. So municipalities you don't have to know about it. First Nations bands won't have to know, and the nonprofits aren't giving notification. Instead, if the minister does not elect to take on the easement themselves within 90 days, it is terminated. So in this case, it makes easements harder to stay protected over time, as those who could potentially take them over will not be notified that they will be terminated when the holder ceases to exist. So the 90 days is pretty much, moot point if you don't even know that, the minister wants to take over the land or the easement will no longer exist. So then I want to talk about conservation easements. So that's in subsection 54. And it says, same exact thing, similar wording about the existing, and they will notify the owner in writing and file it with the appropriate registry of deeds. So, there is an option when it comes to the conservation easement. But that's still, a piece. Why is that here? What is the purpose of that? No one's explaining whether it's like, housekeeping or it's modernization. There's no discussion from any of the ministers in this House that have any one of these 20 bills about what is it that it looks like, what is it going to look like. So, the Crown Lands Act. In this particular case, and I mentioned it earlier, it talks about the Crown Lands Act is repealed and the following subsections substituted. Subsection 31, is repealed. Except the approval of the Governor and Council, no license issued pursuant to this section shall be granted for a longer period than 5 years or renewed for a longer period than 5 years at one time. No license issued pursuant to this section shall be granted for a longer period than 10 years, renewed for a longer period than 10 years at one time. So we're going to move down, and it says, Clause 58 says a conservation officer or such person may be appointed by the minister may cause a vehicle found on Crown lands in violation of this act or the regulations to be moved and impounded until claimed by the person in charge of the vehicle. The person who operates the impound facility at which the vehicle is impounded is not required to release the vehicle until the fees for removal. So that's typical when something is impounded and so. But my point to this is, why is this a necessity? Like, what cars are parked on Crown lands? Who is this going to target? What is the purpose of this particular piece of legislation that police officers can't, or is it conservation officers, that conservation officers can't just do anyways? They're not allowed to drive up and say, "Excuse me, sir, you have to move your car," or give you a ticket like a normal person or a normal officer would do. I mean, we talked about peace officers and police officers. I'm confused as to, the relevance of this, but I can kind of tell you what it is, because, I've talked to a number of my Indigenous folks in community, and they've said this is a direct attack on them. And I talked about it last night, and, I was trying to be very calm and collective today because it is early in the evening and I don't need to wake myself up. But it's just quite interesting that here we are having a discussion about why this bill needs to not be debated anymore, because it's convenient for this government not to hear from Nova Scotians. And it's such an interesting thing because these are all really important questions that not just myself, but a lot of my other colleagues had asked. And there hasn't been any explanation or any clarification or any reason as to why these things are. So, our reason for asking these questions are very relevant in the sense of, what is the purpose of this? What is the reasoning? And why do we need to do this now? And I'm big on, if you have a bill, let's just say, the Forestry Act comes forward, I'd like to hear from the minister that has a Forestry Act bill put forward. What's wrong with putting in a bill with your name on it and saying it's yours? Being proud of what you put forward. Instead of clumping it all together under one act that falls under the finance minister, and there's only not even a handful of things out of 20 that is relevant to the finance. I mean, it's not giving us any more money, because, we're giving big corporations money to just, build casinos for nothing. But yet, we want to tax people that live here on land. We want to encroach on land and expropriate land and do all of these things in the name of the government, which has no relevance to, this particular bill and while we're here today. So I say all that, but I'm going to touch right on to something that I found out yesterday. So yesterday, I went through the bill because I was like, you know what, let me just think about what we're talking about here. Because one of the things that struck me was was a couple things, but one of the things that I was thinking about was the act about the minerals. So I'm going to get to the Minerals Act, excuse me, it's a couple pages in, because, this is a long bill. So the Mineral Resources Act, Chapter 3 of the Act of 2016, the Mineral Resources Act is amended by adding immediately after Section 5 the following section. All gypsum in or upon Crown lands immediately before this section comes into force is vested in the Crown, and the Crown owns such gypsum and the right to explore for, mine, and produce such gypsum. So I was clarified yesterday, which I was great to hear, because that's how we do the best work, having these conversations. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, it was across the floor, but, I was grateful to hear that Crown lands is Crown lands, because that's really important. Like, I wouldn't have known that if I wasn't told. So I also said, it says, whereon or after the day that the section comes into force, land becomes Crown lands. All gypsum in upon such Crown lands is vested in the Crown, and the Crown owns such gypsum and the right to explore for, mine, and produce such gypsum, which is, very, very clear. But then I asked, why would there be the Expropriation Act in here? Notwithstanding any other enactment, it is deemed for all purposes, including for the purpose of the Expropriation Act, that no expropriation or injurious affection occurs as a result of the enactment of this section. So no person has a right of action, and no person shall commence or maintain proceedings to claim damages or compensation of any kind, including damages or compensation for expropriation or injurious affection from the Crown as a result of the enactment of this section. So, in order for us to receive that land, we have to expropriate the land to become Crown land. And because of that, all in the name of gypsum, because there's also another bill here from previous years, and I won't reference it, but I mean, I have a number of things here that talked about the gypsum, the Minerals Resource Act. So I mentioned this before, and I was told this on numerous occasions when I first started here, that, opening up the act can be difficult because when you open it up, there's so many things that are in the act that you want, that it's going to take time to really go through it. But I see here every single time we sit in this legislature, there's omnibus bills with 20 acts, 15 acts, 13 acts. Why not open up the act as a minister of that department and go through it thoroughly and do an amazing job at making sure that you do the right things, instead of putting forward an act in an amendment in 2025 and in 2024 about gypsum and about the land, and then coming back here in 2026, and also adding in about mineral resources, which is gypsum. And then I found out another little really thing, because it just was sparking me to think, why gypsum? And I heard the Premier talk about how we have a ton of really amazing minerals under our earth, because we are rich in that, and so we are, because I mean, if you've ever been to the museum up by the hospital, they have a ton of amazing exhibitions and pieces that you can look at and find out where these pieces are from. And gypsum is across Nova Scotia. I found this out yesterday because someone messaged me, a Nova Scotian, messaged me and said, one of the last parts you spoke about was the land with gypsum to Crown land in mining production, with loss of rights to claim harm or compensation. This bit of information may help explain why. This government is very keen on extraction of uranium. Nova Scotians in general oppose this based on sound science. Basically very harmful because it can contaminate via airborne and also water soluble. And guess where uranium deposits are commonly found? Does anybody know? Whoa, yeah, you're right, that's correct. Uranium can be found in association with gypsum deposits, particularly in specific types of environmental settings, known as surficial uranium deposits or calcrete deposits. And this is from a gentleman who is a lifelong geologist and loves rocks and loves soil and sediment and all of that. So, you know, so then it also sparked me to do a little bit more, do more research. So then I looked up some stuff. It says, according to the World Nuclear Association, there are more than a dozen types of uranium deposits, and at least one of them is found near gypsum. Superficial uranium deposits are broadly defined as young, tertiary to recent. Near surface uranium concentrations on sediments or soils, and these deposits usually have secondary cementing materials, including calcite, gypsum, dolomite, ferric oxide, and halite. I'm so glad I like science. Uranium deposits and calcite are the largest of the superficial deposits, and uranium mineralization is in the fine-grained superficial sand, and clay, cemented by calcium and magnesium. The uranium mineralization is usually kernitite, hydrated potassium, uranium, vanadium oxide. So, you know, it's really interesting. Well, I went to QE. I went to Q. I was always at St. Pat's. But anyways, as I was doing this, I was like, wow, that's so like fascinating, because did you know, and I'm gonna get my book out, did you know that gypsum is found, gypsum is found, it is in the walls, absolutely. But gypsum is found with major active or historical deposits located in Hants, Victoria, and Inverness counties. Key locations and regions, I wouldn't get excited because there's going to be lots of what is it called, construction or drilling or whatever. I don't even know what they do. They excavating. There's going to be lots of that happening. I don't know if people in your area are going to like that, but hey. But Hants County, in Windsor, Miller Creek, Wentworth, Walton, East Milford, and Cape Breton Island, Victoria County, the Little Narrows, Dingwall, Shettycombe, and Inverness County, and River Denise, and then Antigonish County, Antigonish, and Brierley Brook, Halifax County, East Milford, and Lake Egmont. So, these all touch all these portions of the province, which some folks on the conservative side might be excited. I'm sorry, the PC side, excuse me. I'm gonna correct myself. I gotcha. The progressive conservative side, they may be excited, but I think the people that are sending me emails about what this looks like are not. Because they are very concerned. If you know anything about what happens, the environment gets really stirred up. And this is why fracking and uranium and looking for uranium has been banned. It's been on a moratorium. So I say this because I'm on the bill 198, and it has to do with the Minerals Act. I say this because Nova Scotians, some of those folks that are in this riding and in these areas, are really not that happy because they weren't consulted and talked to about this particular piece in the bill. So, you know, I would really love to say that stopping debate would be a great idea, and maybe it will, because folks are going to be reaching out. Lots of folks are going to be reaching out. But this is an important time for us to use our voices for the Nova Scotians that we serve. And I mean, it's really interesting because I really enjoy looking up stuff, figuring out things, reading the bills, going through it. I can't wait till one day I can create one. Well, I have created a number. But, you know, I can be proud to say, look at that. This is good work for Nova Scotians. But when we put forward the initial motion to have it taken back, it's not because, you know, there aren't some good things in here. It's because there needs more work, and there needs more consultation, and there needs more community input, because clearly this is one piece of the bill. This is just the Minerals Act. just about gypsum. And this is not the first time folks should be hearing about this. Why? Because it's been in an act in 2024 and as well in a number of acts in 2025. So it's really hard for me to come up here and say this is a great bill, because it's not. I already gave the grade last night, and I think we could do better. I think the government could really say, you know what, let's start talking to people. Because, you know, as we know, this particular amendment or piece that the member from Halifax Atlantic put forward is telling us to stop debate, stop talking, stop letting Nova Scotians talk. It absolutely does. Okay.
Order.
Well.
Please. Guys, let's be quiet on one side, and I'll ask the member to speak through me. We okay? All right, let's have some order, please. It's not even 7:30 yet. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
So I want to clarify something. When we were talking on this bill, it was on a motion. It was on a reasoned amendment initially for those a length of time, because we feel that this bill is not sufficient. That's period. Not sufficient, send it back, redo it. And then the member from Halifax Atlantic stood up and put forward a question, and it puts us in a position where it's exclusively been used by the government to limit debate. So if that's not limiting something and not allowing us to speak for Nova Scotians, I don't know what else that would be. Because clearly, when we do speak, because we will be speaking, and we were only speaking on Clause 1 initially, because that is what happens when we go through this process. We have, you know, these are the tools we have in the toolbox. And yes, I hear that this is also a tool that the government side could use. But it also means that it's quieting Nova Scotians' voices, which is very disappointing, to say the least, because Nova Scotians do want to have a say through us, the same as we do through you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's very important for us to remember what we're here for and who we're here for. Because when we stand here and I talk about bills and I talk about this particular bill, the Financial Measures Act, this act is going to change people's lives. It's not going to be something where we go, oh, you know what, that's just modernization. We're just changing the words the, them, or we're just changing, you know, from the minister to the governor and council. It's not doing just that. It's not cleaning anything up. And if it was, it should be parsed out. If nothing else, every piece that's in here should be parsed out by every minister, and every minister should be proud to stand up and put forward their amendment to the bill that they represent within their department. But that's not what we see. What we're seeing is that we have to debate for an hour on 20 bills with 137 clauses. Now, I try my best, and I know other folks in this room do the same, and I would expect the government side to do the same, because this is a government bill. But yet we haven't heard any robust conversation or clarity on what any of the things that are put in this bill mean. And if anybody knows anything about why we debate this bill the way we do, because it triggers the budget. This bill that we will put forward will trigger the budget to make all of those cuts for Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians have a say, and they don't want these cuts. And everybody is trying to figure out how do they adjust their lives based on these cuts from the government's deficit that they want to impose on Nova Scotians. But we have this opportunity right now to talk about Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, and this is all that we have. So I'm saying this because, yes, the government side has triggered a position to end debate. And so we, as opposition, are like, Nova Scotians still need to be heard. And it's really important for us because the longer we're in here, the more we learn. I mean, and maybe not everybody's learning the same way I am, but the longer I'm in here, the more I get to see, the more I get to parse out, the more I get to decide, you know what, like there's so many things here that are just absolutely detrimental to the livelihood of Nova Scotians. Not all of them, but there are a few. And so how do we change that? Well, we try to appeal to the government so that they can make a really good political choice. And you know what? Each and every one of us in here can make that choice. We can make choices to make Nova Scotians' lives better. But when we put forward bills that have, you know, not as much clarity, not as much information, there's no discussion, there's no follow-up, there's no community consultation, there's none of that happening. How are we supposed to take it at face value when, you know, we've seen some really interesting, chaotic things happen here in this House over the past 2 weeks? And, you know, how is that allowing Nova Scotians to really have faith in the work that's happening here when we don't even want to continue the debate on the bill? So, like I said, the Nova Scotians expected this government to make their lives better. But this budget is not going to make that difference. And it's unfortunate because, you know, I mentioned it before, we had protecting Nova Scotians and defending Nova Scotians, and all we see in each part of the bill is not something that's on a positive note for Nova Scotians. You know, we talked about the Forestry Act, my colleagues were talking about that, and how, you know, how does it make sense to really, you know, continue to impose things on landowners just because they have trees on their land and they're not using them. People have land that they want to keep for their families. People like to give, you know, family land to their children or to their grandchildren. And you're basically telling these folks, you know what, if you don't use it, you're going to lose it, or you're going to be taxed on it, or you're going to have to pay a fine, or whatever that looks like, because I guess it's all going to be in regulations anyways. But it's not a good look. It's not a good taste that Nova Scotians want to have in their mouth when they think about, ooh, this budget is going to be amazing for us. And this Financial Measures Act is something that is going to change lives. We want it to change lives for the better, which is why we are having some robust discussions and why we think that this bill is not fit to be passed. But, you know, we know, and just in case everybody doesn't remember this, but because, you know, sometimes people need to be reminded, that the government has a majority. And the government will pass, because they do everything that they put forward, will pass whatever it is that they want. The problem is they do it without talking to people. They do it without consulting communities. They do it without the expertise. And I'm not saying everybody does it. But I'm saying, based on what we see here at the table, if the bill was good, we would say, and we've done this, that bill is good, we think we don't even need to have a discussion on that, that's fine. And that has happened on this floor. It's really interesting that when, you know, folks like ourselves are here to do this work, and because we are very passionate and involved in this work, you know, we're being told that, well, you're done talking. There's a lot of things to talk about. There's a lot of things in this bill. If we parsed it out, it would be 20 days, because it's 20 bills. Like, think about how important that would be for all Nova Scotians to see that we're putting forward good work. Think about how important it would be for the minister responsible to stand up and say, you know what, I'm very proud to put this forward, and this is what I have, blah, blah, blah. And then we would all meet and have the same thing. It wouldn't be as long because we're not talking about 20 different bills. We would meet, we'd have these discussions, and then we'd send it forward for public. The public would chime in, and then it would come back. We've gone through this process before. But I find that over the past few years, we forgot. We forgot about how important it is for us to do our work and to do our due diligence to make sure that we are protecting Nova Scotians and that we're not harming them. Last night I spoke about a number of things that I felt were very harmful. And, you know, folks weren't too happy to hear, but at the end of the day, you know, once again, we see a bill come across this table that has no African Nova Scotian lens, no Indigenous lens, no equity-seeking lens, no marginalized community lens. Like, I stress that we have a department that I know works really hard, and yet we produce a bill that has harm in it for our nonprofits, our Indigenous folks, our African Nova Scotians. And even though folks in this room are probably like, oh no, we would never do that, and then the bill passes, and then who's harmed? Because I asked last night, how many folks, what is the data after the bill was passed last year on, you know, the criminalization of our Indigenous folks on the mountains collecting medicine? I asked, how many folks have been arrested? How many folks have been fined? How many folks have been harmed even more by that particular clause in a bill? I could find that information, and I think when we go through third reading, I may actually disclose the information, because folks in here don't quite understand the reality of the real life things that are happening to people on the ground. And I say this because we've cut jobs from nonprofits. We're cutting jobs from the public sector. We're cutting budgets from programs and resources and scholarships and programs. And this is happening all the while we're putting forward a bill that's going to harm communities that serve these same people. It's really interesting that, like I said, we have a department that's supposed to view that, and I've yet to see what their findings are of how they do their scan through legislation. I'd love to be able to see, you know, what are their markers, what are their measurements on how the bill or parts of that bill or those amendments are actually viewed, because, you know, it's really interesting that time and time again, we see pieces of legislation that come across this floor, and everybody is shocked that I get up here and I talk about how it harms people. And, I mean, the harm has already been done, because we've seen it in this House. We've seen folks come here and stand and be present and sit and be relevant, because they represent their communities and their families, and it's important for them to be here and be present and watch us as legislators supposed to do this good work for all of our communities. But then when we're here and we see that it's only for some communities and not all, I question that. And I have to question that. That's my job. My job is to make sure that all Nova Scotians are recognized and relevant in any piece of legislation that we put forward here. And if it's going to harm somebody, we need to be acknowledging that and change the way we do things. And yet, time after time, we see pieces of legislation that come across this floor that are passed unanimously, proudly, with claps and happiness on the Progressive Conservative side, without any thought to the people that it's going to harm in our communities. So, you know, I love talking about a lot of pieces in the bills. I love piecing things out, because I think it's really interesting to get to know what are in our measures, what are in our Financial Measure Act. Like, and Nova Scotians are learning more and more now about what that looks like, clause by clause. You know, they know how to find it now, which is really great. They know how to watch us now. And it's really interesting to see folks engage the way they do. So when we put forward bills that have 20 bills, put forward an act, Financial Measures Act, that has 20 bills in it and 137 clauses, we have to think, are we doing our due diligence for all Nova Scotians when we rush and we push and we don't consult and we don't have valid information and we don't have the things that need to be addressed, like housing, like affordability, like and kudos to the health minister. I'm not going to say, you know, they're not working hard, because they are working extremely hard. I'm not going to say, you know, there couldn't be more work, because with everything, there's always needs to be more work done. But I will say that I'm grateful that there are folks in here that are doing amazing work. But we also have an obligation as legislators to do that work for all Nova Scotians. And our role here is to parse it out, talk about it, figure out who this is going to affect. What does this mean for people? How does this affect Nova Scotians? I mean, my colleague from Armdale is very much in like, why are we doing this? What is this going to affect? Why now? What is the purpose? And I'm all ears to hear, why are we doing these things? Because, I mean, I can piece things together. I'm really good at doing, some type of deep dive. But I would really like to know the reality. If it means that, we're going to continue to harm our Indigenous folks and our African Nova Scotian communities and our marginalized communities, then I'm going to continue to push back. That's just the reality of it. Because it can't happen. We can't choose one over the other. But at the same time, if we're doing good work, we should be proud to put forward a bill separate with a minister responsible to put forward their suggestions, their thoughts on what an amendment will look like in that particular bill. Instead, we have Bill 198 with 20 acts in it. And all of those acts, one is the Community Easement Act, the Conservation Easement Act, the Crown Lands Act, the Forest Act, the Gaming Control Act, the Halifax-Dartmouth Bridge Commission Dissolution Act, the Income Tax Act, the Insurance Act, the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act. And we've opened that up before and we never did finish it? I don't understand. We've opened these acts up before. Can we not just do the work? Instead, we open them up every time to add them all together and be like, one of these things goes together, one of them doesn't. But if they vote no, then we can say they voted no to the bill. But it's not about that. It's about doing the right thing and making sure we put in the proper information and not pit one thing against the other just to put a bill passed. There's the Meat Inspection Act. There's the Mineral Resources Act, which was opened before, the Non-Resident Deed Transfer Act. I'm surprised you didn't learn from the first time when you opened up the Non-Resident Deed Transfer Tax Act. You're going to be hearing from folks about these things. The Property Valuation Services Corporation Act, the Provincial Parks Act. I know folks are hearing about that. The Public Service Superannuation Act, the Revenue Act, the Tobacco Access Act, the Sales Tax Act, and we've already talked about the Revenues Act and the Securities Act and the Summary Proceedings Act. And I know that one of my members will talk about the Securities Act, but like I said, there's things in here that just don't fit. And Nova Scotians deserve good work. They deserve our best work. That's why we're here. That's why we were elected. And we deserve to give Nova Scotians a voice. We deserve to be that voice for our community. And as well, we should not be silencing our debate just because, the progressive conservative government wants to stop us from talking about what Nova Scotians really want us to talk about, is do the right thing and do it today. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member of Argyle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this evening and share a few comments on Bill 198 in response to some of the comments from the member opposite. I'm going to try to make sense of it all. Here we are, Madam Speaker, dealing with the two parties, frankly, that want to keep the no in Nova Scotia. We have as the member, the Minister of Public Works, who clearly identified it as the tax and tolls tour. Perhaps that's a summer tour that they'll embark on and talk with Nova Scotians. But Madam Speaker, we know the record of the NDP when they balanced the books on the backs of Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. We know, and it's not that far away, Madam Speaker, it's fresh in Nova Scotians' minds what they did to the HST, Madam Speaker, increasing it on the backs of Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. So and further on, in the last few weeks here on the debate on the budget, Madam Speaker, and now, actually, if we go back in time, we've heard the opposite party saying, do more, invest more. And then at the same time, when we've done more, when we could do more through additional appropriations, saying, no, don't do it. And now, based on the fiscal position of the province, we have the tax party, Madam Speaker, saying, well, you shouldn't have spent that much, Madam Speaker. The Premier and the government shouldn't have spent that much. But here we are in the reality of this ever-changing world, that we must face the reality. We must face the instability that we're facing right across this country and frankly around the world, where wars are popping up and disruptions and conflicts are popping up and really creating turmoil even here at home. In the last week alone, we saw an escalation and significant increase in the price of gas. And, when we're talking about affordability and the stress that puts on the lives of Nova Scotians and what that means, we're talking about stress. It's already a stressful world. When one tweet can cause a complete, uplifting or, flipping the table and starting a conflict with another jurisdiction. So at a time where Nova Scotians are looking for stability, I want to reassure them that despite the challenges that we're experiencing here at home and despite the challenges that will be frankly faced in all other provinces and all their other territories, with respect to the fiscal capacity and investments in their respective provinces and territories, there will be some real tough decisions to make, and those decisions are not taken easily, Madam Speaker. It is easy to point the finger and make comment when you're not in the seat of government or if you've never had that opportunity. It is very easy. I've been in opposition and can say it's quite different being in government, and these are heavy decisions. It's heavy on the Premier. These keep you up at night. So when we're looking at investing and doing what's right, the member said doing what's right, all of us collectively, doesn't matter what political stripe we have, at the end of the day, we go home and aspire to do what's right for our province. I've had that chance to visit some high schools and try to dumb down politics and explain politics. And use the hockey analogy that we have different teams, different colors, different coach, different captain, but at the end of the day, we're trying to get the puck in the net. And some may shoot left, some may shoot right, some may pass backwards, some may go around the net, or straight to center. Some may not be able to skate. And some may not be able to skate, that's right.
Sometimes I have to scream ice.
Icing, yeah.
Icing.
but at the end of the day, we're all trying to do what's right. And make no mistake, these are very difficult times for our province, Madam Speaker, but governing requires leadership. And I look at, and I reflect on why are we here today? Why are we having the conversations of today? Why are we talking about deficits and a deficit budget, Madam Speaker? Why are we talking about historic investments and additional appropriations, investments in Nova Scotians that have been made since we formed government? Trying to stabilize the foundation of sectors that were previously neglected. I think governments of probably all political stripes have acted and taken decisions based on what they're experiencing in the moment. And what differentiates our government under the leader, under our Premier, is not just looking at what's in front of our nose, because it's easy to look at what's right in front of you. You're driving down the highway, you're looking at what's right in front of you, Madam Speaker. You have to look and have the courage to look and try to see and expect and anticipate what's coming down the highway, Madam Speaker. And that's the vision of this Premier. Understanding that, yes, there are big challenges today, but guess what? There are also significant opportunities for the future. If we wait for those opportunities, if we wait to seize those opportunities in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, it will be too late. Those opportunities will be gone, Madam Speaker. That's why we're doing the work to seize and really dig into our natural resources across all fronts, whether it be natural resources, with our forestry, whether our critical minerals, our seafood, our agriculture sector. These have all been traditional sectors to our province for years, Madam Speaker. Now, I hear members opposite, perhaps they looked on ChatGPT and said, how is gypsum and uranium connected in Nova Scotia? Now, Madam Speaker, words matter, and facts matter. And what's said on this floor of the legislature matters to Nova Scotians. I do not think it's fair, I do not think it's responsible to come up here in this chamber and present hypotheses and say, well, I don't know, it might mean this, it might mean that, it might mean left, right, center. That is not right. Because what that does is instill uncertainty and instills fear in Nova Scotians and Canadians, Madam Speaker, at a time where we require stability more than ever, where we require strong governance, fiscal responsibility, and having the courage to look forward and growing our economy, Madam Speaker. That is why, under the leadership of this Premier, we're making decisions that will move this province forward. Because we know that we have the people, we know that we have the natural resources, we know that we have the infrastructure, and we know that we have the capacity to unleash the full potential of Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. Because I'm confident that we can create good-paying jobs, stronger communities, and prosperity, not only to invest in what we're investing today, but to do even more for future generations, Madam Speaker. Despite all of these challenges, Madam Speaker, the future of this province is bright. Now, I will take and I will table a little bit about gypsum. You know, there's lots of concern about gypsum. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia is one of, gypsum actually mining was one of Nova Scotia's most consistent industries for more than 100 years, Madam Speaker. And it has this industry has produced approximately 80% of the total Canadian gypsum production, 6% of the world gypsum production. Madam Speaker, I don't think we should be putting the no back into gypsum mining, Madam Speaker. This is creating jobs. Frankly, it's probably around here in all these rooms. I'm grateful we have gypsum. I'm grateful that it's putting into gyprock. I'm grateful that we have walls, Madam Speaker. This is, Nova Scotia is known for the quality and the size of its gypsum deposits, as well as access to economical ocean cargo transport. Nova Scotia has been known as being one of the most productive gypsum leaders in the world. Now, Madam Speaker, I think that's something to be proud of. I don't think we should be shaking a stick at any opportunity to grow our economy. I even think about back home, back in the heydays, where, traditional industries like the mine, the tin mine in East Kemptville in my constituency, like not the traditional industry, but the cotton mill. And those were good-paying jobs where pretty much everybody in southwestern Nova Scotia has a connection to. Either they knew somebody or they worked at the tin mine or at the cotton mill, Madam Speaker. These are good-paying jobs. We will do what we have to do to continue to support the growth of our economy. That is why we've done a refocus within Invest Nova Scotia, identifying the big six, and to really leverage into the opportunities that are in front of us, Madam Speaker, whether it be in AI and the digital economy, whether it be in energy, whether it be in defense, natural resources, housing, construction, agri-food and seafood. I perhaps missed one. But Madam Speaker, we believe that Nova Scotia is a beacon for business, a beacon of opportunity where Nova Scotians can succeed today, where they will succeed and continue to succeed in the future. Madam Speaker, we're open for business, and I'm really happy in the direction that this province is going under the leadership of this Premier, supported by an amazing caucus and a great team, Madam Speaker. And with that, I move to adjourn debate on Bill 198.
There has been a request. There has been a request to adjourn debate on second reading of Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
I want to thank everybody for the debate, and particularly the ones that speak with passion, because, Madam Speaker, you may not know this, but that's what I do too. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 5C, I would like to change the hours for March Friday 13th, not from 9 a.m. to 11:59 p.m., but from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, there has been a request for the hours of Friday, March 13th, from the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Back to making sausage. Madam Speaker, would you please call government motions?
Government motions. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call second reading of Bill 198?
Bill number 198. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Oh, well, thank you. Just a little shot of adrenaline, Madam Speaker, to get everyone going here. But I would like to speak on Bill 198 in second reading, because this is my one and only shot, as Eminem would say, and the Premier. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are not asking for much here. Nova Scotians are not asking for much, Madam Speaker. They're asking for a shot at having a good life in a province that is beautiful and that they love. And tonight's debate has gone in all kinds of different directions, Madam Speaker, to be honest. But there's been some good stuff talked about. The honourable member just before me talked about good paying jobs, Madam Speaker, good paying jobs. Very important. Talked about mining. I'm from mining families, Madam Speaker. My people are from Northern Ontario, so I know quite a lot about mining and the importance of mining to a region, a place. I understand what it means to need a good paying job. And I also understand that this government has let a lot of opportunities go by them. A lot of opportunities, Madam Speaker, and I will talk about that later when I get to the clauses in this bill about electric vehicles. But it is astonishing to me that we are talking about offshore oil and natural gas extraction when we could be talking about wind. We are talking about wind, but not very much in this session. When we could be talking about efficiency, and we could be talking about the economic benefits to this province, the good paying jobs that are being cut by this government in this budget. Good paying jobs that don't cause greenhouse gas emissions to go up. So the first thing I want to talk about is this whole, the whole debate around what even are we debating? This bill, the motion, the whatever. Let me just put this, I just want to put this in perspective. This bill, the Financial Measures Act, is a 20-bill omnibus piece of legislation, and it is being debated as quickly as possible, as we have seen by the government putting forward this motion to call the question. Everybody knows that the job of the opposition is to debate the bill, to question the bill, to take time with the bill, to make sure we know what it is before we vote on it. And the thing that drives, as far as I can tell, the thing that drives the government most crazy about this debate, most crazy, is that the way we are debating this bill and taking our time with this bill means that more and more Nova Scotians are waking up to what is happening at 1726 Hollis Street this week. More and more people are turning on the televisions to Ledge TV. More and more people are coming to the gallery to see what's going on. I've never seen so many guests in the gallery as this week, so thank you for being here. And because more and more people are waking up, more and more people are writing emails to their MLAs, more and more people are gathering outside the building to announce their distaste for the decisions this government is making. More and more people are waking up to the fact that a museum in their small town might be closing, or their friend who worked at a not-for-profit has just lost their job, or their kid is not going to get an artist, a writer, or an actor, or a singer, or a choir director to be a guest in their classroom. And they're not going to get that experience of learning that new skill. More and more people are upset about this. And the longer we talk about it, the more and more people are going to start demanding better from their government. So it's our job. When we are presented with a Financial Measures Act that is 20 bills and 137 clauses, then we are going to take as long as it takes to talk about it, to really dig into it and to understand it. The government has shown us, since they were elected in 2021, since the Premier became the Premier, that they make mistakes. The first mistake was around the land transfer taxes, or the tax for the non-residential property tax. That was a big mistake. And it took us talking about the issues with the bill for Nova Scotians to go, oh, wait a second, that affects me. And the word got out, and lo and behold, the Premier walked back that decision. There was another decision, or another bill, that tried to limit the powers and the independence of the Auditor General. The government thought that was just going to be a quick and dirty second reading, committee of the whole, public bills, get to third reading, pass it. No one will even notice. Well, guess what? They noticed. And the government had to listen to the people of the province, and they walked it back. We've even seen this week, with the time that has been taken to study this budget and this bill, some mistakes have been fixed. But definitely not all of them, Madam Speaker. Definitely not all of them. But some have. So what I'm trying to say by this is that governments make mistakes, and have since democracy existed, and oppositions have a job to do. And so that's what we're doing. Except that when my colleague says we are being silenced, and then the House Leader from the government, not on microphone, says, no, you're not. You had 13 hours to speak on this bill. Well, Madam Speaker, the rules are the rules, and there are rules that we can use as opposition to make better laws. And we are being stopped because the government doesn't want to hear anymore about how bad this bill is. I mean, given the track record of this government, I would say, oh, please, opposition, talk longer. Talk longer and show us where the mistakes are, point them out, allow the public to have more chance to scrutinize this bill, let them come and talk about it, and help us make better laws. So, my colleague pointed out a really good point tonight, and that is, we have been told in this House before by various ministers that any legislation that's brought forward to this House goes through a gender equity lens and a gender lens and an equity lens. We've been told that by ministers. So I would like to know, with this Financial Measures Act, I'm not suggesting that there is anything inequitable, although I think there is probably. If I really looked at it closely, I'd probably find some stuff pretty quickly. But I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I would like to see the work that was put into this Financial Measures Act before it was presented to the people of Nova Scotia, and where is the metrics by which it was put through a gender lens and an equity lens. So if some minister, perhaps the Minister of Finance, could show us that work before we have to vote on third reading, I'd really appreciate that. Show us the work, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to go through a few clauses. I had a lot of time the other day to talk about the harmful cuts that we are witnessing in this budget. And I might get to some of that in a little while, but I've actually got some pretty technical questions and some things to ask about the Financial Measures Act as an act. And so I'm just going to go for it. So the first thing that I want to talk about is on page 12, clause 58. Clause 58 allows a conservation officer or other person appointed by the minister to cause vehicles found on provincial crown lands in violation of the act or the regulations to be removed and impounded, and outlines parameters and rules relating to the removal and impoundment. So, Madam Speaker, or sorry, hello, Mr. Speaker, we've heard different examples of why this could possibly be necessary. It is amazing to me that this clause is in the Financial Measures Act, you know, especially if the reason is what we heard from the government House Leader, which is that, you know, some people park their vans at the beach and then other people can't park at the beach. Like, that's crappy, especially if you want to go to the beach. But it doesn't feel like it needs to be in the Financial Measures Act. It could just be like better enforcement or some signs thrown up just to see first if that would help. So it makes me think there must be something more to it. And you know, my colleague from Halifax-Chebucto talked about her husband who likes to go surfing. Are they going to tow his van while he's surfing all day? I mean, what they could do instead is put a sign up at Lawrencetown to say, hey, surfers, if you're going to park here all day because you're surfing, put a note on your dash. Or they could say, this part of the parking lot is reserved for surfing or for people who are enjoying the beach. What I think this little clause has more to do with, Mr. Speaker, is the people who are trying to stop aggressive harm to Crown land. And I will remind my colleagues of last fall when we were here, and we passed a bill called Protecting Nova Scotians. And in that bill, there was a provision that stopped peaceful protest on Crown land. And when we debated that bill, there were some guests who came to public bills and to the House after that, who were Mi'kmaq land protectors, who had come from an area in Cape Breton, Hunters Mountain, where they were encamped? Is that right? Is that a word? And they were trying to protect Hunters Mountain from being from the trees from being cut down. The bill that was being passed would make it illegal for them to do that, even though they are the title holders. Mi'kmaq, remember folks, we live in unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Unceded means the Mi'kmaq never gave up their lands, but they did sign treaties of peace and friendship with the Crown. So those land defenders, land protectors, came here and said, this is not going to do, folks. And at that time, oh my God, I have so many papers here. Oh, here it is. At that time, in the debate on that bill, my colleague from Halifax Citadel Sable Island said a few really amazing things. And I'm going to highlight what they said because I think that this, and until someone tells me otherwise, Mr. Speaker, that this bill, or this clause, Clause 58, has a lot to do with those land protectors and people who want to protest or protest the development or what is the word when you want to exploit the exploitation of Crown land. So my colleague said, I'm going to talk mostly about the Crown lands provision because I can tell you it is not where we stand. This is part of a trend designed. This is just furthering the divisive approach of this government, pitting Nova Scotians against one another and really contributing to polarization in this province. Between the last session and this session, I've been out in the community, out on a lot of community meetings on environmental issues, on uranium mining. People feel abandoned. They feel shocked. They feel betrayed. The experience of hundreds of people showing up with very little notice to meetings from across the province, this is what this government is creating. And they go on later to say this. I know, it's all those pesky special interests, right? Voices are speaking up. If you're not hearing them, you're really missing out. But before I talk about the Crown Land Act, I do want to read, because people couldn't physically get to public bills, there are lots of letters and lots of input that have been tabled, and I want to implore you to review. On this approach, this letter reads, the very concept of omnibus legislation is offensive to the principles of democratic government that for many decades have been at the heart of good government in Nova Scotia. Actually, that's not the part I wanted to tell you about. Just a minute, I'm going to find it. It's still good. It's still good because it actually backs up what I said at the beginning of my speech. Here we go. Here's more that my colleague said in that debate. All of that on environment and climate change. All of that on the place where we live, Mi'kma'ki. And on top of that, a persistent pattern of lip service about our journey as treaty people. Leaders of our Mi'kmaq communities have had to state repeatedly in public, because they don't have any other forums, that this government's actions are not good enough, and that they are not standing as treaty people, and that they are not respecting the nation-to-nation relationship. This is shameful. From the first public letter last January, that should have been the hint to this government to do things differently. Now, I've lost track of how many public letters there have been. So how do we think Nova Scotians are supposed to feel? Is this building trust in the government, a government who's doing business really fast, bearing it all together, quickly at night, barely holding any sort of ability for the public to engage in the legislative process? This is not building trust. This particular amendment is directly aimed at land protectors who have been asserting their rights to government and publicly about natural resource development. At public bills, Michelle Paul spoke eloquently about how hurtful it was to see the changes to Crown lands to block protests being pushed through during this week. The week of Truth and Reconciliation Day, the week of Treaty Day, and the beginning of Mi'kmaq History Month. So that was last year, Madam Speaker. And this year, on March 7th, the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs took out a full-page ad in the Chronicle Herald. This is it, full-page ad. And I'll just read a little bit of that. Pardon me? Yeah. To those living and working in Nova Scotia, since time immemorial, Nova Scotia has been part of Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded lands of the Mi'kmaq. Through the treaties of peace and friendship, the binding agreements on consultation and rights implementation, the Mi'kmaq and federal and provincial governments have committed to working together. However, the Mi'kmaq have jurisdiction over our territory that does not depend on outside recognition or acceptance by other governments. By working together as treaty partners, we can address shared challenges and seize opportunities. It goes on to say, the year 2026 and beyond will bring many opportunities and challenges to the province of Nova Scotia. Handling those effectively will be made more difficult by the recent decisions of this province to reduce funding to important initiatives and staff to departments like natural resources. The province's pursuit of short-term economic gain cannot be to the detriment of the environment of Mi'kma'ki. Although the province may intend to neglect its duties to our shared lands and waters, the Mi'kmaq do not. We have been caretakers and co-managers of the lands, waters, and resources for centuries. Our Indigenous sisters and brothers across Turtle Island share these concerns and have, too, used their voices, bodies, and spirits to protect the resources when necessary. And it goes on to say later, decisions about our lands, inland and offshore waters, and resources cannot be made without us. While provincial rules and regulations may be relaxing, industries that intend to use our resources cannot ignore Mi'kmaq laws or act in ways that only benefit the non-Indigenous population of our province. The provincial and federal governments do not have the unilateral right to dispose of our territory. Decisions must be made collaboratively, with early, meaningful engagement and adequate consultation with the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia. The Mi'kmaq are rights holders in Nova Scotia. This status elevates us to a position much stronger than any stakeholder group who also live and work in our territory. So, Madam Speaker, I was sharing those two things because of Clause 58 that allows a conservation. Pardon me? Yeah, I got them tabled. I can table them, both of these things. Yep. Clause 58 allows a conservation officer or or other person appointed by the minister to cause vehicles found on provincial land to be towed. So I would like to know, I guess from the Minister of Natural Resources, what she intends by this clause. Why is this clause in here? Is it to stop people from protecting the land? Is it to stop Mi'kmaq land protectors from doing their duty to protect Mi'kma'ki? Because if it is, I would suggest it should change, Madam Speaker. And if it isn't, then I would welcome the minister to tell us what it's for. So the next part I just want to ask about is Clause 60. Clause 60 requires an owner of forest property being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction to file a report with the minister. Authorizes the minister to share the report or information contained in the report with certain other parties, and authorizes the minister to direct an owner of forest property to disclose whether the property is being used in commercial carbon sequestration transaction, and if so, to direct the property owner to file the required report. So, my big question on this one is why? Why is this in here? I mean, I would think that it would be good to know how many landowners or how much land is being used for carbon sinking, because that's good to know, because we can calculate that when we're looking at our greenhouse gas emission goals. Makes sense to me. But if there's another reason, we should know about that. And because like the other thing that I can imagine is that we've heard that land could be, it's very hard to sort of catch up with all of these changes. My colleague did point out very nicely earlier that over the last couple of years, there's been all these omnibus bills, and in each one, there's a little thing about Crown land. And it's like, so what are we actually trying to do here? Are all these little bits and pieces setting the stage for resource extraction, for not protecting Crown land, for de-protecting Crown land? Like, what is it all about? And so, if there is another reason besides keeping track of how much carbon sequestration that we're doing in this province, then we need to know about it. And if there is a more a reason connected to development or exploration of minerals or exploration of oil and gas, then the government needs to come clean with Nova Scotians and let us know what's really going on. So the next part of this bill that I want to talk about is Clause 64. It provides the schedule, the Halifax-Dartmouth Bridge Commission Dissolution Act, and it comes into force as provided in that schedule. So, brings me to the bridges. I use that bridge, both of the bridges, pretty much every day. I may not drive over them every day. I take the bus a lot. I also walk. Walking over the McDonald Bridge is something that I never thought I would enjoy when I moved to Dartmouth. In fact, the only reason I'll tell you the story, Madam Speaker. I moved to Dartmouth with a 6-month-old with no car, and I was terrified of the bridge, and I was terrified of heights, and any other time I'd gone over the bridge on foot, I would get panic attacks. And then one day I was like, if I'm going to go and visit my friends who live in the north end of Halifax and I don't have a car, and I don't want to lug this big stroller on the bus, I'm going to have to damn well walk. And so I thought, but I'm not going to walk and have a panic attack in the middle of the bridge with my baby, because that would be terrible. And so what I did is I put her in the stroller and we went for a walk, and I was like, oh, look at the nice boats. Oh, look at how pretty that is. And I made it all really super fun for my 6-month-old. And then I wasn't scared anymore. And now I love walking on the bridge. So in any case, I go over those bridges a lot. I live in Dartmouth North. Dartmouth North, people say, well, where do you live in Dartmouth? I say, between the bridges. Between the bridges. That's exactly the area that I live in. So it's like, choose your bridge. And, you know, I didn't love paying bridge tolls, but I also don't love the lack of income or the debt that's going to go onto our books because of taking over the bridge. The bridge commission, you know, we're now, the bridge commission is dissolved as in this act, and then it's now entity of the province, and because of that, that shows up as a liability, and it shows that we have a deficit, or it's going to contribute to our deficit, and the thing that happens when we have to deal with the deficit, or the thing that's happened from this government to deal with this deficit, is we're cutting $130 million from arts and culture and new museum grants and tourism and like a whole bunch of other stuff, bus passes. Like, the way we are dealing with this, it doesn't make any sense. So I have no true opinion in this moment on the tolls. I am not a tolls or a tax gal. I reject that simplistic definition or description that the Honourable Minister of Public Works gave earlier. I think he knows, and all Nova Scotians know, that the conversation is much more nuanced than that. But I will say that lots of people I've been seeing a lot of people saying, why did the bridge tolls come off? I guess my question about this is, what was the actual reasoning? I don't believe it was because there were 2 bridges that were tolled and there was no other, and none of the other bridges in the province were not, and so let's make it fair. I don't believe that. I don't know why, but I do not believe that, because those bridges have been tolled for a heck of a long time, and the other bridges haven't. And this government, pardon me, I'm speaking, Madam Speaker, I believe I have the floor. And so if there are other reasons, then we should know about them. The next thing I want to ask about is Clause 65.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount, but I think I said this yesterday. As you're standing, you have to scream point of order. So I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Not a point of order, Madam Speaker, but it's just regarding...
Then order. Order is right. I go back to a song that says, don't push me because I'm close to the edge. It goes for everybody. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth. I do retract that. It was the song that is still played in my head. I recognize your honor. Maybe I'm just livening up the crowd. I don't know. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, no need to apologize. As I said, I wear proudly the dark side is the home of Joel Plaskett, the home of many, many amazing people. And in his words, there is a reason that I love this town. So I would like to go on to Clause 65. So the Clause 65 is where we look at the income tax cuts. And I just want to mention that contrary to what the government says in their talking notes, this tax is not going to help everybody equally, and it is largely going to benefit people who make over $100,000. And so don't get me wrong, everybody can use a break, Madam Speaker. The cost of everything is so high that even people who make $100,000 are having a hard time making ends meet. But do not stand in this House and tell me that this is putting $1,400 in the pockets of every Nova Scotian. It's simply not true, Madam Speaker. So I would like, again, when the government has a chance to stand up and explain some things, I would like the government to table the math of how it makes sense that every person that pays taxes in Nova Scotia is going to benefit by $1,400, because that is what I have heard several ministers say. So please, that would be great. Moving right along, Madam Speaker, this is a big bill, so I do have to, turn pages. I have a question about Clause 93. Which amends the Mineral Resources Act to provide that all gypsum in or upon provincial Crown lands is vested in the Crown in the right of the province, both where lands are Crown lands at the coming into force of the new section and where lands subsequently become Crown lands. And especially this Part 3, notwithstanding any other enactment, it is deemed for all purposes, including for the purpose of the Expropriation Act, that no expropriation or injurious affection occurs as a result of the enactment of this section. So I just want to clarify, are people safe from expropriation or not? So I am not a lawyer. I'm trying to help make these laws better, but I just can't tell from that whether or not people can have their land expropriated for mineral resource extraction or exploration. So if somebody could tell me the answer to that and show me the math and show me the work that proves their answer, I would be most grateful, Madam Speaker. And now we get to the hybrids. The electric and hybrid vehicle levy. So, Madam Speaker, I got a lot of thoughts on this. And so do a lot of Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. I have received a lot of emails about this. Full disclosure, I drive a hybrid, not a plug-in hybrid, just a regular hybrid. So, I bought it because, well, it was the first car I ever purchased, to be honest, and I figured better get one that it's going to cost me less in gas. That was principally my choice, but also that I wanted to do the right thing for the environment, but I couldn't quite get myself into a full electric hybrid or electric vehicle at the time because, to be honest, the infrastructure was not, when I was buying the car, the infrastructure was not great. Still not. So I love my hybrid, Ford Escape, and it does use less gas. It uses about half the amount of gas, but I don't plug it in. I buy gas. That's the only thing I do. It just charges its own battery. It's not a plug-in hybrid. So my first question is, does this apply to non-plug-in hybrids? Is that who's defining what a hybrid is? And when will that be defined? Because I wasn't eligible, when I bought that car, I was not eligible for a rebate. Had I bought a plug-in hybrid, I would have got a rebate. Had I bought a full electric car, there would have been a better rebate, but not for a regular hybrid. So does that mean we're not eligible or we're not getting this fee? What happens? Also, the member from Kings West wants to know. Kings West? Yeah, because he has a hybrid too. So he has this question too. So it just is a bit astonishing and flummoxing about this new tax. So at the same time, Ottawa is incentivizing EV adoption with rebates and charging investments. Nova Scotia is introducing a penalty on owners who choose cleaner vehicles. We heard the Premier today talk about how wonderful Prime Minister Carney is. He really likes Prime Minister Carney. Me? I don't know. The jury's out still for me. But listen, if the Premier likes Carney and if they can make some deals, great. That are good for Nova Scotia, great. But Carney is reinstituting rebates on electric vehicles, and he's making it easier to buy cheaper electric vehicles from China. Nova Scotians are not going to benefit from that because we are disincentivizing purchasing electric vehicles through this new tax. We also don't have good electric vehicle infrastructure. And that brings me to just a quick side note, tourism. The Minister of Tourism is still here, isn't he? Oh, I'm not allowed to say that. I'm sorry. I really did want to, oh, there he is.
Retract. You just, yeah, I know, but you did it and then said sorry and did it again. Please retract. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
It's, you know what, it's because I'm an actor and I crave connection. Eye contact. It's very important to my profession. Provide eye contact. We get a lot of money from tourism, Madam Speaker. And more Canadians, at least, are buying electric cars. But they are not going to come with their electric cars to Nova Scotia if they can't find anywhere to charge them. It's like pretty elementary. It is a deterrent. And so if we want to attract as many tourists as possible, then we need to make sure, it's like an accessibility thing, right? We need to make sure that people can come to Nova Scotia and access it in the same way that we make, other areas of our living accessible. So, we need better charging infrastructure, but that seems a weird thing to spend money on when we're going to make it make a big disincentive to people to buy electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles. So this seems super short-sighted. Anyway, I'm going to keep reading my notes. Not only is this a penalty, but the government keeps claiming on social media that this budget introduces no new taxes, but it does. It has there's a tax on electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles. Not a small tax, $500 every 2 years for an electric vehicle. Now, I want to read you, Madam Speaker, a post on Facebook. It says this: napkin math on Nova Scotians' new EV tax. The tax costs $500 for every 2 years for a fully electric car. That's $250 a year. The province's motor fuel tax is collected at the pump at a rate of 15.5 cents per litre. So $250, which is the yearly tax, divided by 0.15, which is 15%, 15.5%, equals $1,612, $1,612.90. So that means that every EV driver is paying the same tax as someone who buys 1,612 liters of gas. The most popular gas-guzzling, I shouldn't say that. The most popular SUV, the Toyota RAV4, gets an average of 6 liters per 100 kilometers. So on 1,612 liters of gas, the RAV4 gets 26,800 kilometers. The average Canadian drives 15,500 kilometers a year. So this person asks, why did the province set the flat rate for EVs at 173% of the motor fuel tax that an average driver would pay? I see people nodding their heads. I see people nodding their heads. All I'm doing is I'm just reading a Facebook post, Madam Speaker. That's all I'm doing. I am saying.
Knowing you, I'd ask you to take a picture and table it. Knowing you would probably try to table all of Facebook. We've had teacups and protester signs, and we've had all kinds of things. I recognize the honourable member for
table Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, you could.
All I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that the reason we've heard two reasons for this new tax on electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles. Number one is if you're not buying gas, you're not paying the motor fuel tax, but you are paying tax on your electricity. Or are you paying tax on your electricity? I'll strike that from the record. But also the idea that the cars are heavier, and so they're more wear and tear on the roads, and so we need electric vehicle drivers to pay their fair share to take care of the roads. Well, I also have an article here from The Guardian around the science of electric cars and their weight. So essentially, electric cars do have batteries, which make them heavier. They can be very heavy. A gargantuan electric Hummer manages to look heavier than it is, and it comes in at more than 4 tons. A third of that is the battery pack, capable of powering one of the biggest cars over 300 miles. Now, it's a big car, so it needs a big battery. A more reasonable electric car would be the Tesla Model Y at 2 tons. For comparison, Jaguar's Land Rover's Range Rover weighs in at 2.5 tons before any people get in, while newer versions of Ford's F-150 pickup can weigh as much as 2.7 tons, depending on the model. So, I was saying yesterday, what if I drive a Prius? It is not in that range of weight. So this tax seems very ill-conceived and unfair. First of all, I've already read some math that shows that in terms of the motor fuel tax, it's a way higher percentage than what the average driver of a non-EV car would be driving. And then secondly, the science behind the weight of the cars, it just doesn't hold water. Pardon the pun, if that's a pun. So, but the other thing I want to say about this, Madam Speaker, is we are supposed to be reducing our greenhouse gases. We are supposed to be trying to green our grid. We are supposed to be transitioning to a clean energy economy. And at the same time that we are supposed to be doing that for the future of the planet, and I mean that, Madam Speaker. This is not a joke. We know what will happen if the planet continues to warm, and we know that we all need to do our part to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time as that, we are taxing people for owning electric vehicles. And we are opening up the floodgates on greenhouse gas resource extraction. The Premier has talked about Wind West. Wind is clean. Let's do wind. There might be some stuff that we have to figure out to make sure that, we get the best bang for our buck and all that, but let's do wind. Onshore, offshore, Let's do solar. Let's do energy efficiency, which, by the way, I don't mind reminding every person in this house, is the cheapest form of energy there is. If we are worried about using the grid and having too much load on the grid, let us insulate houses. Let us caulk the leaks in the windows or replace windows and doors. Let us insulate the basements. Let us design homes so there's lots of solar gain. There is a way to do this that is cheaper and cleaner and better for the environment, and wait for it, Madam Speaker, provides good paying jobs. But for some reason, it is beyond comprehension that this government is refusing to go down that road. In the same way that we are barreling down the Wind West Road or the Wind Road. And we still don't know for sure if we're going to be on the Prime Minister's list of projects, nation-building projects. We still haven't been told that we are one. We could be doing this instead, or as well. And it would be cheaper for people. Their power bills would go down. It would be better for the environment. It would get us to our greenhouse gas reduction targets quicker. And it would be safer, because we know already that there is not social license in rural Nova Scotia for uranium mining, and very little social license for fracking. So even as we are told that this is safe and this is going to be great for us because it's going to provide good paying jobs, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the electric vehicle levy right now. It's all connected. Okay, sorry. Got it. We are ignoring the a way forward that provides good paying jobs, that provides tax base, that will attract workers here. We are going down a road that is not sure and that does not have a lot of social license. It doesn't make any sense to me. The other thing I'll say about electric cars real quickly is that we know in Nova Scotia that the power goes out a lot. And we are looking for ways of strengthening the grid, the power grid. We're looking for ways of protecting people against the unreliability of Nova Scotia Power. And we know that the grid is old and that there's lots of repairs that need to be done. But we also know that there is technology available, and everyone could have it if there was some incentive or some vision for this, where electric cars can be used as battery storage. So you can charge your car, plug your car into your house when the power's on, and the power goes out, and you can use your car as a generator. It's amazing. Why aren't we doing that? Well, because we are not incentivizing the purchase of electric cars. So I feel really strongly about this part, Madam Speaker, and I think that this should be struck. I think that we should just get rid of this tax. The government should go home and do a little rethink on this. Again, another reason why we are talking about this, to bring these things to light. Getting tired. But I think I've said quite a lot, Madam Speaker. And the thing, I guess, that I just want to end with is this. This budget does a lot of harm to a lot of communities. To like neighborhood communities, like that kind of community, and then social communities. So in some communities, there are going to be museums that close and jobs are lost and tourism is going to go down. In some communities, arts and culture organizations are going to really struggle to stay alive. They might not go out of business because of these cuts, but it's going to make it a lot harder to stay in business. They might reduce their seasons. They might reduce their offerings. And when that happens, that affects the restaurants and it affects the jobs that they're offering. So, instead of getting an 8-week gig, you might get a 4-week gig. Well, that cuts somebody's job in half. That's 4 weeks that they have to find somewhere else to work. But it also affects the restaurants and it affects the hotels and especially in the rural areas, the B&Bs. Less people are coming to Barnesboro. Less people are going to go to Ross Creek because there's less to take in or to consume culturally. These cuts are harmful. People are losing their jobs. Again, I will reiterate that in budget estimates, I asked the minister how many people were going to lose their jobs, and he was quick with the answer. He said 30. And those were the people that worked in visitor information centers and museums. Excuse me. But the minister has not calculated how many people have already lost their jobs because whole programs have been cut. And when the Minister of Growth and Development stands up and talks about good-paying jobs, well, jobs in culture are good-paying jobs. And a lot of people have lost them. And jobs in not-for-profits are good-paying jobs. I can tell you by how much money my husband pays in taxes every year because he doesn't pay into EI or whatever, so and CPP, so he has to do all of that. He has to do all that at tax time, and it's a lot of taxes. And if he's not doing that work, he's not paying those taxes. He's not spending his money at the local restaurant. And I'm talking about him, but I mean him and all of the cultural community. And he'll stay here, I hope, knock on wood, but lots of people will leave. Lots of people will leave. When I graduated from Dalhousie in 1998, when my class finished our acting training, only 3 of us out of 15 stayed in Nova Scotia. Everyone else moved to Montreal, Vancouver, Toronto. 3 of us. And that's a shame. And it was because people could not see a future for themselves in the cultural sector. But then it changed, and a lot of them came back. And the community grew, and people came here for our community. Somebody was talking yesterday about, I think it was the leader of the opposition, was talking about how she got an email about somebody whose wife was a doctor or a psychologist. Oh yeah, Andrew. Oh my God, I forgot. How could I forget Andrew's name? Well, Andrew is not going to come here. Oh yeah. The Premier told Andrew to call him because he's friends with him. That's right. Okay, anyway, let's get off that topic. But I will say, because I know I'm going to have 1 more or 2 more chances to talk about this, but I cannot impress upon the members in this House enough how harmful this budget is. And the worst part about it is that the cuts are not doing anything to address the deficit. The deficit's huge. The cuts are a drop in the bucket. But the harm that those cuts are going to do to the fabric of Nova Scotia are immeasurable. And it's a real shame. I thought this government was a progressive conservative government who saw the value, the true value in arts and culture. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, this talking point that the minister and the premier have of, well, we're still investing $66 million. Come on. People see through that. Don't do that. Don't do that, folks. That's an insult. It's an insult to the people who are losing their jobs. It is an insult to the people who are losing their jobs, and it is an insult to the people who choose to create and make Nova Scotia a place where other people will come and invest. It's also harmful to pit communities against each other. There have been some cuts that have been reinstated, and we are very happy to see that. But what we want to see, Madam Speaker, is all the cuts reinstated, all the cuts reversed. Because every cut that happened was harmful to somebody and harmful to a community, and none of them should have happened. And I hope, over the break, the members of this government will meet with people in their communities. We'll talk to people about who's losing jobs. We'll read the emails that are flooding in and have a real good think and a real good chat and come back after March break with a sober second thought about those cuts. Thank you for your time, Madam Speaker. I'm going to take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak to Bill 198 in second reading, but also, I guess, in relation to the motion that was put forth last night, at the end of the night. And I did have to ask for some clarification, Madam Speaker, because I'm not a lawyer, but just to clarify what did happen last night after we finished debate on the rescind amendment, when the Honourable House Leader asked that, or moved that the question be now put. So by doing this, the House Leader has made it impossible for opposition members to put forth further motions for debate, which some would consider, Madam Speaker, silencing the opposition in an attempt to limit the debate that happens here in the legislature. That is an anti-democratic move, Madam Speaker, to put forth a motion, such a motion forward, and it is a way for the government to try to control and limit debate here in the House, and it's important for the public to know that. We've seen the most amount of protests that certainly I've seen since I became a member in 2017 here in the legislature. As an MLA, it's the most number of emails and communication I've ever received, not only from my own constituents in Cumberland North, but from around all of Nova Scotia. And clearly the public are paying attention to what we're doing here in the legislature. If they weren't before, they are now. And I think more than ever, we need to ensure that there's adequate time to debate what is before us here in the legislature. And there's been a common theme of, from this government, to limiting debate and trying to rush legislation through since they've gained power in 2021. We've seen centralization, removal of boards, centralization of power, putting more things from legislation into regulations. And now we've seen another anti-democratic move last night with this motion that was put forward by the government, limiting opposition's ability to put forth any more motions to slow down the debate and legislation passing here in the legislature. Silencing opposition is silencing the public. We're all here for one purpose, and that is to bring forth the voices of the people we represent, and also other Nova Scotians who maybe feel their voices are not being brought forth by the people that represents them. So it's quite a responsibility, Madam Speaker. I had a few things I was going to say after the member from government spoke, but I'm going to leave that alone. This is probably not helpful, Madam Speaker. The Financial Measures Act is a very large piece of legislation that has 20 bills in it, and to be limited to 1 hour of debate on 20 pieces of legislation is certainly not enough, and I think all of us have shared that comment, Madam Speaker. I will attempt to go through as much of it as I possibly can, but before I go to each individual bill, Madam Speaker, I want to just share some of the overarching themes that I see in Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. There's a clear centralization of power. It doesn't appear that communities were consulted on some of these pieces of legislation that have come forward. It does not appear to strengthen transparency or accountability, but in fact, reverse it. It puts more power into the hands of ministers and the executive, governor and council. Centralization of power does not strengthen democracy, Madam Speaker. It weakens it. Centralization affects how decisions are made, who is consulted, whether communities have a voice, or whether Nova Scotians can see how decisions that are being made affect their lives. Even the fact that we're here debating tonight, and we say this every night, whether it's me or other members, that the fact that we're here to almost midnight every night, Madam Speaker, also could be tied in with the way legislation is being pushed through this legislature. It can be tied to how bills are created, the omnibus bills. It could be tied to the motion that was put forth last night, limiting debate on Bill 198 by the government. There is a theme, and it's taking power away from the people, taking power away from elected representatives, and centralizing that power into the Premier's office. This legislature exists for a reason: to allow decisions about public money, public land, public policy to be debated here in the open, with transparency and with accountability. Ideally, Governor and Council, Cabinet Ministers answer questions, and members bring forth their voices from their communities. That's democracy. The fact that there's 20 pieces of legislation and we haven't heard from the Cabinet Ministers that relate to each bill makes one question why. And as all of us members in opposition try to read through this legislation, and most of us aren't lawyers, so we do our best, it would make it a lot easier for not only us who represent Nova Scotians, but for Nova Scotians that are watching and listening, and also likely for the media, if the ministers could stand and just share why these bills are being put forward, what they mean, what the purpose of these changes in amendments, the amendments are for. It doesn't seem like it's too much to ask. It seems like that's the way the process should be. And from my memory, that's what used to happen here in this legislature. And I've shared that even in other legislative assemblies across Canada, bills and legislation are not only discussed in the legislature by government, but they're actually shared before the legislative assembly starts. The government shares bills with opposition members before they even start the session so that they can get input to make the bills better. So in those legislative assemblies, Madam Speaker, it's about putting good legislation out for the public. It's not about power and control. It's about trying to get the best public policy as much as possible for the people of that area. And I think the farther we go, the more we go towards centralization of power and control from the Premier's office, as opposed to power from the people, the more it becomes the norm, and the people sitting here think that this is normal, but it's actually not normal, Madam Speaker. In Nunavut, they're all independent MLAs. In Nunavut, everyone brings their concerns and they work together collaboratively through a sort of a consensus type of approach of government. And the adversarial approach is much lessened because the focus is on working together around what are the legislative changes that are needed for the people, as opposed to a combative war-style-like culture. So when we see bills like 198, the Financial Measures Act, that further erode democracy, further erode the power with the people, and put more power with the governor and council or with ministers, there are concerns, Madam Speaker. I really feel like we're going in the wrong direction. And I'm not alone, because the Auditor General's talked about that as well, and her recommendations. We've all heard her recommendations and read her reports, I'm sure. So one of the pieces of legislation, Madam Speaker, in Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, is the Crown Lands Act. And in the Crown Lands Act, the amendments that are being made here are changing the licenses, so they're no longer 2 years, renewals no longer than 12 months at a time, changing it to up to 5 years without cabinet approval. So again, the centralization of power we're seeing. Now it's not even just with the Premier's office or with the cabinet, but we're seeing an actual one-person minister having all the power to amend a license and extend a license up to 5 years. And then we're seeing it with cabinet up to 10 years. This isn't just a minor housekeeping amendment, it's a major extension of a license duration. And the concerns are, Madam Speaker, that Crown land is the public's land. Crown land likely has public resources that are involved, and communities are affected by that. And so therefore, Madam Speaker, communities should have input into some of those decisions. Why is there such a dramatic increase in the length of time these licenses will be given? What's the reasoning behind it? It would be good for the minister responsible for the Crown Lands Act to stand in and let us know the reasons for these changes. Why is this in the Financial Measures Act? Is it tied to a larger financial impact, such as maybe the energy project that the Premier's been involved with? That would make sense when we look at some of the bills, but it's not typically something you'd see in an FMA, in the Financial Measures Act, a change to the Crown Lands Act. So what are the financial implications of this act? And why does it belong in the Financial Measures Act? We're not told that, Madam Speaker. The Forestry Act is included also in Bill 198. And again, we don't normally see an amendment to the Forestry Act in a Financial Measures Act. Typically, your Financial Measures Act, as others have shared, is tied to the budget, but through changes to Income Tax Act, Sales Tax Act, and other such clearly financial pieces. So we're not clear on why the Forest Act's amendment is included in Bill 198. Building trust with the public is really important. And when there's secrecy and a lack of transparency on why the government are doing the things they are, it actually continues to erode the trust that the people have with government. We need to improve transparency and accountability, Madam Speaker. So sharing with us in opposition and sharing with the people of Nova Scotia why the amendment in the Forest Act. Why is it in the Financial Measures Act? Is it tied to a bigger picture? If so, what is that? What does that look like? Certainly I've heard, and I know other members here in the House have heard because I've been copied on some of the emails sent to government. We've heard concerns around will taxes be increasing for woodlot owners, private woodlot owners here in the province. And if that's not the case, I implore the minister responsible to stand and inform Nova Scotian woodlot owners of that. Because there's no need to create anxiety about possible increase of taxes if that's not even the intent. But based on the way the amendments are worded, that is one of the possible outcomes, that private woodlot owners could have an increase in their taxation rate for their forestry land. But again, if that's not what the intent is, and if it's not going to happen, the minister should clarify that to reduce anxiety. There's enough anxiety in our province and in our world. We don't need to be creating any undue anxiety. We also know from the amendment to the Forest Act that it has something to do with carbon parcels of land that are under carbon sequestration. And it would be good to know from the minister, what's the intent behind this amendment as well? Is it directed at one particular landowner? And if so, why? Is the intent of this amendment to try to open up more forestry land to the forestry industry, to increase production? I've been hearing from people, Madam Speaker, that have land and they're trying to preserve it. And they don't want to be pressured by the government to have to start harvesting their wood for various reasons. Some of it's cultural, some of it's because it's the old forests and they don't want to touch it. Some of it's ecological. People have various different reasons. And last night when I spoke to this bill, or maybe it was the night before, I lose track, I talked about the connection between private woodlot owners and our agriculture industry. Most farmers that I know, at least up in Cumberland County, have woodlot, and it's all tied into the diversity of their farming. And they may have a maple sugar camp that they use it for, or they may cut wood off it for their own personal use. But most farmers, most private woodlot owners that I know don't have contracts with businesses for forestry management plans. They just do it on their own, and they have that knowledge of how they manage their own properties, and they pass that on through generation. And most up in our area, there's a lot of pride in owning woodland and owning property, and it's not about the value of the land or whether it's farmland or agricultural land. There's really no price tag that you can put on that because it's so valuable to families passed on generation through generation. It's really not something you can put a price tag on. So I think explanation, helping people to better understand what the intention of the amendments to the Forest Act are, would be helpful to reduce anxiety around the province, because it's only going to grow. And maybe that's the intent. We've seen a lot of chaos. People have used the word chaos a lot over the last couple of weeks. And sometimes we see governments, certainly see it to the south of the border, where people say sometimes governments create chaos intentionally. I don't think that's good governing, Madam Speaker. Last night, or the night before, the last time I spoke on this bill, Madam Speaker, we're all losing track of time in here, being here till midnight every night. I did talk about some of the amendments, some of the changes to bills in the Financial Measures Act seem to be tied to Everwind and the green hydrogen project that the Premier talks about, but we don't know that for sure. Is the government trying to clear the runway for major energy projects with some of these amendments? And I think this is important for Nova Scotians to know, especially since we've seen some of the challenges around Crown land reserves in Newfoundland and Labrador recently, where they have publicly stated that they were owed millions of dollars in Crown land reserve fees from the wind hydrogen proponents, and we know that is tied to the company that the Premier's been working with here in Nova Scotia, Everwind. So questions that Nova Scotians have are what safeguards are in place to protect the people of Nova Scotia, what financial security is required by companies, large companies that are coming in and maybe using our Crown lands. Have MOUs already been signed between this provincial government and Everwind or other large companies? If they're using our Crown lands and our resources, what milestones are in place for accountability? What happens if proponents fail to pay, or fail to build even, or fail to deliver? Madam Speaker, healthy leadership begins with building safeguards. Healthy leadership welcomes scrutiny. Healthy leadership, in fact, asks for it and asks for input. And Nova Scotians have a right to know who will benefit, what rules apply, and who is, in fact, making the decisions. We do know that the Premier did not originally take the Department of Energy immediately after the election, but then later took it after a cabinet shuffle. And that sharpens the question, Madam Speaker, why did the Premier decide that this file had to be under his control? Why this file? Why not another minister? Why not someone who is without a portfolio? Last night I shared articles where the Premier had meetings with the president of this company and hadn't disclosed them in his reporting, and that was reported by the Halifax Examiner. So if energy is central to the government's future plans, that increases the need for independent oversight, legislative scrutiny, and transparency, Madam Speaker, not less. Other amendments that we see in Bill 198 include casino tax exemption, and I really loved listening to the debate on this bill by my colleague from Halifax Needham. She's a good debater, and I just love listening to her, some of her comments, but I really enjoyed listening to her debate comments around this particular amendment, Madam Speaker, as well as the one around the deed transfer tax. But sometimes we have to look at changes, and they're not always what we see at face value. So my question to the minister that's responsible for this tax and this amendment is this only applying to casinos, or is it to set a precedent for possibly another larger project, such as an industrial project or another infrastructure project? And what kind of money does this look like when we're giving this exemption, this tax exemption to the casino? What does this look like in dollars? How much money is being lost for the province and for the municipality by giving this tax exemption? It seems like an odd thing to do, to give a casino a tax exemption and then cutting money from transportation for those that are disabled, or cutting money from Maggie's Place that are trying to provide services to lower income families. It doesn't really jive with a lot of Nova Scotians. Why are we giving this kind of tax break while taking away money from those most disadvantaged in our province? In this amendment, we're also limiting municipal authority in relation to casinos, again, centralizing power, taking power away from municipalities, and we're not seeing a collaborative approach. Another amendment in Bill 198 is the capital investment tax credit, extending the capital investment tax credit to 2035. And we always have to think about, sometimes the tax credit can be helpful, but every time we give a tax credit, it is foregone revenue. Again, the question that I ask in relation to the Financial Measures Act is, what does that amount of money look like? How much money is this for a specific project, and how much money will Nova Scotians be losing in tax revenue because of this capital investment tax credit? Who is the tax credit going to? Because it's revenue that otherwise possibly we could be using to fund healthcare, education. You know, we haven't received all the details, but I've been told that education is seeing a 3% cut, and that administrators were told they're not allowed to talk about it. So we haven't actually been able to get a lot of details around that, but this kind of money could be used definitely for other government services. So Nova Scotians deserve to know, what's the tax credit for? Who is it being given to, and why is it being extended to 2035? Nova Scotians deserve transparency, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians deserve accountability. And I believe Nova Scotians want to feel that they can trust their government, but the only way that can happen is if our government is honest and forthright and transparent in the decisions that are being made. Share with them why. They won't even share with us here in opposition. Cabinet ministers still have not stood up and shared with us in this House. So when we don't know, how do Nova Scotians expect to know? One common theme also that we see in Bill 198 is the shift from legislation to regulation. And we've seen that sort of ongoing since this government came to power. Again, it's anti-democratic. When legislation moves through this chamber and Nova Scotians are aware of the changes, that's democracy. And we have an opportunity to debate those changes. But when things move from legislation to regulation, it reduces transparency again and reduces accountability, because decisions are being made behind closed doors and Nova Scotians are not being informed. When things are changed through legislation, it provides scrutiny, the ability to scrutinize, which is part of democracy. The Auditor General has shared concerns about lack of procurement practices, lack of transparency, again, that common word, in major expenditures, and spending outside of proper oversight. So while the Premier has apologized and said that decisions were made too clinical, not really sure what that means, the reality is we haven't seen a change. They're words only, because we still have this bill before us that decreases transparency and accountability for Nova Scotians. So if we want to see an increase in trust from the public, we need to see an honest approach from this government. We need more openness, and it can start right here in the legislature by cabinet ministers by sharing with us what are the purpose of these 20 amendments. There's probably very good reasons for all of them, but be open and honest and tell us why. Tell Nova Scotians why. The Meat Inspection Act. Again, another piece of legislation in this Financial Measures Act that is really an odd place to put it. Why is the Meat Inspection Act amendments in a Financial Measures Act? Oh, no. Makes no sense. We are hearing about concerns about Nova Scotia no longer having meat inspectors, and owners of abattoirs were not consulted in this decision. They just received emails from the department letting them know about the changes, and there's not a lot of time for that to happen. So this is an increased liability on the businesses that do butcher the animals. And for those that aren't aware, up to this point in time, abattoirs are not allowed to butcher any animals unless a meat inspector is on site. So that is not the case in New Brunswick. And in New Brunswick, they have meat inspectors that can just come randomly and show up and make sure that everything is in order. So an abattoir owner won't know that they're arriving, but they also know that the meat inspectors only work 9 to 5. So if they had an animal that maybe shouldn't be going on the floor, It is known that there are bad actors, and it is known here in Nova Scotia there are bad actors. There's some abattoir owners that are already have received notices because of practices that don't meet the standards. So if we already have that here in Nova Scotia, and we know it sometimes happens in other jurisdictions that don't have stronger oversight, why are we weakening the inspection here in Nova Scotia? We do have the highest standards in Canada, but why are we watering down our oversight and inspection to ensure safe meat practices here in Nova Scotia? Why don't we ask the other jurisdictions to improve theirs and improve the standards? So we know that there are bad actors in every industry, and we should make sure that there are protections in place to ensure that meat is safe here in Nova Scotia. I had quite a few emails from people in the beef industry saying they were quite alarmed by this. They actually thought it couldn't be true. They said, why? Food safety depends on public confidence, Madam Speaker, and the public deserve clarity, not vague flexibility. And the owners of abattoirs should be involved in the decision-making around this, and they should be respected. I'm concerned that we're going to have some abattoirs close because of this, because they don't want the increased liability, and that's not going to help. That's only going to worsen and weaken our beef industry. We already are seeing the federal government shut down the Napan experimental farm, which is harming our agriculture industry already. So if we lose some of our places in the province that butcher animals, that's also going to weaken our agriculture industry as well. The maritime beef strategy looks to dramatically increase the number of beef cattle in the province, which we need more abattoirs, not less. So we should be working within the industry and working with our partners. And when government puts forth legislation here without consulting those that it's affected, doesn't help to build trust. Again, we don't see that transparency. And it only weakens the trust between those partners and government. We've recently heard the Premier talk about the global pressures and the, quote, Trump effect. And the Premier cited difficult global environment, mentioned geopolitical tensions and global pressures. And while, Madam Speaker, I'm not denying that global events affect our economy, the global events did not force any of the things in this budget. The global events did not impact or cause the cuts to senior services that we're seeing in long-term care, cuts to disability supports, cuts to affecting vulnerable communities, or changes to meat inspection. So it's kind of an odd thing to try to deflect and blame Trump for this Nova Scotia budget or the Financial Measures Act. He also referenced the wars in the Middle East, but those wars do not explain also the things that we're seeing here in this legislature and the decisions being made by this government. Madam Speaker, some of the other amendments that we see in Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, include changes to the Assessment Act. We see changes to the Community Easements Act. Again, I'd like to know from the minister what the purposes are. Why are we seeing changes to the Community Easements Act? A Community Easement Act is a legal agreement, often perpetual, that allows a community group or municipality or the Mi'kmaq to maintain specific traditional or ecological uses of private land. So why are we seeing changes by that? We're seeing one part of the Community Easement Act repealed and then substituted with some pretty significant changes where the minister elects under subsection 5 to assume obligations of the easement holder. So again, we're seeing more centralization of power with the minister and with the government. So again, the amendments to the Community Easement Act gives the minister the obligation of the easement holder and accepts the rights and privileges respecting the community easement. The minister shall, within the period referred to in subsection 5, notify the owner in writing and file the election with the appropriate registry of deeds. Where, in accordance with Clause 6A, the minister notifies the owner that the minister has elected to assume the obligations of the easement holder and accepts the rights and privileges respecting the community easement, an application under Clause 3B may not be made by the owner, and any such application, if made, is deemed discontinued. Without the minister being transparent about the amendment, people make assumptions, and they're not positive. When people start feeling like government's going to take control over something that they don't agree with or they don't understand, it creates more distrust between government and the public. Madam Speaker, in Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, we also see amendments to the Conservation Easements Act, again, putting more power with the minister responsible for that bill. Again, we would like to see an explanation from the minister. What is the purpose of these amendments for amending the Conservation Easements Act? Is it tied in with the bigger energy project? And if so, what does that mean? I already mentioned the Crown Lands Act and the amendments to that, as well as the Forestry Act. We also have amendments to the Gaming Control Act, and I already mentioned that with regards to casinos. We see the Halifax-Dartmouth Bridge Commission Act, the dissolution of that act. We see changes through the Income Tax Act, which seems appropriate for this bill. We see amendments to the Insurance Act. We see amendments to the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act. I was really disappointed with this, and again, would love to hear from the minister that's responsible for this act, the reasoning behind taking away regional cooperation with our fellow maritime provinces, or rather Atlantic provinces, because this was under the Atlantic Council of Premiers and now is being brought here to be under the minister here for Nova Scotia. And as an MLA representing the area of Cumberland North, a border community, we really see the impacts and the need for working together with our fellow Atlantic provinces. We see all the barriers, the interprovincial barriers, and how they really impact our economy and impact the people living. And if we could just remove those barriers and work more as a region. In fact, some people have even, well, this is not a new idea, Madam Speaker. There's, over the years, there's been a lot of people that have suggested maritime unity, that the 3 maritime provinces form as one so that we could be stronger on the national, on the federal front. And when you think about how small of an area we are, each province, and our heavy administrative burden, the amount of money that we're spending on government, each of the provinces, that if we formed one province, one maritime province, we would be more efficient and things would cost less. Now, I don't think that's a reality, that that's going to happen, Madam Speaker, but just like when we ask 2 municipalities or more to work together and they do shared services rather than amalgamate, I believe that's how we could benefit more greatly as a maritime or Atlantic region. So back many years ago when the Honorable Roger Bacon was alive and in government, He was a part of when the Maritime Premier's Council was formed. And then that later was changed to the Atlantic Premier's Council. And we have a few things that are under that.
I asked, it's very loud in here, I asked that everyone respects the person who is speaking. If your microphone's not on, do not be speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North. Order! If you have a conversation, take it outside. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act is being changed from being under the jurisdiction of the Atlantic Premier's Council. And as I was saying, I am disappointed to see this. I'd be interested to know from the minister the reasons why this is being changed. As I mentioned, I would love to see more cooperation with our Atlantic provinces, not less. And we see so many problems in our border community due to the different regulations and laws between the maritime provinces, and often causes a lot of hardship, economic as well, and financial. And the Minister for Environment knows one of the big challenges that we see, and I'd love it to be worked on by the Atlantic Premier's Council and many other areas as well, and that is around just the depot, the returns for refundables here in the province. So here in Nova Scotia, people only get 5 cents back. They pay 10, get 5 back into New Brunswick. And PEI starting April the 1st, they'll be the same as New Brunswick, where people get the full 10 cents back on their refundables. But again, the differences between the maritime provinces, I believe, Madam Speaker, we should be moving in a direction where we're doing more together, more collaboratively, and not less. So we'd be interested to know the reasoning behind the changes with the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act. One of my constituents in Cumberland and Pugwash area, Bert McQuaid, he worked with me and we met with former MLA Larry Harrison and one of my other colleagues here in the House around harness racing here in Nova Scotia and trying to bring the standards up here in Nova Scotia to meet what's happening in some of the other provinces, particularly Prince Edward Island. They've done, they've really invested, that government's really invested in harness racing over in Prince Edward Island. Anyway, I just want to do a little shout out for Bert McQuaid. He was an employee with Atlantic Lotto, which is also another organization that is governed by the Atlantic region. So I put forth a lot of bills here in the House trying to get our government to do more in collaboration and cooperation with our fellow maritime and Atlantic provinces. Another amendment in Bill 198 is the Meat Inspection Act, and I've already spoken about that. In my opinion, Madam Speaker, that should be paused. The department should be working with the owners of the abattoirs and work with them to make sure that they are confident with the changes. Right now, they are not. They're worried. They're worried about the increased liability. They're worried about the increased risks, and they're not happy. And we want to grow agriculture in this province. In my opinion, we want to grow local food production, including our beef industry, and improve food security. And when decisions are made around that affect those things in a negative way, that's not going to help to grow the industry. We also see amendments to the Mineral Resources Act, and I know my colleague from Halifax Needham spoke on that one quite a lot, and obviously upset one of the ministers from the government who got up and spoke to that after. Certainly I'm no expert. I'm not a geologist and no expert when it comes to gypsum or uranium, but I can say that Nova Scotians would like to know what's the purpose of this amendment to the Mineral Resources Act. Again, ask the minister responsible for this act to stand here in the House tonight. If there's nothing nefarious about these amendments, tell us. They don't need to be secretive. speak here in the House, tell us what the amendments are for, what is the purpose, be honest, build trust with the people, improve transparency and accountability with the people of Nova Scotia. It starts right here in the legislature. Healthy leadership. We can have a healthy province, but it starts with healthy leadership right here in our legislature. Another amendment brought forth in the Financial Measures Act, Bill 198, is the Non-Resident Deed Transfer Tax Act. A lot of this is moving powers into regulation. Again, centralization of power, moving power away from the people, moving power away from this legislature, moving power away from legislative oversight, and making decisions behind closed doors in the darkness. It's not good democracy, and we are the home of responsible government. We are the home from Canada. So why are we moving away from strong, responsible government and moving more things, centralizing powers? Why are we doing this, Madam Speaker? People want to know who's going to benefit from these changes to the non-resident deed transfer tax. And I spoke last night, and I'm going to mention it again because I think it's important to say there's probably many members in this House, including myself, that have family, friends that are Nova Scotians that moved away for work and want to have properties to be able to come home to, either to retire or to come home for vacationing. And one of the barriers is the non-resident deed transfer tax. They're being punished by this government. It's just a tax grab. It's a money grab. And honestly, many people believe it's very unfair. So why is this government, why is this Premier, I'm assuming it's a decision made out of the Premier's office, why is this Premier putting forth an amendment to the non-resident deed transfer tax, and the decisions are going to be made behind closed doors? Who is it going to benefit? Why is it not being more transparent? Why are special rules being made for certain people? And if that's not the case, the minister responsible should tell us why. Stand in this House and tell us why this amendment is here and for what purpose. And again, if it's not for anything nefarious, great, but we don't know that. And people, if they're not given the real answers, people fill in the blanks. And in general, people don't trust government. So they assume things are being done. If things are being done in darkness and centralization of power, people assume it's for greed and for their own purpose. And if that's not the case, that's great. But be transparent about it, be honest about it. Why don't we reverse things in this legislature, start sitting, have a parliamentary schedule, like almost every other province, have healthy hours, put forth bills, have proper healthy debate, and create a nice, healthy, non-toxic workplace, and put forth good legislation for the people, where we're not centralizing power, but rather strengthening legislation and not being scared of legislative oversight. And if they're not scared of legislative oversight, then why are they moving things from legislation into regulations? Another amendment as part of the Financial Measures Act, Bill 198, is the Property Valuation Services Corporation Act. Now, this is a piece of legislation that most Nova Scotians hate. I hate to use such a strong word, but you know, when it comes to property taxes, most people aren't happy with them. But it would be good to know. Again, there's probably nothing nefarious about this change or this amendment, but we don't know what it is. We don't know why, because no one has stood in this legislature and told us what is the reasoning behind the amendment to the Property Valuation Services Corporation Act. Another piece of legislation is the Provincial Parks Act. Now, I've heard some other members talk quite a bit about that. And I won't make too many comments about that, but it would be nice to know why the changes are necessary. We have some beautiful provincial parks here in Nova Scotia, and we're very blessed to have many up in Cumberland County along the North Shore. We just need some of the roads done. Oh, the minister, I just know here. Another piece of legislation that is amended in Bill 198 is the Public Service Superannuation Act. And that seems very fitting for a Financial Measures Act, as well as the Revenue Acts being amended. Now, this one has been a little controversial, and on behalf of my constituents from Cumberland North, I will make a couple comments on this amendment, Madam Speaker. The people that I'm hearing from Cumberland North on this piece of legislation are from people that have purchased electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, and they are not happy that this is being imposed on them. There can be assumptions that people that own electric vehicles are wealthy and that they can afford this, but I can assure you, Madam Speaker, most of the people that I know that have electric vehicles are not wealthy, and they made a choice, often paying more than they would have for a gas-powered vehicle, but doing so because they felt it was the right thing to do for the climate and for the environment. So being faced with an additional cost that they weren't anticipating for their budget, they're not happy. And I understand, because I remember being part of some discussions when I was with some of the members that are in government about this very thing and talking about roads and the fact that, in general, the gas tax that's being paid on fuel is to go towards road improvement. So I remember here, being a part of some of those conversations that people that are buying electric vehicles aren't paying that gas on fuel. So I understand the principle behind, the philosophy behind where the decision was made. However, I do have to say, as I represent these people up in Cumberland North that have contacted me, I need to be able to make sure their voices are heard. And they don't feel that it's fair. When they purchased the vehicle, they weren't aware that these kind of levies were going to be placed on their vehicle. And so maybe there's a better way. I don't know what that way is. Is there a way of, so those vehicles are using electricity. Is it possible to put a tax on the electricity that they use to power their vehicle? I don't know. But I do have to share on behalf of my constituents that contacted me, Madam Speaker, they are not happy about this extra tax that they are paying on their vehicle. Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, also has some amendments to the Sales Tax Act, which again is something we would expect to see in the Financial Measures Act, as well as the Securities Act is amended, which again is also something we would expect to see. So, Madam Speaker, as I close my remarks on second reading for Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, I would ask that the government pause this bill and take it back, consult with the people that are affected. I ask the ministers that are responsible for the 20 pieces of legislation to stand here in this House and explain the amendments to us, not just to us, but to the people of Nova Scotia, so that they can better understand why, the reasoning behind why some of these decisions were made. In particular, I want to say, really what stands out for me, really, in my opinion, shouldn't be part of a Financial Measures Act, but really what stood out to me was the Meat Inspection Act amendments. And I've already shared my concerns why and what I'm hearing from industry as well as farmers. And also the Forestry Act. Those two things really stand out to me. In Cumberland County, we have a lot of primary industries, and fishing, farming, and forestry. And they're very, very important. So any changes that are made to those, people want to have a good understanding of if they're going to start being taxed at a different rate and the reasons why. And I do believe that we should have less centralization of power. I implore this government to stop putting things from legislation into regulations, stop making those changes. It's weakening democracy. And what we're seeing here, I think people think is normal, but it's not the way most governments govern. Most governments do not move things from legislation into regulations. Most governments sit regular hours. They have a parliamentary schedule. They have debate during the daytime when media can participate. Media is considered the guardian of democracy, Madam Speaker. They are a very important part of our democratic process. And they should, there's only so many of them. They have to be tired too. As well as, I can't imagine how the staff of this building are feeling right now, being on their 3rd week of having to be here till midnight every night. I know. But it is part of this legislature represents democracy here in Nova Scotia. And when we're not healthy, we can't expect our province to be healthy. And on those few words, Madam Speaker, I'll close my remarks on Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, here in second reading.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all the members for a spirited debate tonight. With that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to adjourn debate.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government Host Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, this concludes government business for today. I move that the hosts do now rise to meet again on Friday, March the 13th, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Following daily routine and question period, government business will include second reading for Bill number 198, Financial Measures Act, Committee of the Whole House number 193, Powering the Economy, number 201, Justice and Social Services, number 200, Cannabis Act, number 212, Administration of Housing, Government Notices of Motion, number 214, Public Housing Restrictions, and third reading of Bill number 205, House of Assembly and Elections Act, and number 189, Support for Fire Service Protection Act, and Bill number 96, Community Colleges Act.
Wow. Okay. Order. The motion is that the hosts rise to meet again on Friday, March 13th, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. When all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.